Chapter 33, Back to the School. Inside the park of GOOOOSE City, Leo was looking at the steel ball that was smoking from heat as his eyes were serious than ever. Leo spun the steel ball again as he felt there was something wrong, but he didn't understand it before he said, "I need more than this. More than ever to break the world barrier." It has been 2 hours after Leo came back from Akame Kill World and he's now trying to find a way back. All this time, Leo was training the spin to achieve higher levels in this technique, but all that he accomplished is moving closer to the golden ratio and nothing more. Moving closer to the golden ratio augmented the spin power and speed, but this is far from mastering the spin and even further from the golden spin, which can breach dimensions. Maybe I need more control. Leo spun the steel ball on his finger before he remembered the genuine cause of his obsession about the spin. He wants to use the spin to breach the world barrier, which is something impossible and ridiculous at the same time, but this isn't going to stop him from trying to pay a visit to the Revolutionary Army. Even at this moment, Leo was still feeling the urge to smash this chat room screen, but he stopped as it was pointless. Sigh. It has been a long time since I was this angry. Leo stared at his hand before closing it. This brought for Leo some memories, but he needs to focus on work, which is planning how can he travel between worlds without the chat room help. He won't stay still until all the memories about that photos are deleted from this world and about his teammates in chat room. There'll be some casualties, especially an old hag. So, for control, I need more focus or calculations. Leo dropped the steel ball as he looked at the time from the chat room because, as a matter of fact, his phone was broken at the Dragon Vein. It's 7:22 a.m. and there's no time to waste as the school will start at 8:30 a.m., which means it's a boring day. Closing his eyes from a moment, Leo stared at the chat room before he chose a private chat with the one nicknamed the only normal person in the chat room. Misaka. Annihilation Maker, Admin Mikoto, are you there? Bree, yeah, I'm here, but what happened to you, Leo? Annihilation Maker, Admin. Nothing Bree, but why did you leave suddenly? Is it because of the photo? Misaka was curious about Leo's reaction after looking at the photo, but the next messages turned that curiosity into fear. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Nothing happened. There was no picture. Did you say something? Because everything was normal. Ha 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 ha, Bree, but, Annihilation Maker, Admin, nothing happened, Mikoto, Bree. Oh okay. But why were you angry? Of course, nothing happened. Misaka chose her words carefully because this situation seemed very weird and far from the other situations this group had seen before. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Personal reasons Bree. Oh, so what do you need from me? Annihilation Maker, Admin, I want to be an Esper. Bree, an Esper? Sure, let's me. Repeat what you just said. Annihilation Maker, Admin, read the previous message. Bree, but why do you want to be an Esper? Aren't you a spinning nuke? Annihilation Maker, Admin. Who said that? Bree, nobody. Okay, it's Kazuma-san. Annihilation Maker, Admin, I see. What a good friend. Misaka felt sorry for Kazuma before she tried to shift the topic. Bree, do you want me to send you my powers? Annihilation Maker, Admin, no, I want the Power Curriculum Program and I want to pay for it. Power Curriculum Program is the project that started the Espers as it unlocks their hidden potential. The program's aim is for the subjects to attain their own personal reality and gain a power that defies normal reality by going through certain tests, but the chat room should make it much simpler. Bree, okay, but I can send it for free, you know. Annihilation Maker, Admin, I fine with it this way, and I think you need these points. Bree, fine. But don't regret it. Leo sighed at the last message before an icon appeared next to Misaka's name with a small screen. Power Curriculum Program. Cost, 50,000 points. PS1, buy a World Powers compatibility card to use this after the purchase. PS2, do you know that this thing is free into Aru World? Leo took a deep breath while ignoring the stupid notes before looking at the store for the compatibility card. To Aru World Powers Compatibility Card. Cost: 5,000 points. Leo looked at this screen as he felt that the only cheap thing in this chat room is world travel and power cards before he purchases it with the power curriculum program. Like the usual, the chat room worked quickly as Leo felt nothing before he had a weird feeling. First, Leo felt his brain is faster in processing thoughts and information, and secondly, a field appeared around Leo, which is his aim field. There was even a formula in his head that belongs to his Esper powers, which means that this chat room was nice enough to give him a formula. This. Leo stared at his hand as he understood the power he got even if he was a level 2 because of his weak formula. He didn't even feel a connection with his Longinus or any chemical reaction after having Esper's power, but maybe because his powers are weak. So, this is my personal reality. Leo had a complicated expression that usually never appears on his face before he sighed and said, "Anyway, I'll do this first." Leo chooses to ignore his personal reality problems now before Venom changed to GOOOOSE school uniform and his monocle became normal glasses. After finish the outer look, Leo activated his Longinus and made headphones that can shield his powers and especially his Longinus and the aim field. Well, it's time. Leo finished creating his new headphones with a powerful shielding ability before he looked at the time and saw it was almost 8:11 a.m., which means he needs to go. After this, I'll make a clone or something. Leo felt his time will be wasted in this school, but today there's something important to be done. After finishing his preparations, and intending to check his ability at another time, Leo walked in the way towards school, which isn't interesting at all. Walking in the road slowly, Leo didn't bother to look at the people or the surrounding students. He had a lot going on this morning which made his brain refuse to think about other things even with his calculation powers are 20 times the normal humans because of Venom and Esper power. Venom changed slowly during this period as it was getting stronger while doing nothing. He was evolving with every minute passing, but Leo knows this is just the quick increase period and he had to do something else after Venom finish. What are you doing? Leo stopped in his place before looking at the sneaky person behind him. There was someone following Leo for almost 2 minutes now. Nothing, nothing. Saji lowered his hand as he scratched the back of his head because he failed to surprise Leo and more importantly he feels a volcano in front of him rather than a person. Geez. What happened to this guy? Why do I feel just a false move and I'll get a punch to the face? Saji stared at the people around as some of them got chills after getting closer to Leo. This isn't the first time this morning, Saji even saw a group of people shivering for no reason after being close to Leo, which made him wonder what happened to this guy. So, what happened yesterday? Saji tried to ask normally, but he sweat when Leo said his honest feelings. Nothing. Except I want to strangle somebody or use him as a punching bag. The usual Leo said calmly while Saji was sweating even more. Oi! Oi! Something definitely happened. Saji smiled wryly as he felt this conversation is very dangerous for him before changing the topic. Why didn't you answer my calls yesterday? Saji tried to save himself with this question before Leo said. Broken really? Saji was suspicious, but he didn't dare to ask now before he said your parents called my home yesterday. 42 times to be precise. Leo stopped his footsteps as he got the second most lovely information on this day. A piece of information made him wonder why he really needs a punching bag. Saji, please. Just please tell me you didn't mess this up. Leo felt his future is hopeless before Saji said don't worry I handled it perfectly. Sigh. Leo covered his face with his hand as this day keeps getting better and better. But you know. You could have asked me if you need help in something. Saji looked at Leo as he felt something very different even with the anger that keeps emitting from Leo. Maybe. But I can take care of it, Leo replied without looking at Saji as this thing wasn't very important for him before he said but you can be a punching bag if you want. I'll pass, however, you really love to push people around and do your thing, hey. Saji felt a little helpless before he said, "Can you at least look at me covering you yesterday and tell me what happened?" Leo stared at Saji for a moment before he said, "I remembered some memories." Memories? Saji never saw Leo talk about things like this before, even with this complicated tone. "Yes, memories." Leo sped up his footsteps while Saji tried to get deeper into the matter, but Leo didn't talk anymore. The two men continued their walk in silence as Saji didn't know what he should say and Leo ignoring everything around him before they reached the school gate. GOOOOSE Academy was like usual with its fancy design and the high number of female students while the student council was checking on the students. Leo stared at them from a moment before walking forward, but a girl with long black hair and a serious expression on her face stopped him. "Stop right there." The girl with long hair stopped Leo as she was staring at his headphones before she said, "What's your name?" Leo stared at this girl taking a notebook before he said, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Saji that was staring at Leo opened his mouth wide at this scene while the girl frowned before pushing her glasses and saying, "Tsubaki Shinra, third-year high school student at GOOOOSE Academy, the vice president of GOOOOSE Academy's student council. Oh, nice to meet you." "I guess," Leo replied calmly while ignoring Tsubaki that was waiting for his introduction and Saji that was sweating. Tsubaki frowned as she saw Leo had no intention to introduce before she said, "Headphones are forbidden on the school ground as it's breaking to the rules." "Oh." Leo didn't change his expression while Tsubaki frowned even more. Other members from the student council saw this as they wanted to interfere, but Tsubaki signaled them to stay away. "Do you realize what does it mean to break the school rules?" Tsubaki saw Leo don't care about her, which made her slightly angry. "Rules are meant to be broken, but unfortunately for you, these headphones don't break the school rules." Leo smiled at Tsubaki before he said, "These are my club equipment." "Hey." Tsubaki was baffled for a moment while Saji covered his face. "My club equipment," Leo said with a straight face which made Tsubaki twitch her eyebrow before she said, "Do you expect me to believe in this lame excuse?" "Who knows? It's up to you. But these are my club equipment." Leo smiled while Tsubaki looked at Leo up and down before she said, "Then what's this club that needs headphones? And which one are you from?" "Fashion, music, art, and the list continue, but for me, I'm going to make a club about headphones now." Leo's smile grew wider while Tsubaki was baffled again by this man's reasoning. "Your club?" Tsubaki asked carefully while looking at Saji that didn't know if he should laugh or cry at this moment. "Yeah, my club. Which I would make." Leo looked at Tsubaki in the eyes before she said, "Today. After the first lesson. Which I'm almost late for." "Because of you what?" Tsubaki was really angry at this moment, but before she said anything Leo said, "Your next line is, as the vice president of the student council, you have to make sure that all the rules are being followed as the vice president of the stuhui." Tsubaki was surprised while the students looked at this way, but Leo didn't care as he said, "You see, vice president. Being a part of the student council is good and all, but you know this is still a school which learning is the top priority. That means you're breaking the rules now, but you're breaking the school rules and those." Tsubaki didn't finish her words as Leo did for her. "These headphones break the school rules, which is not because they are the club equipment of my club, which is my right as a student to make or join a one if I wish for, and for that, I need to show my talents, isn't that right?" Tsubaki now felt she should just confiscated those headphones without talking to this guy. "You see here. You're now in a contradiction between breaking rules and not, which are in both ways wrong. But don't worry, you can keep thinking about them as I go to my class." Leo walked past the confused Tsubaki as he said it was an interesting talk. Saji looked at Tsubaki and the students around before he walked toward Leo with a helpless expression. "That was really an interesting conversation." Tsubaki heard a voice behind her as she saw a girl with a short bob cut and violet eyes looking at where Leo left. "President." Tsubaki was embarrassed when she thought that Sana saw all that happened and how she lost easily with some words. "You weren't right there, and he wasn't right either, but you fell for his trap easily. I expect you to learn from this," Tsubaki Sana said seriously while Tsubaki nodded before she said, "Yes, President." "Do you know who that was?" Sana asked, but Tsubaki shook her head as she didn't see Leo before, but one of the student council members said it was the second-year high school student, Leo Arisaltek. He didn't show up on the first day. I see. Sana nodded before continuing her student council work with her peerage. Meanwhile, with Leo and Saji as they were walking toward class. You're screwed. Saji sighed before he said to Leo, there's no way the student council will let you go now. Who said I want them to let me go? In Saji's surprised eyes, Leo smiled before he said, remember the talk about the punching bag? Well, I just found it now. Saji stopped in his place as he felt this school and its council will probably face the most crazy day in their lives today. Ignoring the frozen Saji, Leo walked forwards as he looked at students around while the world in Leo's eyes was weird. His vision was sending his messages the whole time about students around or the surrounding objects, which felt very weird and confusing for him. Even if it's slightly complicated. This ability is useful, Leo sighed before stopping his Esper's powers. Leo ability and personal reality from becoming an Esper are just looking at flaws. Yes, only looking at flaws, be it people or objects, Leo can find its flaws just by looking at it. The flaws in the matter just by looking at the weak spots according to his calculations, or finding flaws in people, words, or even personality by feeling the chemical reactions in the target brain, or according to his bioelectricity, which need to be in close range to do so, but this ability make Leo feel complicated. It's just an upgrade to his usual observation of people. A world filled with flaws, hey. Leo stared at the window of the school corridor before walking forward. He has a meeting after some time and he needs to be ready for it. Chapter 34, Heavy Atmosphere. After separating from Saji, Leo walked slowly towards his classroom while feeling the eyes of the other students on him. Most of them were looking at his headphones, and some witnessed him giving life lessons to Tsubaki. Leo doesn't care a lot about these students, but to be honest, he doesn't like others staring at him like some sort of a rare animal. This made him frown as he doesn't want to blow up this place, so he walked towards a corner and made his headphones an extra ability of presence lowering. Small abilities like this don't require so much effort from Leo, he can even create them instantly, especially if he made them before. And about the fact he's in a school filled with devils? Leo want to say that these devils are noobs and they can't find him even if he was sitting on the same desk and using his Longinus, but he can't blame them. After all, there's a difference between people trying to be strong and him who has a dream to be overpowered. After feeling all the eyes on his body were gone, Leo walked at a faster pace towards his classroom before choosing a random desk and setting down. The teacher entered the class almost at the same time as Leo before doing the usual processes to start the lesson. Leo stared at the teacher and the lesson for a moment before ignoring it. He isn't saying the lesson is boring even if it is, but he doesn't see a point in listening because it doesn't help him at all. All the lessons in the high school level don't help him optimize his formula or even add value to his personal reality, which gives a light to how much advanced the Academy City. So after realizing these facts, Leo put his head on the desk and thought about an alternative plan. What to do now? Asking Mikoto for knowledge? No, our personal reality is so much different, which makes her formula useless for me. Leo started to circle the possible solutions in his brain while nobody noticed him. Books? Nah, too much work and I don't have time to go to the library. Maybe I could use the ultimate source of knowledge, the internet, but I don't even have my phone with me. Wait, Leo raised his head from the desk slightly before activating his Longinus. A small black fog appeared inside Leo's pocket before a smartphone similar to his old one was made from the fog. At the moment the phone was made, Leo closed his eyes as the phone screen appeared in his mind. Even the SIM card is the same. Sometimes I really underestimate my Longinus. Leo looked at the phone screen as he started checking all the new options. The phone is a beast that was made to be the same as Leo's last phone even with the same SIM card. But this one is an intelligent beast that can do a lot of complicated actions easily, and it's a professional hacker on Cyborg's level. However, the most important thing is this phone can be connected to Leo's mind, which means it search for information on the internet and send it to Leo's brain. Let's start with biology, chemistry, and physics. Leo thought of the subjects and the phone entered the internet immediately and showed the results. To be honest, Leo feels this phone ability to hack any Wi-Fi and get free internet is the strongest ability. I wonder how much I need to upgrade my level. Leo felt it'll take a while to upgrade his Esper level because his power is one of those abilities that spreads to all scientific subjects to archive its full potential, so the amount of calculation is huge and it keeps increasing the more complicated the flaws are. He didn't know how much it'll take, but he chooses to look at the chat room to see its price. Esper LVL2, Vision of the Flaws. Cost, 100,000 points PS1, this is an active Esper ability. PS2. What are you fighting against? PS3, a deal that'll never repeat in your life. Pay 100,000 points and fix your incompatibility with other worlds' mana. But that not all. Pay 200,000 more and you can have Tuaru world mana as well. What are you waiting for? Leo stared at the prices and the note as he felt this chat room like to increase the cost on abilities before he saw the second note. That note made Leo stop for a moment before he sighed and looked at the knowledge in his phone. This day keeps getting better and better. Leo looked at the ton of knowledge in his phone before reading them as he wants to see if he can get a degree in physics by the end of the day. When Leo was studying for his physics degree, there was a debate going on in the chat room. Big Sister Lion, so, Kaguya was it? Neat Princess, yes, what do you want, Leon? Big Sister Lion. Can I get the Taiga back? Neat Princess, I don't know. Can you? Advocate of gender equality, I saw this scene repeat for over 5 times already, can't you think of another? Kazuma got sick from looking at those two, repeating the same phrases for 5 times with no advancement. Big Sister Lion, sigh, I really need the Taiga, this isn't even a joke. The Empire fell down, which means the other forces will attack us and we don't have the power to stop all of them without the Taiga. After the Empire's destruction news become public, all the other forces will attack the land of the Empire and without the Taiga, Leon doesn't see a chance for the Revolutionary Army to stop all of them, so she's asking Kaguya to give them back. Advocate of gender equality, wow, this turned from a civil war to a world war very quickly. Big Sister Lion, if some guys didn't come and blow up all the Empire, this wouldn't happen. Advocate of gender equality, sorry, but if you have a complaint about destruction in this chat room, then please ask Leo. Even if that is pointless. Big Sister Lion, Neat Princess, I heard your words and understood your reasons. Advocate of gender equality, why does this feel so chuni for a moment? Neat Princess, as a very generous princess, advocate of gender equality, lies. Neat Princess. As a very generous princess, I can give you the Taiga back, but, Big Sister Lion, but what? Neat Princess, I don't have all the Taiga. Like the Incursio and the Perfector are with Leo and Kazuma, and I don't think they'll give them to you. Advocate of gender equality, the day that you'll take these gloves from me will be the day when this chat room becomes normal. Neat Princess, that means never. Big Sister Lion. Oh. But what about Leo? He should be the admin or something. Advocate of gender equality, ha. Good joke. Hold on, are you serious? Neat Princess, you're asking the wrong person here. Leo will definitely sacrifice that Taiga to make something broken again, so don't dream he'll give it back. Big Sister Lion. Sacrifice. Leon didn't understand how can someone sacrifice a Taiga, and she still didn't figure it out after Kaguya explained. Neat Princess, he'll sacrifice the Taiga for the power of God, Longinus, and anime, imagination. Advocate of gender equality, this is the most accurate explanation of Leo's powers I saw until now. Is this the reason why he's always overpowered? Because he knew the truth. Neat Princess, thank you, I'm available for the entire week. Big Sister Lion. Advocate of gender equality, but are you really okay? Neat Princess, why shouldn't I be okay? Advocate of gender equality, you're being targeted by someone who has the power of God and anime at his side. Neat princess, nothing to worry about. I mean, even if Leo was an absolute jerk, he's still a reasonable person, advocate of gender equality. The word reasonable and Leo shouldn't be put in the same phrase, but please listen to this. If the spin could breach multiple dimensions, then what is stopping it from breaching multiple timelines? Kaguya broke the controller in her hand as she stared at the chat room screen. Neat princess, suddenly. I'm feeling very insecure, big sister lion. Can I have the Taigu now? Leon felt she should back down now because Kaguya and Kazuma entered a place she doesn't understand. Again. Neat princess, sure, you can have all the Taigu that I have, except this death one because getting Yamato from Leo is almost impossible, big sister lion. Thank you, this will be a big help. Neat princess, you can keep them, I don't care. Leon stared at the chat room screen as she felt grateful. She knows these guys stole the Taigu, but they also don't have a reason to give them back. Advocate of gender equality, wait for it, Leon didn't understand the meaning behind Kazuma's message, but she got it immediately after a moment. Neat princess, so I can steal them again after your war is over. Leon stared at the ceiling as she was wondering what she got herself into. Meanwhile, in DXD world, Leo was putting his head on the table as the information was being transferred from the internet to his brain. His personal reality started to add more values as his calculation speed increased and his formula improved as well. But he's still far away from level 3. The lesson was already over as the teacher left the classroom and students were talking to each other, but suddenly, a white-haired girl entered the classroom. Hello, is Leo Arisaltek here? The white-haired girl asked the classroom before a moment of silence occurred between the students. The first thought in the mind of the students was, this is Momo Hanakai from the student council. But what she's doing here? And the second thought, who the hell is Leo? Finally, this took forever, Leo saw the Momo before standing up from his desk and walking towards her. He isn't here. Momo stared at the confused students as she saw they really don't know the one called Leo, but at that moment she felt someone tapping her shoulder. You're from the student council, right? Then let's go. Leo stared at the surprised girl in front of him as he felt, this is taking so long. Are you Leo Arisaltek? Momo was surprised by Leo appearing suddenly as she didn't understand how she can miss a guy wearing headphones in the middle of the class. Yes, can we get going? Leo repeated his words before walking towards the classroom door, but he stopped at that moment. Was this guy a part of our class? I never saw him before, he looks kinda cute. Damn it. Walking with Hanakai-san. Leo listened to all the students' words behind his back as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Momo stared at Leo's actions before she widened her eyes from the shock. Shut up. You're annoying. Leo screamed at his classmates as the entire class with the school corridor was in the state of silence. Sigh. Leo stared at his shocked classmates before he walked outside the classroom while Momo recovered and followed him. Who the hell was that guy? The whole classroom exploded after Leo left with angry screams, but in the middle of those screams that were some different individuals. That was cool. Some girls had a blush on their faces while looking at the way Leo left. Leo felt the classroom as he didn't know that he learned a new Joestar technique, which means he really deserves that star mark on his shoulder. Arisaltek-san. Wait. Leo heard a voice behind him before looking at Momo that was following him. Where are you going? Momo asked Leo before he said to the student council room, but do you know its location? Momo said that because Leo is walking in the opposite direction of the student council. I don't. Leo said seriously before he looked at Momo and said, however, I'll reach there eventually at... Wait. Momo saw Leo walking again before trying to stop him. After a lot of twists and turns, Leo and Momo reached the student council room while Momo was feeling tired now. Even if she was a devil. This is the student council room, Arisaltek-san. Please wait a moment, Momo said to Leo before he knocked at the door and received a reply. After hearing Sana's voice, Momo opened the door. Leo entered the room as he saw all the student council members were working and Sana was sitting on the desk. Welcome, to the student council, Leo Arisaltek. Sana raised her head as she greeted Leo and brought all the student council members to him. Leo stared at student council members before he looked at Sana and said, you know what? After a second thought. Can I leave? Awkward silence. The whole student council was caught in a moment of silence as all Sana peerage was shocked by Leo's words. Sana fixed her glasses as they reflected the light before she said. No. Oh. Leo pushed his glasses as they also reflected the light before he said. That's unfortunate, very unfortunate. Sana crossed her finger as she stared at Leo. Leo stared at Sana at the same time as a very heavy atmosphere appeared in the room. The student council members looked at each other, but they didn't dare to interfere, especially after feeling the heavy atmosphere. Chapter 35, Rules. Inside the student council room, Leo and Sana were staring at each other, as a dreadful atmosphere filled the room. The student council members didn't dare to interfere in this matter as they felt the target will change to them. Tsubaki was the most scared of this situation. This confrontation made her feel fear. She knows Sana can be scary sometimes, but she never knows there can be someone equally scary, especially after they pushed their glasses and reflected the light. She wants to complain about why she can't learn this skill. Leo and Sana were staring at each other as they didn't do any other move except observing each other. Both of them reached the conclusion that the other party is very strict in his choices and won't back down easily. This made them identify each other as an enemy. Leo felt this girl in front of him is a tough enemy, not in power, but in his way to prove that he's always right, which means that he has to put some effort into this. Sana didn't feel any power from Leo's body or even anything that made him special, which means he's a normal human, but this feeling of challenge and meeting a rival was very strong that she couldn't take him lightly. Interesting, Leo and Sana thought at the same time before the silence that lasted for over 3 minutes was broken. Like I said, welcome to the student council. Leo Arisaltek. Sana pushed her glasses again, as the light reflection disappeared. Nice to meet you. Even if I didn't want to be here, Leo also pushed his glasses, removing the light reflection. Sana giggled a little, but that giggle was so cold that made the student council members feel chills before she said, "You're a funny one, isn't it?" Leo laughed slightly, making the atmosphere more awkward before he said, "What I can say. I'm doing my best, is that so?" Sana stared at Leo in the eyes while he did the same before saying, "Yes, it seems you really have a problem with our student council." The awkward and heavy atmosphere multiplied with Sana words as the student council members looked at Leo. "Not really. However, I don't see an importance for me to be here." Leo didn't flinch from the Sana words before replying calmly. "No importance? Then what about your little conversation in the morning?" Sana looked at Tsubaki, bringing all the attention towards her, which made her embarrassed. "Oh? That?" Leo stared at Tsubaki before he said, "She wanted a reason why I'm wearing headphones, so why I won't say it. This is the problem here, Leo Arisaltek." Sana stared at Leo headphones before she said, "It's forbidden to wear headphones in the school and having a club isn't helping you here." Leo stared at Sana that became serious before he said, "Oh? Then why making a club won't help? Let's not talk about breaking the rules, but the condition to make a club is having members. Do you have members?" Sana said the first argument, which means the battle is officially started. "Is this how you want to play?" Even without his flaw vision, Leo saw through Sana trick immediately before he said, "Members? Of course, I have members. I just need to go and get them. Don't worry, I'm very good at convincing people." Sana stared at Leo and his smile before she thought, this guy is playing this game. "Hey. You have members, so how do you plan to make your club? If you don't mind me asking." Sana pushed her glasses before she said, "And you won't mind showing me your members?" Leo stared at Sana in the eyes before he said, "Oh? Well, I don't mind, but I need to call them first, and about my club. It's the freedom of the student to decide as long as it's in the rules, isn't it? To call them or to convince them. Sana's eyebrow was twitching before she said, it seems you want to follow the rules. So why are you keeping those headphones? Oh, this? I already told that girl that I need to show my talents and I might join a club, so I need them. Leo smiled while putting the headphones around his neck. Join a club? Sana raised her eyebrow before Leo said yes, according to the rules I'm free to do so. And don't worry, President, I'm very good at convincing people. Leo repeated his earlier words as Sana frowned because she is losing the control over this conversation. Rules? A funny word comes from someone who doesn't follow those rules. Sana wanted to see Leo's reaction from this, but she was greeted by a smile. Of course, I'll follow the rules sometimes. I mean that the rules are a very simple way to get things done. Leo shrugged his shoulders. Like how you did by skipping 2 days at school. Sana put a new argument on the conversation before she smiled. Someone like you who likes to get things done by the rules won't just ditch 2 days for nothing. Sana leaned back on her chair while Leo frowned because the conversation advantage was taken from him. Well, to be fair, I didn't skip 2 days. I just skipped the first one, which was justified by the way, and half the second day. Leo pushed his glasses before he said, so, I don't get where are you going with this conversation. You think the second day skipping is without consequences? Sana asked before Leo said calmly, what consequences are you talking about? Detention. Why do I feel this is going in circles? All the student council members shared the same thought while looking at Leo and Sana, trying to find loopholes in the rules. Assuming you don't have a problem with the rules, then is your problem with the school? Sana said those words calmly, but the student council members felt that she's angry. Sana has a dream of opening a school of raiding game in the underworld, which got her as far as learning the system of human schools. If Leo was mocking the school, then he's also mocking her. The school? No, no, no. I think the school is a great place, be it in learning or preparing for the future, but for me, its importance isn't that high. Leo shook his head before he said, so, I have a solution for both of us. After this conversation is over, I'll apply for a test from the teachers and get top grades in exams, then our problem is solved. Sana widened her eyes from a second before she said, are you fully aware of what are you saying? Yes, like I said. I just have to get top grades and the problem is solved, and don't worry. I can get it easily. Leo stared at Sana seriously before he said, the teachers will also allow it because this is the rules. The two stopped talking after this while Sana Peerage was waiting for the conclusion of this conversation. Sana was tapping the desk with her finger before she sighed. It seems we can't reach an agreement from this. Sana pushed her glasses while Leo did the same and said, we can agree to disagree. Sana stared at Leo like she was looking at a challenge. She knows that opening her school is a very hard dream, but she never gave up, and Leo is one of the many challenges she'll face in her way. So, she refuses to use a simple solution like magic, and she wants to defeat him face to face. Then how about this? Sana signaled Tsubaki to get her something before she said, do you want to take a bet? Gambling at school? Wait, this is a devil, so it's not that weird. Leo passed the point of returning, so he said, it depends on the bet. We'll play a game of chess. Sana said while Tsubaki put a chessboard on the desk and started to organize the chess pieces. Are you telling me that you want to ignore the 10 minutes conversation we had and play chess instead? Leo asked the most obvious question now while Sana nodded and said yes. I like that idea. Leo smiled at Sana's way of thinking before he said, so, if I lose I'll put these headphones away and attend the school normally. Yes, and if I lose then you're free in your actions and have full support from me. Sana nodded before she looked at the chessboard. Sana's peerage weren't worried about Sana's loss in chess as they finally could breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that even if it was a win or a loss, we'll forget about the headphones, isn't it? Leo nodded at Sana bet before he walked forwards. The sat on a chair facing her. Yes, all the conditions are true. Sana stared at Leo with a smile before she said, do you know how to play? Do you think I'd accept this bet without knowing how to play? Leo frowned at Sana before he said, I know how to play even if I hate chess. Hey. Sana glared at Leo as he stepped on one of Sana's nerves at this moment. Devils, and especially a young one of this generation, like chess, or how would they have made a whole system with the theme of chess? So Leo now is hating one of the most common hobbies for devils, which made Sana decide that she'll go all out. How many times I have played this game with him. And I still hate this game. Leo stared at the chessboard before he closed his eyes for a moment. Anyway, let's finish this quickly. Leo opened his eyes as he activated his Esper powers, but because of his headphones, no one noticed something, even if Leo doesn't think they can sense the aim field. Dust on the desk. The desk is tilted to the right by a ½ millimeter. Sana's hair is slightly messy. There is a pawn slightly taller than the others. This ability brings me a headache. Leo stared at the huge amount of useless flaws in front of him before he only focused on Sana. Sana started first as she had the white pieces and moved a pawn to the front before Leo also moved a pawn. The two players didn't stop for a second to think as they playing very fast before they slowed down a little, but for the student council members they were still fast. This guy isn't bad. Sana stared at Leo that could keep up with her before she said, why do you hate this school? Why are you asking? Leo raised his head as he frowned at Sana's question. Curious, Sana stared at Leo as she was wondering why he has this reaction to school. After all this conversation, Sana saw that Leo is a smart man, so she couldn't understand his reason. And maybe if she knew, then her dream can move a step closer. I don't really hate school nor the rules, but... Leo tapped his rook with his finger as it was his habit when playing chess before he said, the system is slightly messy and need improvement. Sana didn't expect to hear this from Leo. Yes, improvement. Didn't you notice that something was missing in this school? How the students interact with each other, and that slight detachment from each other. Leo's words made Sana think deeply for a moment before she said, what do you mean? Well, it isn't hard to explain, but there will always be a distance between students as long as the current system continues. Leo tapped a pawn with his finger before he took down Sana rook. So what do you suggest? Sana felt she kinda noticed this situation, so she's curious to hear Leo's thoughts. Before we get any deeper into this, I need to say. Do you know a little thing called? Leo tapped a knight with his finger before he said, gender equality. Hey! Sana and her peerage were in total confusion by Leo's words. Think about it. This school was a girls' school, so the equality between the two genders is too off balance. Here an example. Leo ignored the confused Sana and looked at a girl with reddish-brown hair. This is Tomo Meguri. Imagine if you drop a bag in front of one of the boys in the school, what'll you do? Leo said the question quickly without giving Tomo a chance to answer. You don't have to answer because you'll expect him to pick it up, don't you? In the name of a stupid gentleman, Leo answered the question himself while he and Sana still playing before he said, but if the boy dropped his bag, you'll think it's his fault, and he has to pick it on his own. The whole student council including Sana are baffled by Leo's words now and they don't know how to respond. And this doesn't stop here. You know that pervert trio? Leo asked the student council as they nodded subconsciously. The way you guys are dealing with them is wrong. Be it for them or the girls that keep beating them. Leo tapped the queen piece with his finger before saying they don't deserve a beating like that from a bunch of girls, and honestly, that punishment is also unfair to the girls. So what do you suggest? Sana wasn't able to understand how this guy brain works, but strangely, she felt some logic in his words as she didn't even focus on the game. Easy, call their parents, which can serve as a normal punishment and those guys might learn something from it, unlike a pointless beating. Leo's words made the whole student council think deeply about this problem, but at that moment, checkmate. Leo said those words and brought the whole student council attention to him, but strangely, it was Sana's turn. I won. Sana was confused by this win that she didn't even understand how she got it. Yeah, you did, sigh. 4-4, I still hate this game. Leo sighed before he said, well, at least someone will not feel bad. Leo stood up from the chair and walked towards the student council exit, but Sana said, "Where are you going?" What do you mean where? Leo raised his eyebrow before he said to put these headphones in the locker and attend school normally. As I said in the bed. Sana started to feel that there's something wrong going on, but she wasn't able to keep up with Leo's thoughts or actions, especially after the gender equality speech. Well, I'll go now, and by the way, you have a good dream, don't give up on it. Leo words made Sana startled before she said it. Goodbye. Leo waved his hand before leaving the student council room as he was thinking, I need to run before they figure it out. Sana fixed her glasses that almost fell because the surprise Leo gave her before she heard Tsubaki voice. He doesn't seem like a bad person, even if he was extremely rude yet. What do you think about him, Tsubaki? Sana asked her queen about the most important matter here. Do you want to add him to us? Tsubaki didn't feel surprised by Sana's decision, but there was something she was worried about. I know, what do you want to say? He doesn't have a sacred gear nor an affinity with mana, so even if he became a devil, I'll just waste a piece. Sana frowned before she sighed. It's very rare to see a smart person that can keep or even surpass her, but he didn't have any talent. Sana stared at the chessboard as she was sighing before noticing something wrong from it. Maybe because she was under the complete confusion of gender equality so she didn't notice it before, but Leo strangely paused on certain pieces, even if he was going fast during the game. This is wrong. Sana stared at the chessboard before she called Tsubaki and made her sit in Leo's previous position. Do you remember the game? Sana asked Tsubaki. That nodded before Sana said, do you remember the pieces he tapped with his finger? Play from them and face me seriously. Under the surprised eyes of Sana and her peerage, Tsubaki played the pieces that Leo tapped in order as she won Sana 4 times in a row. President. This is Tsubaki didn't believe what she's looking at while Sana was sitting there in silence. 4-4, I hate this game. At least someone will not feel bad. These 2 phrases kept playing in Sana's head as she realized that she won by pity. Leo. Arisaltek. Sana said the name of Leo as the room temperature went down by a few degrees. Tsubaki and the others were shivering when they looked at Sana like this. They never imagined in their life that Sana will lose, and even in this way. Honestly, they think this is 10 times worse than losing normally. She's angry now, so angry that she wants to hit Leo's head with a chessboard. But Sana calmed down and thought. That wasn't something a normal human can just pull out in a short time, even if she didn't feel any power from Leo, but Sana felt something wrong before she said, who are you? Leo Arisaltek. Meanwhile, Leo was next to his locker as he fixed his stuff before closing it and looking at the Saji that was staring at him like he was looking at a ghost. What? Leo asked before Saji said, you're okay. Why shouldn't I be okay? Leo didn't understand Saji's question. But Saji held Leo's shoulders and said, I mean the student council. Oh? That. Well, I had a bet and I lose, not a big deal. Leo removed Saji's hands before shrugging his shoulders and said, it was about my headphones and attendance. Oh, it seems you ran out of luck this time, hey. But can you tell me something? Saji nodded before he pointed at new headphones on Leo's head and said, what are those? Oh? This. For you see, the deal was about these headphones. Leo tapped his locker before he pointed at his headphones and said, not these headphones. Leo just changed the design of his headphones and can call them new, which wasn't in the deal with Sana. However, Sana promised she'll never mention headphones again. So Leo did the art of winning by losing. He can't wait to see Sana's face when she knows. When did you put headphones in your locker? Saji asked what he can't understand until now before Leo said, don't ask questions you don't want their answer, Saji. Saji stood in his place for a second before he sighed and said, so, what now? Attending the school normally. Leo walked from his locker as Saji walked with him, but he was thinking using a clone is normal for me, but this isn't bad. Leo said before Saji frowned and said, what do you mean? I found some interesting people in this school and there is a winner who might challenge me soon, so. Leo smiled before he said this school might not be that boring. Saji sighed as he felt this school is on the countdown before he walked with Leo towards the classroom. Chapter 36, Culture. The world of DXD split into multiple realms, which can include the variations in its mythologies. The most known and obvious realms are Heaven, the human world, and the underworld since they include the most active races in the world. However, the three realms don't connect with each other frequently, especially Heaven and the underworld. But today, there has been a communication between three major leaders in those realms. In the underworld where the sky is purple, but strangely, the flow of time was the same with the human world. However, this didn't change the fact of the great difference between the two realms. Inside the Gremory territory, there was an enormous castle in the middle of the territory, which is the head home of the Gremory family. Within the castle, there was a man with long red hair. He was wearing an armor while looking at two magic circles in front of him. This man is Siske's Lucifer, the leader of the four Satans. However, he seems to be somehow confused and troubled by the two magic circles that showing two different scenes. The first magic circle was showing Michael having a helpless look while the second one was revealing Azazel almost dying from laughter while banging on his desk. This might be weird to say, but... Surtsk took a moment before he said, "Can you repeat what you just said?" Michael sighed while giving Azazel a stare before he said the boosted gear was. Michael sighed even more before spitting out the words "kidnapped by the Annihilation Maker, ha 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 ha." Azazel exploded with laughter again as he almost wasn't able to breathe from the news he got today. "Yeah, I thought I heard that." Surtsk nodded at Michael, which he couldn't comprehend until now. He is still having a hard time understanding how can a Longinus kidnap another Longinus. The boosted gear. The Welsh dragon. The red dragon of domination nevertheless. Azazel was banging on his desk harder as he said was kidnapped by another Longinus, ha 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 ha. It kinda sound funny. Surtsk looked at Azazel having a breakdown from laughter before he said, "When did you get this information?" "Yesterday, the system put a small message about the Longinus was kidnapped and nothing more." Michael was feeling a headache from these recent events, and especially when he hears the Annihilation Maker name. Surtsk thought for a moment before he looked at Michael and said, "This seems bigger than it looks like. Do you remember when a whole mountain was demolished in a light show? The same guy caused this." Azazel finished his laughter as he answered Surtsk before saying, "I think you know why we called you QA Town." Surtsk's expression turned serious as he understood the meaning behind Azazel's words. His little sister is in QA Town and this accident might reach her or even hurt her, and as a big brother, Surtsk can't let this happen. However, Surtsk felt this accident contained more secrets that weren't exposed by the two guys in front of him, but from his understanding, it seems to be a thing about Heaven, which means he can't interfere. "Do you have more information? Maybe his location?" Surtsk asked, but Michael shook his head and said nothing, except he was in QA Town, but we can't be sure because... Azazel finished Michael's words. "He might look for other Longinus as we speak." "Well, it was bad luck, don't you agree, Surtsk?" Surtsk understood that Azazel was talking about the boosted gear bin in QA Town and his sister Orsana might add it user to the devils, but everything was destroyed by Annihilation Maker, which is quite fitting with his title. "There's nothing we can do about it." Sisk smiled as he didn't care a lot about losing a Longinus that they didn't get in the first place. "Oh. Well, I guess this is it." Azazel stood up from his chair before he said, "I'll be going now. Tell me if something happened." Michael and Surtsk saw this and sighed before discussing the plan of keeping eyes on the other Longinus users and quitting the call. Azazel hanged up the call and didn't care about Michael's plans because he has some of his own. QA Town, hey. Azazel picked a paper on his desk about his recent research on the data he got from the last accident before he said, "Keeping eyes on a small town is easier than looking for a bunch of Longinus users, and I have a feeling that he's still in that town, which I don't know why." Azazel put down the paper before moving to a more important business. "I need to make this as a record of the craziest things a Longinus user ever did." With a thought in mind, Azazel proceeded to read the reports on his desk while thinking how he can find this madman. Meanwhile, the madman that caused this commotion was on the rooftop holding a lunchbox while looking at the scene in front of him with blank eyes. A white loli was staring at him with the same eyes and holding a bag of Japanese cookies. This all happened after the lunchtime arrived. Leo picked his stuff before Saji appeared in front of him and said to wait for him on the rooftop to have lunch together, but when he arrived, he saw a white-haired loli sitting the same place he was in the last time and giving a blank stare. Is this how tables have turned? Or the turns have tables? Leo stared at Konako as he felt this day is getting better and better. Konako recognized Leo from the last time before she nodded and looked at the other bench on the rooftop, which's the place she sat on the last time. Leo's eyebrow was twitching as he understood that this loli is telling him to sit down on the other bench. Oh, I'm sorry. But I prefer to stand. Leo smiled at Konako while he focused on the word stand. But Konako didn't understand what he's talking about, so she took a cookie and ignored him. Once again, I'm disappointed by this world lack of culture. Leo gazed at Konako eating a cookie before he sat down on the other bench. He doesn't care anymore, as this scene reminded him of the sad fact that there's no quality culture in this world. It was like the anime industry in this world chooses to give up. Leo decided to eat now as it was a way to ease his disappointment, but when he opened the lunchbox, Konako flinched. The aroma was rushing from the lunchbox as Konako swallowed subconsciously. She stared at Leo as she couldn't understand how can this aroma be so tempting. The lunchbox is made by the food war octopus in Leo's mansion that's currently in his shadow, which is a good solution to get food quickly, even if Leo doesn't need to eat regularly. Leo looked at Konako staring at his lunchbox before moving it in different directions, but Konako's eyes didn't leave the box. I see. Leo nodded at Konako before he picked the chopsticks and ate normally, completely ignoring Konako's desperate eyes. Konako was clenching the cookie bag as she was staring at Leo like an enemy that took something important from her. Good food and watching someone suffering is always welcomed. Leo didn't care about Konako's death glare as he was eating peacefully. Where's that guy? Leo that ate half of the lunchbox frowned as he felt something wrong from this long absence of Saji, but before his thoughts gone deeper, he remembered Konako that was staring at him. Leo now is feeling that the stare and hatred are materializing as a dark aura was around Konako, but in Leo's eyes and his key sense, he only saw an angry cat, which is quite funny. After testing it a few times, Leo found that Konako's eyes never left the box before he moved closer to her. Konako's dark expression eased, but it became dark again after Leo moved the box back. Leo moved the box as he was testing how much can a lunch box change a person's expression. Yeah, I'm quite satisfied now. Leo nodded after he watched Konako's expression change tens of times before he stood up from the bench and walked toward her. Here Leo pushed his lunch box toward Konako, but she tilted her head as she was suspicious from Leo, which made him say, "Oh, you don't want this th." Leo didn't finish his words before Konako snatched the lunchbox from his hand as he was staring at the almost cat-like Konako staring at the lunchbox. You're lucky, you're so lucky that you remind of my cat. Leo sighed before ignoring Konako and walking away. But he felt something holding his sleeve. What? Leo saw Konako holding his sleeve before reaching out and giving him a cookie. You know that the lunchbox can't compare with this cookie, but thanks. I guess. Leo stared to the cookie in his hand as he didn't understand why Konako liked these things before he said, however, just how many cookies have you eaten in your life? Konako tilted her head in confusion before she said in a small voice, a lot. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Leo sighed as he left the rooftop while Konako was puzzled by his reaction before putting all her attention on the lunchbox. Leo was walking downstairs as he was eating the cookie before he said, this cookie tastes like all the bread I ate in my life. With that dedication to his joke, Leo walked in the school hallway before reaching his class. He doesn't want to do anything now, just thinking about the disappointment he's getting from this world is enough for him. After that, boring hours of the school passed quickly or slowly, or how the one perceives them before the last lesson finished. Now is the time for Leo to join his true club. The Going Home Club. Finally. After spending hours on the desk, Leo was finally liberated as he was walking towards the school building exit. But he spotted someone who was missing almost the whole day. Yo! Leo Saji came with a smile that almost made Leo punch him in the face because that smile didn't give him any good feelings. Did anything happen today? Saji stared at Leo's expression as he didn't understand the reason behind it. Nothing. Leo observed Saji for a moment before shaking his head and thought maybe I'm thinking too much. However, because he didn't activate his Esper powers, Leo didn't know that Saji was having a breakdown from the inside. What happened? I need to know. Saji was in a conflict inside of him as he watched his plan fail. The cookie box in Konako's hands was from Saji as he gave to her in the place of Leo. He said to her that Leo is sorry about yesterday and hopes you take this as a gift, which is the reason why Konako nodded at Leo in the beginning. Saji didn't dare to stay in a radius of 50 meters from that place because if Leo knows about this then he can't imagine what'll happen. Are you sure nothing happened? Saji asked again as Leo sighed and said I'm just disappointed by this world and its lack of culture. Saji imagined a lot of things, but not this. He knows the culture thing, but why should Leo feel disappointed? I know it might not be a good season this year, but cheer up man. Saji said the obvious to Leo, which made him say you who doesn't know the true culture can't say this to me. Saji's face was stiff as he felt insulted by this statement before he said oh, yeah. Then show me the true culture. However, Saji felt he shouldn't say those words as the energy rushed back to Leo before saying follow me. I feel that I'll regret this. Saji looked at Leo rushing towards the locker before he followed him. Leo reached his locker before Saji and opened it. Reaching inside the locker, Leo activated his Longinus as a dark fog appeared, but no one saw it because he was blocking it with his body. So, what did you want to show me? Saji arrived next to Leo as he was wondering and slightly curious about what'll happen. This. Leo raised his hand as he was holding 8 manga books like cards while Saji read the title of the book, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Yes, this is the true culture. Leo spoke with a voice of genuine belief while Saji was feeling this is a bad idea. Well, the art is interesting. Saji changed his words when he saw Leo's scary eyes. He didn't know where Leo brought this manga, but he doesn't mind checking it. Oh. This one looks interesting. Saji piked looked at Part 3 in Leo's hands as he liked the stand concept and the story, but before he picked it up, Leo put Part 1 in his way. Saji stopped for a moment before reaching again, but Leo put Part 1 in his way again. What are you doing? After trying a few times and receiving the same result, Saji asked Leo. The story won't be complete if you don't read from the first part. Leo smiled kindly at Saji before he said this can also show your appreciation to the work, but the parts don't seem connected a lot to read the story. Saji tried to talk this out, but Leo shook his head and said if you do that, then you'll skip the protagonist reveal. The protagonist? Isn't it this guy on the cover? Saji was confused, but Leo said no, the protagonist is Dio because he appears in most parts. I see. Saji nodded before he smiled and reached to Part 1. Only to change his direction and snatch Part 3 before running away. Leo stared at Saji, running away with a blank expression before he put some parts in his locker and kept Parts 1 and 2. Leo took a deep breath while dual-wielding Parts 1 and 2 before chasing after Saji. As a good friend, he needs to knock some sense into his brain. The students that were leaving the school were surprised to see 2 guys running after each other while holding books, as one of them was running and the other one wanted to hit him with a book before leaving the school. Chapter 37, Revolution and a Curse. After all the events, the night has arrived as it finally announced the end of this long day. In a Risaltek family house, Leo was in his room, sitting on his desk while feeling exhausted from today. After chasing Saji with JoJo's manga books, Leo caught him before hitting his head with Parts 1 and 2 while saying JoJo's Overdrive. The mission was successful as Leo could recover Part 3 and convinced Saji that Part 1 is the correct way to start JoJo. Well, he didn't have a choice when Leo took the other parts. However, Leo felt strange that Saji didn't call him on the favor he has with him, which means this guy is planning something. Even so, Leo didn't have the energy to do anything. Today was a very tough roller coaster for Leo. First, it started by the battle with the system user, then Leo got trolled by Kaguya, which made him almost explode from anger. However, this didn't end as the world also trolled him by the ban and the stupid notes. This made Leo realize that the update of the chat room was really a mistake. But it really started when he got back home and had to face his mother that kept asking why he didn't answer his phone, and she didn't believe what Saji said about him spending too much time in the bathroom. Leo considered hitting Saji with Part 7 instead this time. So, Leo took the easiest approach and kept denying everything while saying it was Saji's fault, and if that didn't work, then more denial and saying it was Saji's fault until they didn't find anything to prove him wrong. Sigh, I'll just finish this. Leo sighed as he was writing a new file in the chat room that contains the message from the world will and some hidden truths. To be honest, denying is much simpler than explaining. I mean, I can't just say that I'm traveling between the multiverse while hunting for system users, destroying empires, making nukes, and probably demolishing the fabric of space. Did I mention that I have dragon organs now? Leo felt this scenario ending won't be pretty before he remembered something. I wonder what the others are doing. Leo was typing in the chat room as he looked at the messages icon that reached 99+ before ignoring it. He has a feeling something weird and crazy is going on in that chat room, so he prefers to finish this file before logging in. Meanwhile, in the chat room. Neat princess, where's Leo? Advocate of gender equality, bring me Leo, now. The strongest man in the world, how dare he run away? A hero for fun. I'm disappointed the whole chat was in the state of chaos while spamming Leo's name in the messages. The only two sane people in the chat watched what was going on, as they could only move to a private chat to talk normally. Big Sister Lion. What's going on? Bree, revolution, probably. Shouldn't you join them? Big Sister Lion, why do I feel irony in your words? Bree, it's your illusion, Big Sister Lion. While the chat was having a breakdown, Leo finished his file and confirmed the uploading before he said and done. Leo looked at the title as he felt is so fitting with the subject after all that he experienced. However, it's time to log into the chat, which was flashing for hours now. Annihilation Maker, admin, is online. Nothing. Leo was puzzled by the silence chat before messages exploded in his face. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. Put down the hostage now. Neat princess, there's no running away, Leo. Surrender now. The strongest man in the world, you've finally appeared. A hero for fun, you betrayed our trust, Leo. Leo stared at the screen as he felt that the headache he got today was multiplied by 10 times. Taking a deep breath, Leo reached his best partner in this chat room and clicked on it. Total block by the admin. Annihilation Maker, admin peace and silence are great. Leo saw the chat room calmed down before he typed. Annihilation Maker, admin, first of all, I don't care what the hostage thing or what the meaning behind it. I only came to put a file and tell you about it before leaving. Annihilation Maker, admin, so if you have a question, say it now or read the file on your own. The admin removed the total block. Neat princess, I have a question. Annihilation Maker, admin, you. Well, just say it. Kaguya saw Leo is half angry about what happened in this morning before she typed. Neat princess, what's wrong with the title? Annihilation Maker, admin, what's wrong? Advocate of gender equality, yeah, that title seems wrong. Bree, I think the content and the title don't match together. Annihilation Maker, admin, Nat, that title came from my pure feelings and honest heart. A hero for fun, the title is. A look at the assholes who hired us. Big Sister Lion, that's a great heart you got there. Annihilation Maker, admin, you see. After all those notes and the ban. This is the nicest thing my mind could come up with. The strongest man in the world, he's honest. Kazuma that was inside the Adventure Guild looked at his side to see the skill points screen says. You don't have to be sad, just don't give up. You bastards. Kazuma was clenching his fist while he almost wanted to hit the screen while Aqua didn't look at him as she was having flashbacks from the frogs. Meanwhile, in the Tuhao world, Kaguya was also staring at her ability that cost 780 million to upgrade, which said, no matter how many moments were spammed, or how much eternity has passed, it wasn't able to fix your dumb brain. How funny. Kaguya was putting her sleeve in front of her mouth while looking for a way to hack this stupid chat room. Big Sister Lion, however, do you usually put complicated stuff here? Leon was reading the file about the world will actions, and reasons before she felt her head hurts. Annihilation Maker, admin, you call that complicated? You're lucky we choose to ignore a lot of other stuff. Big Sister Lion, other stuff. Annihilation Maker, admin, yet, like how does this chat room work? Advocate of gender equality, why the flow of time seems the same between our worlds, but it changes sometimes. Kazuma noticed in his world that the time sometimes speeds up compared with Leo before it stabilizes. Neat princess, and why we can speak or write any language in other worlds. Annihilation Maker, admin, how can this chat room give powers, just by a click? Bree, so, you just ignored it. Annihilation Maker, admin, yes, because it complicated and it'll probably put the quantum physics to shame. A hero for fun, you did the right thing. Bree, just because it'll hurt your brain doesn't mean you should ignore it completely, and I'm talking about you, Saitama. A hero for fun. Big Sister Lion, I don't want to know any more. The strongest man in the world, gwahahaha. Annihilation Maker, admin, yet, I'm leaving. Good night. Advocate of gender equality, this reminds me. Put the cook down, Leo. Annihilation Maker, admin, the what? Neat princess, give us the octopus cook, Leo. The strongest man in the world, how can you take him away? A hero for fun, this is one of things I can't forgive. The entire group realized after having their first meal in their world. The food was extremely bland. Even Whitebeard that had some exotic ingredients felt bland. So they are now launching the revolution on the tyrant Leo, who took the Food Wars octopus. Annihilation Maker, admin, oh, yet. About that Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. The whole group was in a state of silence before exploding. Advocate of gender equality, down with the tyrant. Neat princess, authority abuser. The strongest man in the world, how courageous. Really courageous. A hero for fun, when they calm down, I'll send them one, except, Kaguya. Leo shrugged at the flashing screen before he focused on the more important stuff. Leo picked a pen from his desk and drew a rectangle on a paper before dividing it according to the golden ratio. The golden rectangle and the spin. Leo stared at the rectangle deeply before rotating the pen in his hand. The pen spun quickly on the desk before Leo let go of it, and it kept spinning on the desk. Staring at the pun for a moment, Leo took a deep breath before activating his Esper power. Leo saw the pen spinning according to the golden rectangle, but before he could understand anything else, he felt a hammer hit his brain. Ugh! Leo held his head as he sighed because he can't see anything about the spin with his current eyes. He can see how the spin worked mathematically, but he can't enter any deeper than that. The technique that reached the perfection in the world doesn't match with eyes that want to see flaws in the world. Leo laughed slightly before putting the project of finding flaws in the spin down until his ability becomes stronger. The Esper's ability can only be upgraded by increasing their calculation power, and that means their personal reality. The concept of personal reality is related to quantum theory. It enables its user to ignore the uncertainty principle, will allow them to interfere with and distort the microscopic world using different laws. The growth of the Esper's personal reality allows for greater calculating ability, making the Esper's powers stronger. But that requires more values to be added to that reality, and without mentioning the talent to do so. However, the personal reality is the view of an Esper for the world around him and how he wants to express it according to his aim field. Misaka aim field is in the shape of electromagnetic fields, and Leo aim field distorts the world around him to become flawed, which allows him to view this broken world. Sigh. Leo sighed as he chose to ignore this personal reality for now. This need more time from him to understand than keep worrying about it now. Staring at the pen on the desk that stopped spinning, Leo took a deep breath because he'll do something he was suppressing for a while. Pakia, with Leo's words, a pink cube barrier appeared around him and isolated him from this dimension. Pakia used his power to create a barrier that can separate Leo from this dimension, and all that he does won't affect the actual world, which means no one can feel anything. Even if some looked at Leo's room now, he'll see nothing weird. Leo saw the preparations are complete before he accepted the stupid sale from the chat room and removed his incompatibility with mana. After taking another deep breath, Leo let go of his instinct and allowed his heart and lungs to generate mana while converting ki into mana. Thump thump, loud heartbeats sounded in the isolated barrier as Leo's magic core, which is his heart and his lungs that represent a full spiritual world, started working efficiently. The heart and lungs that were made according to Nasuverse weren't actually meant for ki, but Leo didn't have another option until he saw it was okay to have mana with his Esper powers. A red aura appeared around Leo as the temperature inside the barrier increased quickly. Every heartbeat and breath were generating a crazy amount of mana as fire appeared inside barrier. Control it. Leo saw the enormous amount of mana he's realizing before focusing his attention on his heart and recovering the mana slowly. The barrier was almost like a fire cube for over 10 minutes before Leo appeared from the inside while the mana was contained inside his heart. I don't think I'll lack energy anytime soon, except for enormous projects. Leo waved his hand as red aura appeared on it filled with heat and mana. This need more control. Leo stopped his mana as he leaned back on his chair. Now, with this out of the way, Leo proceeded to do the next project as it was very important for his future fights. I'm now using the spin, so I need a weapon that can channel that power. Leo thought for a while before he got an idea, and a very simple one. Leo reached for his shadow and picked Yamato as he stared at it for a while before he said, I need a shape, clacker volley? Or maybe Yamato was engulfed inside a dark light and fog as Leo activated his Longinus and modified the sword while giving it a new ability. After a while, Leo raised his hand as he waved and left a red arc in the air. The katana changed its shape completely as it became a red spear with an ominous design. Leo waved the spear in his hand as he felt it was okay. This spear is Yamato as he was using his new ability to change shape and become a spear known as Debalg from Fate. This change of shape also includes the ability to give the skills of Cuculain in combat. But the most important is that Leo can spin this spear before attacking or throwing it at someone while keeping Yamato old abilities. I'm feeling this is a mistake. Leo stared at the cool red spear as he felt the curse of Lancer might fall on him, but he doesn't believe in that nonsense and he shall destroy the so-called curse. I mean, it's not like I have a connection with Type Moon or something. Ha 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 ha. Leo laughter went smaller as he felt his heartbeats and lungs generating mana. I might need an ability about luck. Just in case Leo felt this might not be worth it, as the spear was looking very dangerous now in the eyes of Leo. While questioning life, Leo decided to ignore the red cursed spear and go to sleep because he had enough from this day. Chapter 38, Another Day in School. The night passed quietly as a new day arrived, which means a lot of events that'll make the one question his sanity will happen today. Leo was in his house with his father and mother eating breakfast before going to school as he didn't have anything important except getting more knowledge from the internet. He's now feeling the nonsense that comes with a lot of power because he literally can destroy this dimension and cause an apocalypse, but it's unnecessary and pointless, so he's looking for something to increase his personal power. Magic seems like a good idea, but Leo has some good plans about what kind of magic he should learn. However, Leo's thoughts stopped as he heard his father's voice. So did something happen in the school, Leo? Leo's father, Richard, said as he was eating. Nothing important. Leo was experiencing the so-called bland food, but he didn't care that much. However, maybe he'll send those chefs faster as he understands the pain of those guys. Really? Leo's mother, Manamai, was suspicious, especially after looking at Leo thinking about something for the whole morning. Well, I met some interesting people. Leo didn't care a lot about the topic as he was making some plans inside his mind. A girl. Unlike his son, Richard was interested in the topic before Leo said 2 girls. It seems these girls will end up like the others. Richard heard his son's tone of interest as he was expecting new victims. Others. Leo tilted his head as he didn't understand this reaction. Don't tell me you don't remember. Richard stared at the confused Leo as he didn't believe this. I honestly have no idea. Leo shook his head because he doesn't know. Let me refresh your memory. Richard put down his chopsticks before he said, do you remember the girl in the shopping street? Not at all. Leo said immediately. You called her creepy because she was giving you a stare and winked at you. Richard was holding down his laughter when he remembered that accident. I don't remember at all. Did my natural instincts kicked in at that time? Leo was trying to remember, but he completely forgot about that accident. That's not a way to speak to people. Young man. Manamai knows about the accident and still doesn't agree with Leo. Oh, and that was a normal one. Let me tell you about the girl from his old school. That girl didn't speak for more than 3 seconds before Leo said. Richard cleared his throat and a serious look formed on his face before talking with the same tone as Leo. Don't you fucking dare to era me. PFF. PFFFF. Ha 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 ha. Richard started laughing when he remembered that moment while Manamai glared at him before she said language. And what's funnier that he usually acts like that when he puts on a hat. Richard didn't stop as he was bringing Leo's dark past. Leo stared in silence at his laughing father, and his mother, even with her serious attitude, was still holding back her laughter. Sigh. Leo smiled helplessly at this scene as he wanted to check on time. But before he did anything, everything vanished around him. Leo widened his eyes as he was sitting on a chair in the middle of darkness, but what made him surprised is a few candles appeared in front of him, as they were the only thing illuminating this dark space. However, the image didn't last long as everything went back to normal. Leo, Leo, Leo. Are you listening? Leo didn't move as he was fixed in his position before he heard his mother's voice. Yeah, I'm listening. Leo shook his head to clear his thoughts, but he didn't forget that short image. What the hell was that? Illusion? No, it was very real to be an illusion. Leo frowned from this accident, but he didn't show it on his face. However, his parents felt something wrong with his silence. Are you okay, Leo? Richard felt something wrong with that silence of his son, but he didn't know why, and Manamai was worried because this usually never happens. Nothing, but it's time for school, so I'm leaving now. Leo smiled slightly before standing up from the chair and walking away. Leo, you know you can talk with us about things that bother you, and Richard saw Leo's usual attitude and smiled back before he said, if you need any advice about chasing girls, you can talk with me. No offense, but I don't think you can teach me about chasing girls. After laughing at my usual actions, Leo stared blankly at his father before walking towards the front door. Touché, Richard replied with the same bland tone before Leo left the room. Richard and Manamai sat there in silence before Manamai said, don't worry, he's a strong kid. With those short words, Manamai told Richard that his son can take care of himself, and if he needs them then he'll say it when he's ready. I know, but I wish if he was more frank about it sometimes. Richard sighed before finishing his breakfast. Meanwhile, Leo left his house as he heard his father and mother's words because of his strong hearing. This is one of the reasons that I'll take the trouble to hide everything without using any stupid hypnotizing shit. I mean, who would use mind control on his loved ones just because he can? Leo sighed before thinking about the most important thing. Stepping on the ground, Leo's shadow stretched before shadow-like creatures went inside the house. Shadow. These beasts are made to blend and move in the shadows, and they have strong physical strength and the ability to regenerate, but most importantly, every one of them can use space power to teleport this house from danger or follow his parent in their shadows without being noticed. This should be okay. Leo nodded at his work before walking away and thinking about what happened to him. He was frowning each time he remembered that scene. It was like the whole world vanished at that moment, but he couldn't understand why this happened. Is it because of my Esper powers and mana? Maybe there was a side effect I didn't know about. Leo kept coming with new conclusions, but he couldn't be sure why he had that vision. Candles, walking in the road leading to the school, Leo was absent-minded while thinking about that vision. He couldn't just forget about it. However, without him noticing, he reached GOOOOSE Academy and was walking towards the gate. Leo woke up from his thoughts because of students' noise before looking at some friends. It was Sana and the student council staring at him. Hello, President and the student council. It's a good day, isn't it? Leo smiled at the student council while Sana was glaring at him. Sana's focus was on Leo headphones as she understood that this guy was able to cheat her. She decided that she'll never let someone anger her in a battle ever again. Well, it must be tiring to work here. Keeping all those rule breakers in check, good luck. Leo words were like arrows that were shooting through Sana as she was trying to calm herself. It is indeed a good day, Leo Arisaltek. Sana pushed her glasses as before she said, however, would you mind coming to the student council this day? Oh? Why? Leo knows where this is going but he asked anyway. I'd like a rematch with you, Sana said her purpose. Leo thought about it for a moment before he said no. I see, I'll call you AF what? Sana widened her eyes as she heard Leo respond and watched him leave before she said why. Because I hate that game. With those words, Leo left the school while leaving Sana and the student council froze in their place. A lot of students that were at the school gate stared at Sana, but they walked away immediately after she glared at them. Leo Arisaltek. Sana clenched her fist as she refuses to give up on that match before Tsubaki said, President, you can use a spell and make him confess how he did it. No, Tsubaki. This is a challenge and I'll never give up until I have that rematch. Sana was more serious than ever. Wasn't you trying to look for his identity? Why has it become a rematch? Those were the thoughts of the student council members as they stared at Sana, but they didn't dare to say them out loud. My spider sense are tingling. Leo was walking as he felt something before he said, probably someone is thinking of me. Time skipped to the lunch break. After the small commotion in the morning, the school time passed normally as Leo was getting knowledge from the internet. Sana didn't appear again nor called for him, which made him think she might be thinking about a way to convince him or something. However, Leo didn't care as it was time for lunch and he was walking in the school corridor. For the 7 times. Was it worth it to walk this much? Leo used Venom to look backward to see Konako sneakily following him. Totally worth it. After walking out of the class and getting this lunch box in his hand, Leo saw a loli following him sneakily, so he walked in the corridor for 7 times just to see her persistence. Konako was behind a wall staring at Leo as she felt this plan would not work. She was waiting for Leo to go to the rooftop to get his lunch box, but she didn't find him there. And after looking through the school, Konako found him in the corridor, and this is how this tag game started. However, Konako waited for so long and Leo didn't go to the rooftop, as kept walking in this corridor. Ara, Konako. What are you doing here? Konako flinched before looking at a girl with a long ponytail that appeared behind her and was watching Leo. The girl was beautiful with a charming and calm smile that made all the boys in the corridor shocked when they saw her. The embodying the principles of the ideal Japanese woman. But Konako knows this girl and what hidden under that smile. This girl is Akeno Himejima. Oh, my. Don't tell me you're chasing a boy. Konako-chan. Akeno couldn't hide the surprise in her voice while Konako just greeted her with an expressionless face. Oh, Kmin. Tell me about it. Akeno tried to get information from Konako, but she failed as Konako's eyes were on the lunchbox. After seeing that Konako didn't want to reveal anything, Akeno made up her mind and walked towards Leo while Konako didn't care. She couldn't let this chance slip by. A rare scene where Konako is interested in someone. Leo was walking as he felt something wrong. My troublesome sense are tingling. No way is she one of the two great ladies. One of the most popular girls in the school. Definitely troublesome. Leo heard the commotion around him as he felt the trouble was coming very quickly before he stared at Akeno. Hello. Akeno greeted Leo as the whole school corridor was boiling with the desperate howls of the boys. Leo watched the state of the corridor as he upgraded this girl rank to the embodiment of trouble. Akeno was observing Leo in front of her as she was wondering why Konako was following him, which made her curiosity soars. Did you hear me? Akeno was also surprised by Leo, who was wearing headphones while walking casually in the school. I wish I didn't. Leo sighed as he felt this is the start of another troublesome day. Oh. Akeno didn't expect to hear this answer before she smiled and said, I know it may be rushed, but can you tell me how you know Konako? Leo stared at Akeno and her charming smile before he said, who? Konako Tajao, don't you know her? Akeno asked again, but Leo's answer was, I never heard of her. No way. Akeno put her hand on her face while she remembered something before she said, I was wondering, but who are you? None of your business. Leo's answer was short, but it made the corridor explode again as the boys were cursing him, but they all stopped after they felt chills for some reason. Era, that was a harsh answer. Akeno was really surprised this time, but Leo felt something was broken in his head before he took a deep breath and walked towards the window. Do you hear this? This is the sound of nature in perfect balance and harmony. Do you know what it's saying? Leo's words made Akeno and everyone next to him confused. What? Akeno tilted her head as she wasn't able to comprehend what Leo was saying. I want to say that all that I'm about to say isn't offensive, but if I don't say it, I'll probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Leo looked at Akeno before he said, however, I promised someone to treat people more nicely, so I'll tone it down a bit. Leo remembered that he promised his father that he'll give this school and its students a chance, so he'll not curse randomly. Don't you dare to era me, again. Leo screamed at Akeno as his sound reached the whole corridor. Silence. Pure silence that makes the sound a tiny needle falling down very loud. The whole corridor was in a state of shock because of Leo, which gave him the illusion of someone stopping time right now. Leo released a breath and felt calm again while Akeno wasn't able to react to this situation. Konako saw everyone having a mental breakdown before she walked over and stared at the frozen Akeno. Leo saw Konako before he said, oh, it's you. Do you want something? Konako didn't say anything as she pointed at Leo's lunchbox. You want this, hey? But it's not free. Leo saw Konako's persistent eyes as he felt the fighting spirit contained in them. Hey? Not free. Akeno woke up from the confusion as she saw Leo and Konako interacting. I see a lot of potential in you, but you need to realize it. Leo's words were carrying wisdom while Akeno felt those words were wrong. Not free? Potential? What was this guy doing to Konako? Akeno glared at Leo, but before she said anything Leo said first, you need to answer every what have you eaten question by. How many slices of bread have you eaten in your life? You got that? Konako nodded before Leo said then. How many lunch boxes have you eaten in your life? How many slices of bread have you eaten in your life? Konako replied quickly, which made Akeno more baffled by what's going on. My satisfaction is immeasurable and you made my day. What's your name? Leo gave Konako the lunch box before she said, Konako Tajao, I see. Then I welcome you to the bizarre side. Comrade, Konako Tajao. Leo gave Konako a salute before he walked away. Wait. What's the meaning of this? Akeno screamed at Leo as she lost her calm attitude. No meaning, and I don't care. Leo didn't look back as he walked away and left the corridor. Konako stared at Leo leaving before she wanted to walk away, but a hand caught her shoulder. Konako-chan, can you tell me who was that? Akeno said with a sweet smile, but Konako was scared by that smile and dark aura it generated. Did he just? Oh my god! Unforgivable! This man is a legend! but a legend that has to fall. All the boys in the corridor were burning with rage before they stared at each other and rushed after Leo. They'll bring him to justice and defend their queen honor. The whole corridor became a bunch of boys running while screaming as they were chasing after someone, but Leo was walking normally as the boys passed him. I wonder what they're doing. Leo stared at the boys running before he ignored them without realizing they were chasing him, but his beast presence reduction made them ignore him. However, this didn't work for Konako as Leo and the happy key around him weren't masked. Anyway, business time. Hey, Drake. Leo walked in the school before he called Drake. What? Drake answered Leo as he was always observing the world from the boosted gear. I need something. Leo didn't waste time as he said his goal directly. Is it one of your crazy plans? Drake said the first thing that came to his mind before Leo said this one isn't all that crazy, but why do you seem tired? Oh, I wonder why I'm tired. Drake's listless voice reminded Leo by the facts he showed Drake that day. I see, then I have something to cheer you up. Leo nodded before he sent his memories about what happened to Albion and his title of Butt Dragon Emperor. This is, Drake widened his eyes before he replayed the scene in his mind a couple of times. Like you said, partner. Balanced, as all things should be, Drake said with a cheerful voice, as only Albion suffering can make him feel better now. Before he said, what do you need? I want to ask you if you know the Norse gods. Leo asked before Drake said, yeah, I know. What about them? So, do you know the location of Asgard? Leo asked again before Drake frowned and said, what are you planning, partner? Nothing, it's just, I want to learn magic and I was wondering if you know the location of Asgard. Leo looked at the window to see the blue sky. You're going to do it again? Drake watched Albion reaction to his title in the boosted gear while talking with Leo. Yeah, after doing some stuff here, Leo smiled before he said to Drake, we'll do a heist on Asgard and get some runes from Odin's treasury. With that thought in mind, Leo walked towards his class as he needed to do some preparations if he wanted to steal Odin's treasury. Chapter 39, Spatial. After all the events in the lunch break, the school time has officially ended and everyone was going to their homes or clubs. Nothing important happened to Leo in that period, except discussing his plans with Drake. Leo had one problem with this plan, which is Drake information. He wasn't quite sure from the location of Asgard because Drake's information might be outdated after all those years. Drake didn't have anything to say about this because even he wasn't quite sure about this. But Asgard shouldn't be quite far from the location he gave anyway because those gods are stubborn and love to stick to one place. However, there was something worrying Leo all this period. After discussing the plan with Drake, he asked him if he knew something about the vision he got, but Drake said, "What vision?" These words surprised Leo, which made him send his memory to Drake, but the answer was still the same. Drake saw him sitting on the table normally, like all that didn't happen. Even Drake wasn't able to know about that vision. Just what is that scene? Leo was thinking about the candle scene as he felt this is getting more complicated. Drake is a very strong being, but even he wasn't able to see that vision. This made Leo's suspicions grow even stronger, but he didn't have any clue about it. Leo was gone in his old habit of thinking before he heard a voice from his side from Earth to Leo. "Are you there?" Saji was next to Leo as they were leaving the school together, but Leo didn't see this guy the whole day until he saw him on this road. He also saw Leo, so they are walking together now. Leo's beasts all have intelligence and can select the best course of action to take based on certain situations. Like Leo's headphones can select who's affected by their ability, so Saji was able to see Leo. But to this moment, Leo wasn't able to understand why Konako was able to find him. He doesn't know that the side effect of having gold experience fused with Dragon Vein made him have an affinity with every being that can feel ki or life force, but if Leo knows about this, then he'll probably find a way to remove it. "You did it again, hey?" "Congratulations," Saji said without looking at Leo. "About what?" Leo raised his eyebrow as he was also looking at the road in the front. "For becoming the enemy of 83% of boys in this school." Again Saji said as he wasn't surprised by this ending, but the speed made him shocked. 83%? I feel I did better than that. Leo frowned. Not because he was the enemy, but because he didn't get more than 90%. Well, it mostly consists of people that don't care. Saji shrugged his shoulder before pointing at someone and said, and that him. Leo looked over to see a blonde boy surrounded by girls as he had a Prince Charming smile. That's the enemy of all boys in school, Uedo Kaiba, Saji said as the jealousy in his voice wasn't masked. Is that what they call Prince Charming aura? Leo tilted his head as he felt this scene was weird. He was wondering what kind of reaction Kazuma will have here. Yet, Saji took something from his back and raised it high before looking at Leo that was observing Uedo. Kazuma will probably go berserk. Leo was slightly interested in this topic, but at that moment, he caught Saji's hand that was holding JoJo's Part-1. At this moment, Leo was holding Saji's hand that almost hit him with JoJo's Part-1. What are you doing? Leo looked at Saji and the book in his hand with a blank look. Nothing, I just wanted to discuss this series, Saji said with a calm face, but Leo didn't let go of his hand. However, this guy was lying. There was a rumor going around the school about catching the legend and bringing him to the queen, so you can get her acknowledgement, and Saji was doing that. Well, he also wanted to hit Leo's head with a JoJo's manga. Leo didn't remove his hand as his eyes were fixed on Saji. I want to ask about the second part, Saji said seriously, but Leo increased the strength of his hand. Saji saw the situation wasn't good, so he played his final card. I want to say. Speedwagon, you're learning fast. Leo removed his hand from Saji before walking again. Thank you, Saji said before he walked with Leo as they left the school. However, if Leo was absent-minded because of his vision, then Saji was also absent-minded. Did something happen to you? Leo frowned as he felt something about Saji changed. Saji was surprised for a moment before he scratched the back of his head and said, do you remember the last conversation we had? No, Leo answered instantly, which made Saji sigh before he said, I decided to accept. Oh? It's that conversation. Leo remembered the conversation about life choices he had with this guy before he said, so, how are you feeling? I don't know, honestly, Saji sighed before he said, but I decided to accept. Leo stared at Saji for a moment before he said, this is your final choice. Yeah, I'm not backing down, and the deal wasn't all that bad. Saji shrugged his shoulders, showing that he isn't all that worried. Here it is. Leo stopped as he was going to walk on his way home, which isn't on the same path as Saji. Look, man. Don't think too much. Leo looked at Saji before he said, have some confidence in yourself and look forward. Like I always say, don't leave a place for regrets. Leo smiled slightly at Saji before he said, from my experience, you don't want to feel that regret. Oh, thank you, but is this another nonsense that you keep saying all the time? Saji stared at Leo with a blank look as he couldn't believe in this guy who hit people with books. Maybe yes, or maybe not. Leo waved his hand to Saji before he walked away. This guy? Saji smiled helplessly before walking toward his home. However, he felt something wrong. I forgot to ask him about Part 2. Saji stood in his place as he saw Leo was already gone, which made him sigh at his luck today. Meanwhile, Leo was walking slowly as he felt the spatial mark he left on Saji and some on his home before he sighed. Well, step by step Leo looked at the clouds in the sky before walking toward his home. Walking for a while, Leo reached his home and entered inside as he saw his mother, but not his father. Manamai said that Richard was in the garage checking on the car before Leo nodded and walked towards his room. After entering his room and locking the door, Leo walked towards his bed and sat down. Now what do I need to sneak into Godlands? Leo put his hand on his chin as he was thinking about a good plan. Leo has a couple of good plans, but those aren't enough. He needs something that'll make those gods in a state of shock for at least a week. After thinking for a while, Leo clapped his hand as he decided to make something he should have in a long time. Well, I guess that one is enough, but I'll make some modifications. Leo fixed the image in his head before he activated his Longinus as black light appeared on his arm. After 3 minutes, the light disappears as it leaves a bracelet on Leo's right arm. Leo checked the bracelet a few times to make sure everything was okay before he activated its ability. A dark light flashed in front of Leo before an identical clone of him appeared. Leo observed the clone and felt his connection with it before he nodded, as he has complete control over the clone, or should be called Shadow Clone. Yes, this ability based on Naruto, and Leo was able to make a beast who can do it, but it's more advanced as the clones won't just die from one hit and they can use Leo abilities normally as long as they have energy. So, how do you feel? Leo asked his clone as he was interested in this situation, as it was his first attempt of doing such a thing. Everything is normal. The clone looked at his hand before he said, I have 80% of your power, but that isn't exactly correct because I can't generate mana or ki on my own. Well, this is the first attempt, I'll make it better with time. Leo nodded at his clone report before he said, stay here and act like me. You want to run and leave all the trouble for me? I'm feeling ashamed by being your clone. The clone had a blank look and his tone was filled with sarcasm. Wow, it hasn't been 10 seconds and I want to punch you in the face. Leo stared at his clone before he said, yup, you're definitely me. Thank you. The clone accepted the praise without shame. If something happens, tell me immediately. Leo nodded at his clone one last time before he stood up from the bed and snapped his fingers. With that action, a portal appeared in front of Leo as it was leading to another dimension before he went inside. The clone stared at Leo leaving the room before it sighed and sat on the desk. After passing through the portal, Leo appeared inside a dark space, or rather be called a void. This place was a mix between darkness and iridescent colors which looked like a kaleidoscope. This is the dimensional gap, a place that exists between the 3 realms: heaven, earth, and the underworld. Nothing can survive within the dimensional gap without magical protection. Anyone without such protection dies within a matter of seconds after being exposed to the nothingness within the gap. However, Leo was fine as Palkia appeared next to him with a pink barrier. First part of the plan. Having a place to train and experiment, Leo nodded as he was looking at the dimensional gap. Leo is planning to use this gap to try some crazy things without anyone interfering, but this place also has another purpose. Like everyone who loves to travel by the dimensional gap, and especially people who don't want to be caught like terrorists, Leo will also use this place to sneak into Asgard. He wasn't worried about Great Red or Off-Eyes because everyone uses this place. From Cow's Brigade to someone like Team Vala, which means no one cares anymore, except Off-Eyes. But that is because Great Red took this place as his territory. However, just to make sure, Leo will secure this place even further. Palkia. Leo gave his command to Palkia before a pink barrier appeared before it expanded into 500 meters distance. Leo landed on the barrier ground as he nodded at the subspace Palkia made inside the dimensional gap. Checking the place a few times, Leo nodded as he wanted to make this place as his base in this world, and it was a good base, except the weird feeling in the dimensional gap. Leo was getting some weird feeling from this gap, but he couldn't describe it before it vanished. This day is getting weirder. Leo watched the colorful gap before he took a few things from his shadow. Leo took Incurgio and Asdeath Taigu from his shadow before he thought of what he should do with them. Asdeath Taigu will be used to make another beast, as this is the best thing it can be used for. And about drinking it. First, Leo's element is fire, which means it's kinda bad to include ice in his body, but using it for a beast is completely fine. However, this thing Leo picked Incurgio as he was thinking what he should do with it. At first, Leo kept it because he ran out of ideas, but he remembered something called SCP-682. Yes, Incurgio is a low-key SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. Although it's far weaker than SCP-682, but this doesn't stop Leo from keeping it for the future. Should I try to make an SCP? Leo put his hand on his chin before he chose to make it anyway. A black fog and light appeared in Leo's hand before his mana was rushing towards his Longinus without stopping, but it was far from Leo's limit. The process lasted for more than 12 minutes before an item that resembled a regular multi-tool appeared on Leo's hand. Leo pointed at the front as a gun barrel, appeared from the multi-tool side, and shot. Laser. Leo felt the laser is strong and might even hurt him. Leo observed the multi-tool in his hand before he said, "SCPs are really weird. This SCP is SCP-117 Complete Multi-Tool. This SCP can change into anything and give its user any tool he needs based on the situation." Leo told this beast to make a gun and it made a laser gun. But it can't function without energy from Leo, and more power and more energy it takes. Also, this SCP can't make something Leo doesn't know, which is another limiter. Maybe I should make SCP-173, just for fun. Leo felt it'll be quite interesting to see SCPs running around in this supernatural world and what reaction they'll cause. Well, this is a thing for the future, but for now. Palkia, spatial mimicry. Leo said as Palkia roared before the whole subspace started to blend with the dimensional gap as it became hidden from all the eyes. Palkia is a god of space that has an absolute power over space and dimensions. This all counts in his ability. Spatial manipulation. When Leo and Drake were discussing the plan about Asgard, Drake admitted that he can't defeat Palkia, but that doesn't mean he'll lose. It's because of Palkia's special nature of spatial manipulation. Drake doesn't think he can defeat Palkia or inflict damage without his flame, but Palkia isn't able to defeat him because of the same flame. Which means Palkia is a heavenly dragon rank. But that power can go further. Palkia is a dragon, and dragons usually fight with brute power and complete destruction of the other target, but if Leo was included in the situation, then this will change greatly. The combination of Leo and Palkia can involve all the aspects of space and spatial manipulation. These abilities are to create, delete, shape, and manipulate space. It can even include distance manipulation, inverted dimension, space compression, space boundary, spatial attack, spatial looping, etc. For example, Leo and Palkia can manipulate distance to travel far places by one step or make an attack reach instantly. They can even make the distance between a target zero, then the target will be crushed into a singularity. They can invert dimension to make all the directions reversed and all the enemies will miss their attacks, like Shinji Hirako from Bleach. Compressing the space of his fist or spear, then attacking with a huge shock wave. Using spatial mimicry to make Leo untouchable from any attack that doesn't affect space, like Obito from Naruto, or make a boundary where nothing can be affected. This is space, one of the most powerful laws in the world, and when there's a god that can control it, then it's a broken ability if it is used correctly, and Leo wasn't joking when he said he can cause an apocalypse. Leo raised his hand as a pink aura appeared on it before it started to twist until it became a black point in air as a strong sucking force coming from it. This is an application of spatial manipulation to make a singularity similar to a black hole, but isn't a true black hole because of the lack of time power or gravity. The black hole stopped after Leo cancelled his power before he sighed, as these skills take a lot of energy because, as a matter of fact, Palkia energy is linked with his energy. Leo knows how broken the control of space can reach, but he needs time to master it. It's training time, I guess. Leo took Yamato, Gibalg, from his shadow before he said, "Drake, it's time for you to teach me something, hey? Don't you know the boosted gear abilities?" A green orb flashed on Leo's arms as Drake's voice came from it. "You didn't include all the abilities." Leo had a blank look as Drake remembered that he only gave the basics. "So, what the ability do you want to learn?" Drake asked. "I need the penetration ability." "God, that sounds wrong." Leo wanted to complain about the name of the ability before he said, "Can't I turn off the boosted gear sound?" "No," Drake said instantly, as this is the fate of the enemy to hear penetrate before dying. Leo looked at his spear as he felt the combination of the spin, Yamato, Palkia, and Drake is unblockable, but the name is so stupid. Leo sighed before he raised his spear and started to swing as he wanted to master this ability with Palkia's power as soon as possible. Even if he felt wrong each time he used it. Chapter 40, Heist Start. Within the dimensional gap, where nothing should exist. There was a mobile subspace traveling slowly. The subspace was hidden inside the dimensional gap as it seems apart from it. However, in this gap where nothing could exist, something was happening in that subspace. Pika, Pika. Diocha was looking at his comrades as he had a serious face. Meow, the wind spirit raised its paw as it was referring to something. Woohoo, Kuraba tilted his head as he didn't understand anything from what's going on. Elated gurgles. An orange mass that looked like a slime was looking happy just to be here. Pika. Diocha seemed to reach a conclusion before it raised his hand. The others looked at him before they raised their hands and the orange slime turned into a thumb-up sign. Leo was holding Yamato while looking at these four beasts before he said, I feel all the world problems were solved now. Leo has nothing to say about this scene except it was inspiring and beautiful, but sadly no one shall witness it except him. This is the third day in the dimensional gap. Nothing happened in the school as it was the weekend now. Yet, the clone is just chilling in Leo's room after one day in school. Leo felt Sana is taking a slow approach, and he didn't know about the other devils in the school, but he isn't worried or even has a problem with those devils because SCP-117 can become the neuralizer from Man in Black and erase memories. However, Leo saw his clone chilling, so he dragged him with his other 35,216 clones that were grinding for experience. Unlike most people, Leo doesn't have a problem with a lot of clones as his body can recover instantly. So, he abused this power. Using the power of shadow clones, Leo is grinding his skills here in the dimensional gap. A part of clones are controlling mana, learning more about Pakia's powers as they all have a link with Leo, or training to use the spin. Leo was also training on how to use his Longinus. He was making some new beasts while learning how to penetrate people. Leo was looking at his spear as he wasn't okay with this, but he saw the orange slime coming closer to him. What do you want, SCP-999? Leo watched the slime getting closer before he said stop right there. Sad gurgles. SCP-999 was sad because of Leo's reaction before it lowered its head. SCP-999 is one of the beasts that Leo made in this period. It's one of the most playful SCPs around and with the ability to make everyone happy when it tickles them. Leo made this beast because it's necessary to do something in Asgard. However, when Leo made it for the first time, SCP-999 jumped and started tickling him as he was laughing non-stop. From that time, Leo stopped all the attempts of this slime to tickle him, but he still didn't understand why this slime was so obsessed with tickling him from all people. Okay, but no tickling. Leo saw the SCP-999 almost became a puddle before he sighed and allowed him to climb up. Elated gurgles. SCP-999 recovered immediately before it climbed on Leo's head and sat there, but all the other small beasts came at that moment. Kuraba became small and sat with SCP-999. Wind Spirit and Diocha sat on Leo's shoulders. Leo was speechless by his beast's actions before he sighed and looked at the chat room that he ignored for 3 days. These guys never take a break, hey. Leo saw the notification reaching 99+ before he logged into the chat room. Annihilation Maker, admin, is online advocate of gender equality. Weakness disgust me, neat princess, the smell of weakness is strong today. Leo saw the first 2 messages before he almost logged out. Annihilation Maker, admin, did you guys finally go mad? Bree, no, they're themselves and this is scarier. Big Sister Lion, just tell me already. Annihilation Maker, admin, yet, everything seems to be normal. Bree, I wonder what the word normal means to you. Annihilation Maker, admin, nothing. But what happened here? Bree, a revolution, cries of agony, Whitebeard cured his disease. And this, Annihilation Maker, admin, oh? The old man is okay, hey? Congratulations, the strongest man in the world, gwahahaha. Although it cost me most of those points, but at least my children will not force me to wear those lives support devices. Whitebeard was looking at his sons using the flying ship while fighting on who would drive it before he smiled and watched wave training. He brought 3 things from the chat room. A world power card, a cure for his disease by paying points, and an option to remove his sea weakness. Wave in this period accepted the Whitebeard crew and decided that he'll hold his justice even if he joined pirates, which made everyone in the crew laugh before they supported him. Annihilation Maker, admin, well, they are worried about you. However, what's the cries of agony? Leo knows about the revolution, but who cried in this chat room? Bree, you can ask. Kazuma-san, advocate of gender equality, shut up you, flat Pikachu. I never cried here. Bree, Misaka was inside the class before electric sparks started to appear on her forehead, which surprised her classmates. Neat Princess, Aqua, did it again. Annihilation Maker, admin, I see. It must have been tough. Kazuma, advocate of gender equality, shut up all of you. Do you think I'll cry? I just worked for 3 days and all the money was wasted because of this goddess that purified the entire shop of alcohol? And now I'm in debt. You must be dreaming. Yeah, dreaming. I want to cry. Kazuma was lying on the table inside of the Adventure Guild while Aqua was put in a stun state by his arsenal cube. He couldn't understand how this useless goddess could enter a shop and turn all the alcohol into pure water. Annihilation Maker, admin, everything is in balance. Advocate of gender equality, die, just die. Big Sister Lion, Leo, can you tell me? Annihilation Maker, admin, tell you what? Big Sister Lion, about my future. Leon was already feeling helpless from this chat room. At first, she heard from Misaka that the degenerate trio know the future or something, so she tried to ask them, but it was useless and they called her weak. Now her last hope is Leo. Annihilation Maker, admin, the weakness is strong with this one. Advocate of gender equality, don't pull a Yoda here. Big Sister Lion. Do you know what? When you guys had enough, you can tell me a hero for fun is online. A hero for fun, I don't think they know the word enough. Big Sister Lion, Neat Princess, fine, I'll tell you, but do you really need it? We destroyed the whole future. Big Sister Lion, as assassins, we work by information and all the information are useful because we going to have a war. Advocate of gender equality, don't you have Taigu? Like most of them. Big Sister Lion, we do, but I don't want surprises in this war. The strongest man in the world, you don't want to lose anyone, hey. Big Sister Lion, you saw it? Yeah, honestly I want to thank you guys for taking down the Empire, even if you did it like an absolute madman, but at least, nobody died from my friend's Neat Princess. You're saying it like you know there'll be death. Big Sister Lion, this is war, so there have to be sacrifices. The group stopped for a moment. They can never say they know Leon's feeling of accepting that she and her friends are going to an almost losing battle. These words and feelings took the group by surprise, even people that experienced war like Whitebeard. Annihilation Maker, admin, there's not a lot of information about other countries, but there's one question. Do you want the anime or the manga? Advocate of gender equality, both of them are bad. Neat Princess, then send both. Advocate of gender equality, are you sure you're not an evil spirit? Bree. Manga. Annihilation Maker, admin, it's a very complicated story, but yet, anime and manga. Neat Princess, I'll just send both. Leon stared at the screen as 2 files were sent by Kagaya to her in private before she took a deep breath and opened them. She saw the files are long, so she just uploaded them to her brain according to the instructions. The group stopped as they were waiting for Leon's reaction, as she's the first one to actually check the so-called future. Leo also saw this was taking a while, so he recovered all his clones and comprehended the experience. The silence continued for a while before Leon typed in the chat. Big Sister Lion, sigh, this is what happened, hey. I know it would be like that, but, the strongest man in the world, but the reality sometimes is more shocking. A hero for fun, this is reality. Big Sister Lion, yeah, and I guess after this war, Night Raid is disbanded. Annihilation Maker, admin, although, I support Day Raid, but you know that the Night Raid can continue, right? Big Sister Lion, What? Neat princess, after the war, the assassins are usually the one to blame, but you can change your names and have a normal life. Advocate of gender equality, you guys are Taiga users, the new empire can just clear your names and work from a brand new page. Bree, yet, your friends can have a new reason to fight. Neat princess, an advice from me. The Empire Assassin Squad wasn't in the blast range. So, tell that foodie of yours to look for her sister Big Sister Lion, but, Annihilation Maker, admin but this. Just do it or I'll make you do it. Damn it. This annoying ban. Ha 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 ha. Leon burst into laughter that shocked the people in the bar she was sitting at. Big Sister Lion, you guys don't know how to comfort someone, so if you need someone to do it, you should call me Annihilation Maker. Admin comfort someone? Can you eat that? Advocate of gender equality, what? Do we have to comfort someone? Neat princess, the horror. Bree, stop being assholes and accept her feelings. Big Sister Lion, ha 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 ha. It doesn't matter, I bet all of them are what you call. Tsundere. Advocate of gender equality, take that back. Neat princess, did you just call me a tsundere? Annihilation Maker, admin, do we look like tsundere to you? Advocate of gender equality, yeah, the tsundere here are Leo and Misaka-san. Annihilation Maker, admin. Bree. Leo took a deep breath as he was looking at the subspace that stopped moving before he typed. Annihilation Maker, admin, I'll deal with you later, but now. Who wants to see me causing a Ragnarok? Advocate of gender equality, I'm taking the first seats. Neat princess, me too. Big Sister Lion, what is a Ragnarok? A hero for fun, a world ending. Bree, just. Why do you want to cause a Ragnarok? Annihilation Maker, admin, I'm bored and gods have some good stuff. Especially something about luck. Advocate of gender equality, why do you need luck? Annihilation Maker, admin, why don't I need luck? Advocate of gender equality, that's fair. Neat princess, why don't you just get that Longinus? Annihilation Maker, admin, repeat what you just said. Kaguya was going to type again, but she stopped after realizing the horror she's unleashing. Neat princess, how are you planning to attack Asgard? Annihilation Maker, admin, has activated the streaming function. Do you see this? Leo raised SCP-999 to the screen as it was waving its hand while sending friendly noises before he said, now, imagine him and his friends running around in your world. Kaguya recognized the SCP immediately as she was sweating slightly. Leo stepped on the ground as the chef octopus appeared from the ground before he said, and you'll never get one. Neat princess, you demon. It's Telos Karma. It's Telos Karma. The group saw Kaguya having a breakdown before they sighed because they didn't get the chefs until now, except Leon that didn't fall into the food trap. Details. Leo put SCP-999 on his head before he stared at the screen. Neat princess, fine, I'll go and copy the wiki. Well, leave it for another time. Leo looked at the dimensional gap before he smiled slightly. Bree, why? It's here. Leo waved with his hand as a screen appeared in space and showed an astonishing scene. Paradise, this is the only word that can describe this place that came straight from fantasy, but the more shocking was the enormous castle at the end of the Rainbow Bridge. When the group was observing Asgard, Leo raised his hand as the boosted gear appeared. But it changed greatly this time. Asterisk boosted gear. Tusk. Asterisk. Leo summoned the boosted gear, but it changed greatly from the usual form. The boosted gear now has a golden star around the green orb location while it has small stars marked at its ends. However, if someone looked closer, he'll see that the green orb is spinning. Kumimian, a pink creature, appeared from the boosted gear as the green orb spinning speed increased. This is Tusk Act 1 a stand. When Leo was training the spin, he realized that he has another Longinus with the ability to transfer powers, so why shouldn't he use it? Then he made Tusk and fused it with the boosted gear. This version of the boosted gear can spin and produce spinning energy for Leo, while it can boost that energy or transfer it anywhere. The only downside is Drake had motion sickness for the first time before Leo separated his vision from the green orb using Pakia. The group saw the change in Leo before Kazuma and Kagaya almost spit out their drinks as they saw Tusk. But this wasn't the end. Leo raised his hand as a mask appeared, and his clothes started to change. Advocate of gender equality, what the hell are you wearing? Kazuma saw Leo's clothes changed to a black ankle-length tailcoat, and a pair of red gloves while a mask appeared in his hand. Nothing important. Leo put on the mask as his face started to change until it became someone that made Kazuma and Kagaya spit their drinks for the second time. Neat princess, looking cool, Joker, it's time to steal this place. Leo fixed his glove as he picked his spear while he was looking for something in this dimension gap. He found the great distraction. But he needs something else. However, there was someone unhappy about this because there was a transparent pink creature behind Leo. Advocate of gender equality, oh, Kmen. This is just disgusting. This is straight bullying. Kazuma saw Leo become Joker and thing behind him as he felt his stomach hurt, but he wanted to see the show while the rest of the group was in confusion because... Who is Joker? Chapter 41, Divinity. Above the sky in Europe, there was an entire realm hidden from the human world. This realm is Asgard that was created by the Norse gods. However, inside the dimensional gap, someone was staring at this realm as he was frowning. This might be more complicated than I thought. Leo's eyes were shining with pink color as he was observing Asgard from the dimensional gap. This is a combination of Leo's Esper power and Pakia spatial control. It allows Leo to see some flaws in the aspect of space without reaching the required LVL. The power to see flaws doesn't just work on the world, but it also works on Leo himself. This ability allows Leo to pick the correct action based on the number of flaws in it. Like he used it with his clones, he picked the best experience from the clones and threw away all the useless memories to make the perfect style. Advocate of gender equality, can you hurry up? Leo looked at the chat room before he said what? Neat princess, you have been standing there for over 10 minutes without doing anything. Big sister lion, it kinda boring. Leo saw the group started to complain like a bunch of assholes before he sighed and said, I'm looking for something. Bree, isn't your goal in front of you? The strongest man in the world, the place called Asgard seems in the front. This isn't simple. Leo raised his hand as flame appeared and turned into a model of Asgard with 8 other layers. This realm is separated into layers, and each one of them is guarded with a ton of spells and something weird. Leo frowned slightly as he was watching the structure of Asgard. The whole realm is separated into 9 minor realms, which comes from the importance of number 9 in the Norse mythology, but Leo found something weird in the realm as it was blocking his space power slightly. That's the divine power. When Leo was confused, his boosted gear glowed as Drake's voice came from it. The whole realm of God is covered in their divine power as it works as a protector and stabilizer to the realm, which includes their authorities. Drake watched the realm of Asgard as he remembered how annoying the gods' authorities are. The authority of gods is the principal source of their powers. Unlike most of the abilities in the world, the authority works like making things happen because one has the right to do it. This also gives the gods their energy, which is essential to use the authority. You're diving into the realm and territory of gods, which will make their power and authority stronger because this is their land. Drake felt the divine power as he told Leo the information about authority and how can the belief of humans make gods stronger. So, I'm basically fighting privileged guys in their home field. Leo raised his eyebrow as he kept looking for the flaws in this realm's defense. Advocate of gender equality, who is talking now? Neat princess, Leo wise guardian dragon. Advocate of gender equality, this sound like something that belongs to the protagonist. Neat princess, he stole it from the protagonist. Advocate of gender equality, hiss, damn. Respect to you. Leo's eyebrow was twitching as he saw the dialogue in the chat room before he ignored it. Advocate of gender equality, what are you looking for anyway? A loophole in the defense. Leo raised his hand as the space was bending slightly. A hero for fun. Can't you just go through it? I can, but it'll probably alarm the whole realm, and we don't want that. Yet Leo looked at the realm before he floated from the ground and flew toward the left side of the subspace. Welcome to my tutorial on how to sneak into God realms. Leo started talking while his spear was glowing red. Advocate of gender equality, neat princess, here is it. Leo raised his spear before he struck the space in front of him. Crack. With a cracking sound, the space in front of Leo opened like a portal before he said, sneaking into the gods' realms may sound difficult, but it's easy if you remember one thing: gods love to have internal conflicts between them, as most the troubles happen from gods messing with each other. Leo used his spatial control to stabilize the portal before he said, and here in Asgard, we have a Loki. Bree, I'm pretty sure he's called Loki. I know what I just said, Leo said instantly as Misaka was speechless before he said, if you like the tutorial, please leave a like and subscribe for more how to do things. 101 Neat princess, * dislike * advocate of gender equality, * unsubscribe * Bree, big sister lion, like advocate of gender equality, traitor. Leo found an already existing loophole in the defensive system of Asgard, as gods aren't that friendly with each other, so many of them like to rebel against the system once in a while, especially Loki. Now, this will lead to the third layer. I need to find more of these loopholes. Leo watched the portal before he took a deep breath and entered. After passing from the portal, Leo appeared in a fancy hallway with a lot of gold decorations like statues of gods and such. Wow, this is so luxurious that it hurts my eyes. Leo looked at the hallway as he felt this hallway is more valuable than the whole treasury he got from the Nobel in Akame Kill World. Advocate of gender equality, Joker, forget about the treasury. Just this hallway is enough. Can you consider me in this? A hero for fun. Neat princess, go to sleep, Joker, Joker. Leo was completely speechless now because of these messages before he stopped the urge of closing the stream. Raising his head, Leo observed the place as he was looking for the rest of the loopholes. This divinity is really annoying. Leo felt the thick golden aura in the air as he wasn't comfortable with it. This aura slightly weakens his power and increases the power of his enemies. This is a fucking debuff. Leo came with the best understanding of god divinity before he used the space waves carefully to check from the place. This layer seems like a living place. However, I don't sense any powerful enemy. Leo put his hand on his chin as he was looking at the layer design. Who's there? Suddenly, Leo heard a voice from the front as he saw two beautiful women with red and purple hair appear in front of him. The two women were wearing a revealing armor, which seemed like a magical girl as it made Leo raise his eyebrow. Advocate of gender equality. Can someone tell me what is this? Neat princess, Valkyrie's advocate of gender equality, I want to shake the hand of the person who made those armors. Bree. Big sister lion. You're an honest one. The two Valkyries were frowning as they looked at the man with a mask and 4 animals on his head and shoulder, which was weird, especially the slime-looking thing that was hyperactive as it was moving non-stop. Identify your SE. The Valkyrie with red hair raised her weapon while questioning Leo. But before she completed her words, a pink aura enveloped the two Valkyries. BAAM 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 BAAM. Leo waved with his hand as the two Valkyries hit the 4 walls in the hallway violently by using spatial control. They made 4 human-shaped potholes. The space around the Valkyries was distorted as it damaged them further before Leo slammed them to the ground. *BAAM. The two Valkyries fell to the ground unconscious because of the violent space attack, but strangely no one heard something because Leo made a space barrier that isolates sound. Neat princess, RIP advocate of gender equality, RIP a hero for fun, RIP. Now, what to do with these two? Leo walked closer as he observed the two Valkyries before he said, Venom, can you possess them? Leo coat stretched as it touched one of the Valkyries, but it retreated immediately after a golden light flashed on the Valkyrie. Sorry, my lord. Something is blocking me, Venom said in Leo's made, which made him frown. Why do I feel this divinity will bring me a lot of problems here? Leo sighed before he raised his hand and made a special sign as he said goodbye. Then. You better not do that, partner. Before Leo made the two Valkyries vanish from existence, he heard Drake's voice. The whole realm is connected with the divinity of the main gods. Any attempt to kill someone who is blessed or protected by that divinity will alarm the whole place, Drake said calmly. However, Leo raised his eyebrow and said, really, that's okay with me to be chased by a bunch of gods that can potentially rival me in power because of their territory. Drake put another argument which made Leo lower his hand before he said, you know what? After thinking about it, I guess this isn't a good idea for now. However, I need to do something. Leo looked at the two Valkyries as he scanned the place to make sure no one was there before he took SCP-117. SCP-117 understood Leo's thoughts before he transformed into the neuralizer from Man in Black, but Leo said, are you sure this will work on them? SCP-117 glowed before the neuralizer transformed and became more sci-fi looking as it was glowing with different colors, and there was a little note on the side. Even a god will get neuralized. Leo felt today will be very interesting before he summoned Gold Experience and punched the two Valkyries. MUDA. Gold Experience punched the two Valkyries as their injuries healed quickly and they woke up. Ugh! What happened? The purple-hair Valkyrie held her head as she looked around, but before she remembered what happened, a light flashed and her memory was deleted. Leo saw the two Valkyries were in a trance as their eyes lost focus before he said, hello, you two seem to have lost consciousness in this place as you were going to the party, are you okay? Hey? Yeah, we are okay. But what party? The red-haired Valkyrie stood up from the ground as she was wondering what happened. You really don't know? Leo's voice carried some concerns before he said, you two should take better care of yourself, have a rest once in a while. At this moment, the whole chat group forgot how to type as they stared at the screen with their eyes wide open. The two Valkyries were confused before they blushed when they felt Leo's concerned eyes on them. Well, I'm glad you two are okay. But don't forget the party that Chief Lord Odin is making at the first layer. Leo smiled at the two Valkyries before he walked away. Wait. Can you tell me your name? And. The purple-haired Valkyrie screamed before she said, will you be there? Leo looked at the blushing Valkyrie before he smiled and said, of course, or why would I know about the party, and you two should be ready for it. After all, a girl needs to wear something pretty for such an occasion. And my name is Joker Puff. Kazuma spit his whole beer while looking at the screen as he couldn't believe what he's looking at. Is this real? Misaka wasn't able to know the difference between fake and real at this point. Something bad will happen today. Kaguya was shivering as she looked at Leo's smile on the screen. Take care and remember that Chief Odin might pull a trick again. Leo waved at the two blushing Valkyries as they ran away in a hurry from embarrassment before Leo put his hand on the wall and supported himself as he was almost going to puke. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. I need an explanation. Did Joker mask affected you? Speak to me. Neat princess, what did you do to the real Leo? Bree. The rude Leo that hits people randomly can never do such a thing. Big Sister Lion, your reputation in this chat room is interesting. Whitebeard typed nothing as he was laughing loudly while tapping the ship as he almost broke it, and Saitama was looking at the clouds while thinking about life. Shut up! Leo said to the screen before he supported himself and stood up as he sighed. Even if SCP-117 said that the neuralizer can wipe the memory of a god, that doesn't include divine power protection, so Leo used the fact that most Valkyries have boyfriend problems to lower their guards and make everything work. The price was expensive, but SCP-117, did you get it? Leo said as SCP-117 changed again and became more effective because of this experiment with divine power. Well, let's clear this layer, then look for the loophole. Leo looked at SCP-117 change before a pink aura appeared on him and he passed through the wall. He needs to clear the layer to look for the loopholes more quickly as he can't just hit the Valkyries all the time without any progress. At this moment, the event that'll shock Asgard for centuries is starting with a guy wearing a mask and his memory erasing device. Chapter 42, Weird. A Valkyrie was walking with 3 more Valkyries while looking at the long hallway. Did you hear the rumor? Valkyrie 1 looked at her friends as she asked them about the recent events in Asgard. Ah! Yeah, I heard they did it again, Valkyrie 2 said as she seemed very interested in the topic. Yes, Lord Vidar and Brynhildr got into another fight, Valkyrie 3 answered the question before she looked at Valkyrie 4. Vidar is the god of vengeance and the third son of Odin. He's one of the strongest gods in Asgard, and he has a cheerful attitude which is quite similar to his father. However, this attitude always clashes with the serious demeanor of Brynhildr, who is the strongest Valkyrie in Asgard. I don't think this is new as they seem to do it once in a while. Valkyrie 4 shook her head as her expression didn't change that much. But still. Valkyrie 1 looked around to check before she whispered, I heard she also snapped at Lord Odin as he almost harassed her at that moment. Really? Valkyrie 2 was surprised, but Valkyrie 4 sighed and said again, the whole Asgard knows about their chief deity, Odin, and his perverted personality. But he's still the wise all-knowing god even with his perverted jokes and pranks. That wasn't all, did you hear him? Valkyrie 1 wanted to say more, but she noticed something weird in the hallway. The hallway in the front was destroyed and there were 4 human-shaped potholes on all the walls. This scene made the Valkyries stop for a moment before they rushed over. What happened here? Valkyrie 3 looked at the potholes as she was surprised. How could this happen? We were literally in the next room. Valkyrie 2 widened her eyes as she couldn't understand how this destruction happened without noise. The whole Asgard is filled with spells that didn't the intruders, and if an intruder tries to use magic, then it'll alarm the whole Asgard. The only way to pass that defense is to have something stronger than the system to crack it somehow, but those 2 conditions are impossible as no one in their right mind will just attack Asgard. Was it someone messing around? Valkyrie 1 said while thinking about the gods in Asgard. I don't think so, these, Valkyrie 4 touched the potholes. But at that moment, she noticed something on the wall. The head of a creature with a yellow fur and long ears was sticking from the wall, which made all the Valkyries look at it while preparing their weapons. However, before the Valkyries raised their weapons, the creature turned his head. All the Valkyries widened their eyes as they saw the creature's face. Wyyyyyyyyyyy. The creature screamed with a voice that brought chills to the Valkyries and took them by surprise. What the hell is THA? Before Valkyrie 1 completed her words, a man with a mask appeared from the wall and flashed them with a device in his hand. Good job, Diochul. Leo nodded at Diochul before he looked at the Valkyries that lost focus because of the memory deletion. Hello, there. Leo put SCP-117 away before he said, you 4 seem to be going to the party, but what happens with Lord Odin? Party? Ah! We're late. Valkyrie 3 woke up as she panicked, and the others also showed some signs of realization. Memory implantation was successful. Well, at least they remember there was a party. Leo nodded at his modification for the SCP-117. Are you new here? Valkyrie 4 frowned as she looked at Leo and his Joker look. Yes, I came today. Leo nodded with a smile before he said, my name is Joker, nice to meet you. Oh, hello. Valkyrie 4 stopped for a moment before she replied stiffly, which made Leo's eyebrow twitch. Are you that desperate? Leo looked at the other Valkyries that were observing him before he felt that SCP-117 needed more modifications. Lord Odin did his bad jokes again. Valkyrie 2 went closer to Leo as she explained to him about the accident with Odin. So, the gods usually are in the first layer? Hey, Leo listened to the Valkyrie and got some excellent information before he said, really? Then I should go prepare, it's almost time. Let's go. Valkyrie 1 dragged her friends as Leo looked at them leaving while his stomach was hurting. I hate being nice. Leo truth thoughts came out as the chat room was exploding. Advocate of gender equality, 2 Joker, Valkyries 0 Neat Princess, this could make a good DJ. I mean art. Advocate of gender equality, did you type that? Neat Princess. Maybe Big Sister Lion, that sounds interesting, can you teach me? Neat Princess, teach you? Before you take any knowledge from me, you should understand the balance and order of the universe, big sister lion. Is that a no? Neat princess, yes. Leo was speechless by this group again as he looked at the long hallway before he walked forward. Taking all this layer is difficult, but I think this could work. Leo touched the wall as he put a spatial mark there. I'll make this whole layer a roller coaster. Leo smirked at his devilish plan before he saw a new message. Bree, hey, Leo. Did you really plan to kill those two? Leo stopped in his place as he stared at the screen. He couldn't help but sigh because he forgot about the stream and who was watching. However, a new message arrived before he could say anything. The strongest man in the world, kill? He wasn't planning to kill them, what? Leo titled his head as he didn't understand this message. A hero for fun, it didn't seem that he'll kill them. The strongest man in the world, you saw it, Saitama? His actions or words didn't carry a killing intent. What are you guys talking about? I was planning on killing them. Leo felt this conversation is becoming very confusing. Advocate of gender equality, although I don't know this killing intent thing, but his action looked like he would kill them. Big sister lion, I'm with the two big guys, I didn't feel any killing from his words or actions. You can call it the assassin instinct. Hey. Leo now is completely baffled by this turn of events as he didn't even know what happened to these guys before he saw Kagaya's message. Neat princess, it seems something weird is happening, hey? But yet, I didn't feel killing from Leo even if I didn't care about them dying. However, to make sure. Leo, how were you planning on killing them? Just what in the hell is going on? Leo sighed at the screen before he said, I was going to use space to crush them. At that moment, Kazuma and Kagaya stopped as they didn't type for a while. This made Leo and the group puzzled before Kagaya sent a message. Neat princess, Leo, look at your hand. Leo raised his hand as his eyes went wide open from the shock. His hand is still in the same special form, which made him shocked as he opened his hand slowly. Advocate of gender equality, I don't know about your spatial ability, but that doesn't look like space for me. Did I plan to kill them? Space or? Just what is going on? Leo felt something weird was happening to him, especially from the moment he saw that vision about the candles. The golden divine power in the air was acting weird around Leo as the group was speaking, but that didn't continue as Leo felt something on his neck. What ar ha ha ha. Stop it. Leo almost rolled from the ground because of tickling before he grabbed SCP-999 that was tickling him. Leo was staring at SCP-999 with cold eyes while SCP-999 turned his head away and played dumb. Leo stared at SCP-999 for 3 minutes before he sighed and put him on his head and said, next time, I'll throw you like a football. Elated gurgles. SCP-999 was happy like always as he didn't care about Leo's words because he saw his lord is back to his usual self. Advocate of gender equality, as I expect of SCP-999. Even Leo can't stop that power. Neat princess, prize the slime. The wholesome slime god. Kagaya was typing normally, but she was frowning at the scene she just witnessed. That scene felt like a contradiction between a lot of things. However, she chose to observe more as she knew nothing about it and the strong people in the group did the same. Leo sighed as he looked at the message in the group. He felt these guys are trying to switch the subject, but he can't just forget what happened. Just in case. I'll take this more carefully now. Leo decided on a new course of action before he heard footsteps in the hallway. Leo saw 3 Valkyries rushing towards him as they stopped when they reached the hallway. An awkward silence happened between Leo and the 3 Valkyries as they didn't understand what was happening. The Valkyries looked at Leo as they only rushed here because they heard the laughing sounds as Leo forgot to put a sound barrier around. Neat princess, 3 wild Valkyries appeared. What'll you do? Fight? Be Joker? A pokeball? Advocate of gender equality, no, this needs a more practical solution. Do it. Leo Kazuma crossed his arms as his face was more serious than ever. Annihilation Maker, admin, but that option is forbidden. Leo ignored the Valkyries that were holding their weapons as he typed in the chat room. Advocate of gender equality, tough times needs difficult solutions. Let the darkness and hate consume you. Bree, what is going on? Big Sister Lion, I have no idea. Neat Princess, I know, but I wish I didn't. Advocate of gender equality, do it, Leo. Do it. Execute order. Slime on a female knight. Bree, wait, what? When Misaka was having a hard time understanding Kazuma's words, Leo grabbed SCP-999 and threw it at the three Valkyries. Leo manipulated the distance, so the SCP-999 reached instantly before he started to tickle them as they fell to the ground from the laughter. No, ahaha. Stop it. Ha ha ha. All the Valkyries were laughing while Leo made a sound barrier around. The group was speechless at this scene while Kazuma was observing with a serious face. However, SCP-999 turned into a hammer and hit all the Valkyries to the head, which knocked them out. Advocate of gender equality, TCH. Leo ignored Kazuma messaged as he picked up SCP-999 before he did a memory deleting process on the three Valkyries. This will be a very long process. Leo looked at the Valkyries leaving as he felt that blowing this place up may sound easier if there weren't some powerful gods around. With those thoughts, Leo walked away as he changed SCP-117 to carry this conversation for him, but he didn't know that this action brought him some problems in the future. Chapter 43, First Meeting. Honestly, this layer is huge. Leo was standing on the rooftop of a temple as he was looking at the large city. The sky was clear, and there was a slight breeze. This layer did not differ from the actual world, even if it was a completely divided realm. The third layer of Asgard is a large city where the Valkyries live. It has everything from the modern era. Shops, beauty salons, etc. This place was made for Valkyries' enjoyment, but there was something weird here and there. Like some Valkyries playing tennis or some other sports with slightly revealing clothes, as it made Kazuma observe for a moment before Leo deleted their memories. Advocate of gender equality, yup, I want to shake the hand of the person who made this place. Neat Princess, I feel that Odin reached a level of culture we mortals can't comprehend. He even made his whole faction do it too. What a legend. Leo watched the somehow empty third layer as he wanted to pay respect to Odin's madness. Bree, I lost faith in God's big sister Lion. I never believed in my life that I'll see this kind of God's advocate of gender equality. I didn't have faith in the first place. Picture of Aqua choking on a cooked frog leg. Big sister Lion, you really have it tough. Gods, hey. Leo shook his head before he snapped his fingers as 5 clones appeared next to him. You know the plan. Touch everything in this layer. Leo gave orders before the clones nodded and teleported from here. Leo already finished his attack on this layer, as most of the Valkyries left and the place is almost empty, which means he needs to act fast before they discover his actions. He learned some things about Asgard from Valkyries during this journey. Like the royal place in the first layer is the place where gods usually live in, and most of the layers here are for Valkyries as the warriors live in Valhalla. However, the medium layers are for the old gods and stubborn kinds that don't like the change that Odin made according to human society, but those layers also contain monsters and creatures that can't fit in the outside world. The last layers are secret ones that no one except who had permission from Odin can access it. Especially the 9th layer, as only Odin can enter that layer. So this is Leo's goal from this heist. Neat Princess, touch everything. Advocate of gender equality, this place will be burned to the ground, but I require the phrase to be said. Yet, I'll say it. Leo waved his hand before he jumped from the rooftop and rushed to the next loophole. When Leo was rushing to the loophole in the underground where nobody usually goes, Kaguya was checking something on the internet. Killing without the killing desire behind it. That sounds like something only emotionless beings will do, but... Kaguya was checking the pages with a speed that'll make Leo and Kazuma surrender to the internet god. However, Leo has desires and his own personality. It was almost like he didn't even think he was going to kill them in the first place. Kaguya observed the stream more while she was thinking. She doesn't have a problem if Leo kills or not, but it was very odd and something that shouldn't happen in that way. Kaguya saw this form of thing happen before at the moon. On the moon, gods don't have feelings for mortals and think everything they do is correct, which comes from their nature. Leo reminded Kaguya with that as she almost felt his action was coming from rightness. Nature of the thing. Like no sins and only total rightness. Does Leo have something like that? Kaguya frowned more and more before she widened her eyes and dropped the mouse from her hand. No way. Kaguya stared at the bookshelf next to her before she picked a book and looked at it. The book title was Toaru Meijutsu no Index Lore for Dumbass. Meanwhile, Leo reached for the loophole and hit it with his spear as another portal opened. However, Leo frowned as this portal doesn't go into any layer from Asgard that he scanned before. Hidden layers? Why, I'm not surprised. Leo saw the portal destination is a hidden layer in the 5th layer before he stepped forward, but at that moment he stopped. Bree, what happened? Shhh. Leo put his finger on his mouth before he looked at the portal more closely. He felt something wasn't right from this portal before he hit it again with his spear. 4th hidden layer. Leo tilted his head as this seemed to be strange. There was a hidden loophole in a hidden loophole. Does this mean the other loophole is true, or it's just a trap? Leo put his hand on the portal as he scanned the space using Pakia, but he didn't get any useful information. Leo watched the portal for a while before he tightened his spear and jumped into it. The scene shifted in Leo's eyes until it became a library in the 4th layer that was hidden from everyone and can only be accessed from the 4th layer or the loophole in the 3rd layer. Library, hey! Leo picked a book from the shelf next to him as he saw it as a basic book about some combat style while all the others were something about regular magic or martial arts. So, this place is a hidden library to keep these books, but these only basics, and most of them are regular things. Leo put the book back to its place before he looked at the portal behind him that didn't close until now. So, what to do with this? Another loophole. Of course. Leo hit the portal again as a passage to the 5th layer was opened, which made him stare at it with a blank face. That was just a lucky guess. Are you serious? Leo felt there was something wrong with this Asgard and the person who made these loopholes. The strongest man in the world, this is confusing, I know. Leo nodded before he made 3 clones and made them scatter around as he was preparing something in this layer before he jumped to the portal, but he didn't arrive at the 5th layer. It was a hidden layer in the 6th layer. Okay, now this is weird. Leo looked at the old library filled with scrolls and books as he didn't know what to say. So, this portal is a trap and it'll lead to the 4th layer, but because I destroyed it with my spear, it led me to the true loophole. Leo rotated Gi-Balg as he felt that maybe the penetration was the answer all along. Advocate of gender of equality, so, you went from the 3rd layer to the 4th hidden one, but that layer took you into the 6th hidden layer when you should have gone to the 5th one. The strongest man in the world, this is really confusing. A hero for fun. Agreed. Well, it was a shortcut. Leo chooses to ignore the stupid loopholes in this system before he checked the scrolls in the library. Most of the scrolls were about Asgard history and some secret information about the past which wasn't supposed to be shown to the outsiders or even most of the Valkyries. But Leo found some magic books and martial arts, even if most of them were about barriers and healing magic. Maybe there's another secret around. Leo put the scrolls as he walked around the library. The library was enormous but almost empty with no sound around, even a slight whisper couldn't be heard in this library, which made Leo put a sound barrier around him so he won't alarm anyone. Advocate of gender equality, this reminds me of my old world where I hated the library. Neat princess, same. Bree, you two should stop hating everything, just because it hurts your brains. I put JoJo's in the religion section before Leo dropped the bomb as the chat room exploded. Advocate of gender equality, ha 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 ha. Neat princess, you madman. Take my respect, god damn it. Bree, a religion named JoJo. Advocate of gender equality, when did you do it? It was in my old world, it was a good time. But I also plan to do it here. Leo smiled slightly before he walked toward a bookshelf that seemed important. Advocate of gender equality, but don't you feel strange that there's no one in this lair? Neat princess, this place looked like an important place, so there have to be some guards, at least I don't know. Leo looked at the huge bookshelf before he reached a book and said, I didn't feel anyone in this lair. Maybe it's deserted. However, when Leo picked the book, another book was picked next to him as it showed the face of a person from the other side. Awkward silence. There was a handsome man on the other side. He was wearing a blue jewel on his forehead and with a long light blue hair that was floating behind him. Neat princess, a wild Loki appeared. Leo blinked once. Loki was staring at Leo without blinking as he was holding a book in his hand. Leo raised the book in his hand slowly as he covered the gap in the bookshelf between him and Loki. Big sister lion, are you really serious? Bree, you'll get used to it. However, that didn't last long before Loki took the book and stared at Leo again. More awkward silence. The two men stared at each other without talking before Loki said, how can a lowly human enter this PLA? However, Loki didn't complete his words because, boost *bayam. *muda. Leo punched Loki to the face with the boosted gear as his face was twisted for a second because of the spin before he was sent flying across the library. And this was the first meeting between Leo and the gods in Asgard. Chapter 44, Leo vs Loki. In the fourth layer library, there was a Valkyrie sitting on a desk while checking the files. This is Amelia, a high-ranking Valkyrie in Asgard. Her job is usually to guard the layers and especially the hidden libraries and archives. She was recently transferred to the sixth hidden layer, but today Lord Loki told all the guards to leave and shut himself inside the library. Almost all Asgard know Loki's usual behavior of pride and arrogance, but he doesn't bother anyone as long as you don't mess with him. Once in a while, he chooses to stay in the library to test magic or do more studies, which isn't a problem at all. However, he always kicks the people out of that layer when he does that, which bothers them slightly. Sigh, at least, I don't have to work a lot. Amelia sighed as she was looking through the library records as it was a daily job for her. But she didn't notice the cup of coffee next to her was vibrating slightly. Meanwhile, in the sixth hidden layer, crash crash crash, Loki was flying across the library as he smashed 3 bookshelves before he did a flip and stopped in mid-air. What's this? Loki shook his head as he felt his divine energy and head were spinning slightly, which made him dizzy before he forced himself to calm down. Loki widened his eyes before he wanted to use a teleportation spell, but it failed as a red spinning spear appeared in front of him. The mana and space power contained in that spear gave Loki chills before he used his divine power to the maximum and activated an acceleration spell. The spear did an arc in the air before it flew to the end of the library as Loki was able to dodge with an inch. Boom! An explosion hit the place as the whole library was shaking, books and scrolls were falling to the ground. I missed. Leo stared at the explosion in the distance as he tightened his fist and activated his magic core. Red mana rushed from Leo's heart and filled his body instantly as a red aura was around his body. This is a simple use of mana inspired by Ki as it increases Leo's body power as long as he can withstand the huge mana. However, that wasn't the end as yellow lightning appeared on his body and formed an armor on the red mana. Using Regulus power, Leo increased his speed and power again. The whole chat group was in the state of spectating as they were waiting for the battle without talking. Hang on tight, Leo said as pink space aura covered his 4 beasts on his head and shoulder. Boost boom! Leo's power doubled again before he kicked the ground and rushed toward Loki. All that left in the place was sparks of lightning as a red meteor was flying in the library. Loki was staring at the explosion as he felt the spear power and looked at the skin injury on his stomach that was healed with magic. He frowned as he wasn't able to do space magic and all his defensive spells were pierced like nothing, but he didn't have much time before he saw the red meteor appearing in front of him. Wide array of magic circles activated around Loki as it formed an all-round defense, but Leo raised his fist that was flashing with mana, thunder, and pink space power before he punched. Asterisk crash. Loki's magic circles smashed like nothing, as Leo rushed with another punch towards Loki, but a golden aura and purple magic circle blocked him. However, the ground wasn't safe as it cracked and the library was shaking again. Leo and Loki were locked like that as shock waves blew everything around them. However, Leo was frowning as he felt that the divine power enchanted Loki's spells and made him able to stop his attack. Sneak attack? But I have to say that you're an interesting opponent. Loki smirked as he saw Leo's space-powered punches even if he was disgusted by the thunder as it reminds him of Thor. At this moment, the battle-maniac evil god forgot about why Leo was in Asgard and wanted to enjoy this battle, which made Leo stare at him with a blank face before he acted. Leo raised the boosted gear as he hit the magic barrier again and made Loki's feet sink to the ground from the force before he twisted his body and did an axe kick towards Loki's head. Leo's speed was very fast as it was boosted by lightning before it hit Loki, but he was able to block it with his hands that were covered with magic circles. However, the space vibrations made Loki shake before he jumped backward because Leo wanted to kick him in the gut. But this didn't help him as Leo twisted his body and rotated in midair before he punched the air, as a punch mark appeared on Loki's stomach and he was sent flying. What? Loki didn't understand how can that punch hit him from that distance as he wanted to use magic attacks, but Leo that was spinning in midair raised the boosted gear. Kumimian Tusk appeared on the boosted gear before 5 spinning dragon shots emerged on the Longinus fingers. Leo didn't waste time as he shot all the energy booms towards Loki while removing the distance like he did with the previous punch. Defense or range doesn't work well. Loki analyzed the situation instantly as he raised his arm before a large number of magic circles appeared and shot beams towards Leo and his attack. The two attacks met head-on, but Loki widened his eyes as he saw most of his attacks were sliding on Leo's dragon shots before they hit random places in the library. The dragon shots didn't stop because of Loki's surprise as they reached him, but they all missed the target and went around his body. Leo landed on the ground as he opened his palm and Gi-Balg appeared on it before he waved and crushed all Loki magic attacks. To think the opponent was the Red Dragon Emperor. Loki was getting overjoyed by the battle when he realized that he's against the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation before he said, "You're a human, but you still have proven your strength even if you're a very chaotic person." Advocate of gender equality? Hey! You have a cool title and you didn't tell me. Neat princess, shhhhhh. Let me watch. You talk too much, don't you? Leo raised his spear as 5 red shadow spears appeared around him before they shot towards a corner in the library. Crack! The spears hit a hidden magic circle before it was activated. Leo felt the magic circle was a trap, so he stopped it immediately. However, Leo looked at Loki normally before he snapped his fingers. "And it's a dragon for you," Leo said as Loki felt something dragging him from behind. Looking at the back, Loki saw the 5 spinning dragon shots combined as a black point appeared in space and started to suck him towards it. 3 seconds before the black hole vanished, Leo tightened his muscles as he teleported above Loki and stuck him with his spear. Loki was in the middle of Leo's attack in the black hole as he didn't have any place to run, but he smirked before he teleported. Leo raised his eyebrow as he stopped in midair and looked at Loki standing far away from him with hundreds of magic circles. "Oh? Did you analyze my space blockage?" Leo figured out the situation immediately before he said, "It seems that magic is more convenient than I thought, or I suppose this is a god." "Humph! Don't get ahead of yourself, human." Loki shook his head before he said, "Just because you got the power from the god recorded in the Bible, that doesn't make you a rival to gods. You really love your villain speech." Leo rotated Gi-Balg in his hand as he disappeared from his place with a flash of lightning. Boom! Loki widened his eyes before he desperately moved his head to the side as Gi-Balg scratched his cheek. Leo was standing sidewise and holding his spear with one hand before he said, "But you need more than that." God boost! Loki didn't even move before he was kicked by Leo as the air exploded with sonic booms. Crash! Loki crashed to the ground as he rolled for a moment before he regained his balance and stood up. Raising his arm, Loki shot magic beams and lightning towards Leo. Red arcs flashed in the air, as Leo destroyed and shot down every single spell as an explosion appeared behind him because of the stray shots, but he was unscratched. However, Loki flew to the sky again as he was bleeding slightly because of Leo's attacks, but he was smiling as 13 magic circles appeared on the ground. 3 wolves appeared from the magic circles, followed by 10 dragons that resemble snakes. Those were Loki's son and grandsons, Fenrir, Skall, Heitai, and 10 clones of Midgardsormr. Fwahahaha. Now, let's see how the Red Dragon Emperor deals with the fangs that able to slay gods. Loki smiled as his army of monster was growling at Leo. However, he didn't get the reaction he was waiting for. Did you finally summon them? Leo put the spear on his shoulder as he looked at Loki's army before he said, I guess this is it. Loki didn't understand Leo's words, but his monsters didn't wait before Fenrir was the first one to rush towards Leo with a godlike speed as he crossed the distance instantly. Kazuma, Misaka, and Leon widened their eyes at the screen as Fenrir almost bit Leo with his sharp fangs. Crunch with the sound of teeth grinding on something. For the first time during this battle, Loki was completely shocked. Leo was holding Fenrir fang with his empty hand as he didn't even get scratched by the fangs that slay gods. His body was shining with pink aura as the space barrier was between him and Fenrir. It doesn't matter what you throw at me. Leo pierced Gi-Balg to the ground before he clenched his fist as the space was getting compressed to a terrifying degree. As long as it doesn't affect space. Leo swung his fist as the compressed space hit Fenrir to the jaw. Boom! Fenrir was launched like a rag doll to the sky as he reached the ceiling before it fell slowly, but a white-pink dragon appeared in the sky as it hit Fenrir with its tail. Asterisk crash. Asterisk in Loki astonished eyes, Fenrir hit the ground as the whole layer was shaking violently. However, what shocked him is the dragon in the air and how the space was reacting around him. He never saw in his life this dragon and he can't believe that he doesn't know this strong dragon while feeling a power that surpassed him. Palkia didn't care about Loki as his claws flashed with space power before he rushed to Fenrir. A pink aura appeared on Leo's head as SCP-999 was teleported. As for you. Leo grabbed Gi-Balg from the ground as he was putting a huge amount of mana into it before a pink humanoid creature appeared behind him. He did the previous hand sign with his hand that looks like holding a detonator and said, Killer Queen has already touched you. Killer Queen, a stand from JoJo and the last beast Leo made in the dimensional gap with the ability to turn anything it touches into a bomb. Switch asterisk explosion. Asterisk Loki's body was exploding as he was struggling to use his magic and divine power to stop the bombs from destroying his body. He didn't struggle for long before he found a weird mana in his body and got rid of it, which made the explosions stop, but he was heavily injured. Also, it doesn't matter if you summon or not. Leo's words were like ice to Loki. No, it was literally ice as the whole layer was getting frozen with lightning flashing around. A giant lion made from lightning appeared on top of Skall and Heitai before it smashed their heads to the ground easily. The 2 wolves didn't have a chance to react because of the violent lightning and the fact that their fangs and claws don't work on a mass of energy. On the other side, a blizzard was blowing as a monster in the shape of a mermaid was freezing everything around her. Even the space was slightly frozen. The Midgardsormr clones' flames didn't have any effect before they were frozen and crushed into fragments. Loki even saw his magic circles and defenses getting frozen by the cold air as he started to add divine power to stop it. This is Alreska Glacis, a familiar from Strike the Blood, who can lower the temperature to absolute zero that's not possible normally and crush things at an atomic level. This beast was made from a Death Taigu in the dimensional gap. Leo put a position of throwing before he tightened the spear that was charged with mana, lightning while spinning in his hand before he said it's over. Boost boom! The spear left sonic booms in the air as it flew towards the injured Loki with a speed that didn't even give him a chance to blink as he was using a teleportation spell, but it failed again. This bastard, Loki realized that Leo allowed him to use space earlier before he flew down to avoid the spear, but that was pointless as the spear changed its direction and rushed to him even if he used an acceleration spell. Don't you dare get cocky, human! Loki used all his strength with the divine power in the air and made hundreds of magic circles between him and the spear as it blocked its advancement. Lightning and mana were clashing together between Gibalg and Loki divine magic barriers as it did a spectacular light show. Divine power again, hey! Leo raised his hand before two sounds vibrated across this layer. Asterisk penetrate. Asterisk puff. With the sound of the boosted gear and flesh getting pierced, Loki saw the spear piercing him in his abdomen before he crashed to the ground. On the layer and all Asgard was vibrating slightly from that attack. Chapter 45, Realization. An enormous cloud of dust appeared in the layer, but Leo waved his spear as it was cleared quickly and showed Loki that was staring at the ceiling in shock while he was nailed to the ground. Leo walked slowly towards Loki as he recovered his beasts and looked at the destruction in this layer before he said, "Well, looks like I'm exposed." Loki moved his head slowly to look at Leo and Pakia that was bringing Fenrir that was sealed in a cube of space, but what made him speechless is the fact that Fenrir was getting tickled by an orange slime as he lost his ability to resist. The god-devouring wolf was subdued by an orange slime. This made Loki lose some faith in himself. Transfer. Leo saw Fenrir in the space, so he transferred the boost to Alreska and froze Fenrir in space and time inside the cube after recovering SCP-999. Like I said. Leo recovered his beasts before he said it's over. Loki stared at Leo as he didn't have any strength to stand up. Killer Queen bombs injured him badly from the inside and Gibalg is using his separation power to separate his divine power from his body, which left him powerless. However, Leo didn't care about Loki's eyes glaring at him because he was typing in the chat. Annihilation Maker, admin, how was that? Advocate of gender equality, it sucks, I wasn't able to see anything, all the fight was just flashing on the screen. This isn't anime. You lied to me. Neat princess, 3/10 just because you said the phrase "Bree Bree," I didn't see anything. Big sister lion, me too, the strongest man in the world. You took too long. A hero for fun, one attack is enough. Even if that's boring. Annihilation Maker, admin, I needed him to summon his monsters, so it took this long. Neat princess, it still sucks. But more importantly, I think I found what happened to you, Leo. Leo was surprised by this announcement, but he heard an annoying voice behind him. Don't think you won, Red Dragon Emperor. This is just the bee. Loki didn't finish his words as venom shot a web to his mouth and Leo said, wait a minute. The group saw how Leo was treating gods before they ignored it. Neat princess, you know that you made yourself compatible with magic, but you know that into our world, magic work in the idol theory that follows the belief of a certain religion to affect the reality. I know. Leo nodded, but Loki was struggling while staring at him like a retarded because he was talking to the air. Neat princess, espers use their own reality which is the opposite to magic side, so maybe because you're in a god's realm is affecting your personal reality after being allowed to use magic. Neat princess, even if you're in DXD, a god realm is a god realm, and maybe there are some rules in the DXD world that are clashing with Tuaru rules. Honestly, there are a lot of possibilities, but this will certainly affect you and most likely you'll go berserk or something because espers are related to angels. Misaka in her world was walking in the school corridor as she was looking at the messages while gathering information. I knew it. My world has magic, hey. There's even a magic side. Misaka nodded her head while reading the last message Kaguya sent before she thought so. Espers are related to angels. Wait, what? She stopped in her place immediately before she typed in the chat. Bree Bree, excuse me. Advocate of gender equality, I knew it. Kazuma raised his fist because he guessed Misaka's world plot successfully. The strongest man in the world, This looks like a problem. Then what do you suggest, Kaguya? Whitebeard still feels weird to call Kaguya because he knows that her age is bigger than him by a huge amount. However, they all forgot Misaka's question. Neat princess, don't kill or use your esper ability, and it's better if you left this realm as soon as possible. I see. Then I'll go berserk if I stay here. Leo looked at Gibalg in his hand before he typed in the chat. Neat princess, most likely Annihilation Maker, admin, thank you. Finally. It's about time this happens. Neat princess, Hugh. Leo ignored the chat room as he looked at the problem in his hands. Venom, do you need him dead or just like this? Leo looked at the struggling Loki as he asked Venom. I need him dead because this is the only way to absorb the divine power for me, and honestly, these gods are weak, Venom said in Leo's mind. Don't compare Marvel Comics to here, Venom. However, the only way? Then let's make another way, Leo said as a black fog appeared on Venom before he gained a new ability to absorb the divine power from living gods as long as they don't resist, or in Loki's condition as their divine power separated. Neat princess, hey! Talk to me! What the hell do you mean by finally? Bree, she seems really angry, big sister lion, yeah, Annihilation maker. Admin, this is just a regular trope in the protagonist life cycle. Advocate if gender equality, you're okay, Leo? You didn't hit your head or something? Annihilation maker, admin, no, I'm okay. But my protagonist phase has started. The group stared at the screen to see Leo acting normally as he seemed completely calm, unlike the other time when they told him about the killing problem. They even saw his coat extend some webs and warp Loki before it absorbed some golden color energy. Neat princess, Leo. Are you serious? Annihilation maker, admin, yet, I'm serious. Like every protagonist going berserk and receiving a power-up. I'll use it and weaponize my berserk state, just watch me. Neat princess, are you kidding me? Leo, what the hell? Do you know what you're messing with? Advocate of gender equality, how bad is it exactly? Neat princess, type moon level of despair. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. This isn't worth it just because you want to become OP or something. Neat princess, become OP? That isn't a reason to jump into Aru chaos. There's no way that's your reason, Well, it's kinda my reason even if it's to pass time. Leo smiled at the screen, but the group stopped talking as they felt that smile was weird. The group wasn't able to describe that smile, but they know that smile wasn't for them or even to anyone in this place. Pass. Time. Kaguya fingers stopped typing as she stared at the screen without blinking, even if Leo already walked away. She knows that Leo's answer will always be yes. I want to be OP or shut up and just watch. However, she never imagined getting this answer. Is it because of the external factors? Or he already knows this will happen, so he came here? I don't know. For the first time in this group, Kaguya felt this weird and helpless. Whitebeard tightened his grip on his naginata as he drank some wine. But his sons noticed that he's thinking about something. Leon was drinking like Whitebeard, but she didn't like the weird atmosphere in the chat room. Misaka felt this conversation, and this moment is the most weird situation this chat room ever saw. However, she felt something weird happened after looking at that smile. Like something was so close became very far. Aqua finally cleared her plate of food and stared at Kazuma that was looking at the air while tapping the sword in his hand with his fingers. For the first time after they came to this world, Aqua chose to not mess with Kazuma as she felt something weird. Saitama looked at the chat room screen as even he showed a clear emotion because he was frowning. At this moment, the group realized something. After all that time together, even if it wasn't long, they know a lot about each other, but Leo was always an exception. No, it was like they knew something, but those things hide the big picture. He's rude? Like cute things? Want to be OP? He also cares about his friends and family? But now, all this information seems like trivial things and they are just scratching the surface of something deep. The group knows that Leo isn't a madman even if he acts like one with his crazy ideas, he's more like my normal doesn't have to be your normal. But this made them more puzzled. Why is he doing this? For power? Even Leon that joined recently knows that wrong, so for what? He didn't seem to hide anything in his actions. So why are they feeling like this? The whole team saw Leo back to normal now, but they couldn't take the question out of their heads. This made them realize that they don't know anything about the person named Leo. When the group was silent, Leo grabbed SCP-999 from above his head and said, "Hey, little guy, I need you in something." SCP-999 made an OK sign with his body as he was agreeing to Leo's plan. "Okay, then I only need one thing and we're ready." Leo put SCP-999 on his head before he walked forward to look for a secret here. Loki that was dragged by Leo's web stared at his divine power that was absorbed by venom and Fenrir that was frozen in ice. What the hell is going on with this Red Dragon Emperor? He even has Annihilation Maker. Loki was able to detect Leo power by using his senses as a god because his divine power was on venom. He's a strong opponent and maybe one of the strongest Red Dragon Emperors, but he's so chaotic. Dragon Heart? But why does he seem like a hero that'll turn into a god? Loki could see Leo's dragon heart and lungs, but that doesn't change the fact that Leo is a human with special traits. Humans can become gods in this world if they have a pure soul, benevolence, and righteousness, as it doesn't matter to be evil or good as long as you're honest about yourself. Because gods are honest about their personalities. However, Loki saw something weird here. He saw an invisible field around Leo clashing with the divine power in the air that was trying to start the codification process before getting absorbed by that field. The two Longinus were also sending something like information, but the field was disgusted by it before it compressed it and turned it into something purer. "Oh, it's using my divine power and Asgard divine power to write something." Loki saw something in the shape of a book with one page in Leo's aura before he nodded and thought how he could escape. But that didn't take long before he widened his eyes. "It's using my fucking divine power to write something." Loki saw the book and the only page in it. There were only 2 lines written in the book, but every word and letter was hitting Loki in the head like a hammer from just looking at them. For the first time in his life, Loki felt fear, an absolute fear from those words. Just what the hell is this? Loki stared at Leo before he looked at this divine power. "However, it's using my divine power and my divine power has, we're all going to die." Loki's eyes went blank as he stared at the book and the boosted gear while he felt that his reason in life was lost because this man in front of him will cause a Ragnarok even bigger than his. "What happened to you, Loki? I need you to find the Infinity Gauntlet in your father treasury." Leo dragged Loki before he said, "You'll be the guide and the scapegoat." Loki has almost choked on his own blood after he heard what this guy is planning. Meanwhile, in the first layer in Asgard, the gods felt Fenrir and Loki power from the lower layer, but most importantly, Drake power as they rushed outside the palace. However, Odin, Vidar, Freyr, Baldur, and Brynhildr were staring at the Valkyries that were holding balloons and party tools. Odin raised his eyebrow, Vidar put his hand on his chin while wondering what's going on. The other gods didn't have much reaction except confusion, but Brynhildr shivered from anger. Asgard was getting chaotic, and this is only the start. Chapter 46, Roller Coaster. Can you explain? Brynhildr walked towards one of the Valkyries as she was boiling from anger before she said, "What are you doing here? When Asgard is under attack?" In the first layer, Brynhildr was staring at most of the Valkyries in Asgard while burning from anger. All the Valkyries were startled before they swallowed up a little because Brynhildr was scary. Especially when she's angry. Brynhildr is a beautiful woman with long light blue hair. However, she is a very serious and strict person who will always make sure the order and rules are being followed inside Asgard, which makes the Valkyries afraid of her even if they take her as a role model. "Calm down, Brynhildr." Vidar walked toward Brynhildr in an attempt to calm her down, but he said, "You'll get more wrinkles on your face if you continue." Vidar is a handsome man in his 20s. He has white golden hair, golden eyes, and a beard. He also wears a fitting white suit. But Brynhildr has known this guy for a long time. "Hey!" Brynhildr touched her face to feel the smooth skin before she understood that Vidar was making fun of her age again. "You!" Brynhildr clenched her fist that was flashing with divine power as she was forcing herself to calm down. Vidar laughed slightly at Brynhildr's condition before he turned towards the Valkyries and said, "Does any one of you care to explain what's happening?" "You One Valkyrie was sacrificed by her friends to explain what happened, which made Brynhildr take notes to train these Valkyries further in the aspect of teamwork. Odin raised his eyebrow when heard the story about the man named Joker and the unexpected party before he said, "I thought this was a surprise party. Sigh, this is disappointing, I know, right?" Vidar replied naturally, which made Brynhildr angrier. "Father, look at this." Baldur looked at the Valkyries before a magic circle flashed in his hand. Baldur is the god of beauty and the eldest son of Odin. He used his magic on the Valkyries and discovered something. A strange force affected their minds. Odin touched his beard before he said, "But why is it acting in this way? It's almost like they put it to be removed easily." Freyr, the god of sacral kingship, said as he noticed the way the force was affecting the Valkyries' minds. "Remove it." Odin observed the magic circle for a while before he used his own divine power and removed all the foreign force on the Valkyries. However, something happened that made him surprised, even if he saw a lot during his life. That wasn't real. A Valkyrie collapsed to the ground while looking devastated. "He tricked us! He tricked us!" Another Valkyrie was clenching her weapon as she almost gritted her teeth. "Joker!" Unforgivable. A dark aura appeared on most of the Valkyries as it made Odin sweat a little. The gods stopped their actions as they stared at the Valkyries that were releasing a terrifying aura. This is what happens when you leave the talk to an SCP, so Leo is facing the wrath of Yandere Valkyries. "What happened to you?" Brynhildr understood that something has happened to the Valkyries before she said, "Start the formation and follow me." Brynhildr was trying to command the Valkyries, but they all turned towards her with their empty eyes as it put a chill into her soul. "Why are you looking at me like this?" Brynhildr didn't want to admit she was scared while trying to figure out the situation. "What an amazing SCE, I mean horrible." Odin corrected his words before he walked forward and said, "Valkyries, listen to me." All Valkyries looked at Odin before he said, "We have a situation about an intruder in Asgard and this isn't the time to act weak. Pick up your weapons and follow the oath you made. Protect Asgard." Odin saw his words have some effect on the Valkyries before he said, "Oh, I forgot to say. Your Joker is there too." The Valkyries seemed to be hit by an electric shock before they all raised their weapons and rushed towards the second layer. They didn't even wait for the gods to follow. "I still got it." Odin smirked while touching his beard as Brynhildr felt she need more studies after all those years before she followed the Valkyries. "And here they go." Vidar sighed after he saw the Valkyries leave before he looked at his father and said, "But father, you felt it, didn't you?" "Loki, Fenrir, and Drake." Odin nodded before he looked slightly serious and said, "It has a while since I heard that name. Do you think Loki has Drake? Or this Joker is a helper to him?" Baldur didn't even think twice before including Loki on the intruder's side. "We don't have enough information, but it most likely Loki was a part of this," Freyr said while his idea was similar to Baldur. Vader didn't say anything as he was slightly sad for Loki and his bad luck to be always suspected when something happens. "We can't be sure." Odin didn't rush in conclusion before he looked around and said, "The others aren't here. Thor and the others aren't here." Baldur replied before he said, "But why don't you know, father?" "I was busy." Odin coughed, which made them know he was doing his usual perverted hobby before they ignored him and teleported to the sixth layer, but they couldn't. Baldur tried a few more times before he looked at Odin and said, "The layer is locked." The other felt the confusion in Baldur's tone before they frowned and teleported to the second layer as they met the Valkyries using magic in space. Lord Odin. Brynhildr saw Odin arrive before he bowed down slightly as she said, "The whole layers are locked and we can't access them." Freyr stared at the space leading to the third layer before he said, "The space was rotated and the entire system is against us now. This is really annoying, but brilliant at the same time." Freyr used hundreds of magic circles to analyze space as he was annoyed by this situation. The whole layer space was rotated by 180 degrees, which made the defensive system that was protecting Asgard from the intruders work against them. "Are you telling me we were kicked out from Asgard?" Vidar was speechless as he looked at the Valkyries working to analyze the space blockage. "Kicked from Asgard? Hey! First, he turned most of our Valkyries into Yanderes, and now he did this. Odin didn't seem all that worried as he knows how strong the defensive system in the lower layers with the tricks and traps in it. Lord Brynhildr. Ah! Lord Odin! A Valkyrie came rushing to Brynhild as she was holding a magic circle that was showing a map. Brynhild saw Odin nodded before she signaled the Valkyrie to speak. We found the location of Lord Loki and the intruder. Joker. The voice of the Valkyrie cracked for a second, which scared Brynhildr slightly before she looked at the magic circle. Hey? Does this space exist? Brynhild was confused as she saw a subspace next to the sixth hidden one. An extra space. Odin looked at the map before his face solidified for a second. I can't believe this. This is terrible. A serious look formed on Odin's face, but this made his two sons more speechless. We need to stop them immediately. Odin raised his hand as Gungnir appeared on his hand before he said Asgard's secrets can't be known to the enemies. Vidar, Baldur, Freyr and Brynhildr stared at Odin holding Gungnir as they finally understood what was in that layer. Meanwhile, in the extra space at the sixth hidden layer. This space is much like the last library, but it was slightly smaller. Leo was looking at a book in his hand while reading it. He's taking that book very seriously as he made sure he doesn't miss a single detail before he closed it and looked to the sky. Boom! Leo kicked the bookshelf as a part of the library went flying and books mixed with DVDs flew to the sky. It was all PRN and hen AI. Leo screamed to the sky as he burned the book in his hand. The other books fell on Loki as he was also very speechless from the situation. The evil god Loki was buried under a mountain of hen AI and PRN magazines. Neat princess, always has been advocate of gender equality. I'll go and worship Odin now. Bree, I don't know what to say anymore. I give up. Big sister lion, what a crazy world, hey? A god hide po asterisk and in his kingdom. This is the result after some research in this layer by Leo and some help from Loki. Flashback before entering the secret space. Hey? Do you expect me to say something? Loki could talk as Leo removed the web from his mouth before he said, don't dream, human. I, Loki, searched this place for years and learned all Odin's ways and tricks before reaching this far, and you want to find them now? Don't make me laugh. Fuhaha. Loki didn't finish his laugh as Leo put the web again before he dragged him and walked towards the place he came from. You learned Odin ways, hey? Then you're the retard that put the stupid loopholes next to each other. Leo observed the place while Palkia raised Fenrir and followed them. Muffled noises. Loki was angry as he was struggling even further, but he couldn't do anything because Gibalg was penetrating him. Leo didn't care about him as he put his hand on the ground and started to feel something. The chat room went silent as they didn't want to bother Leo. This is a weird action which Leo could notice, but he was busy for the moment. The group was still in the same state of earlier as they were thinking about Leo and why he was acting like this. They know that the conditions here are showing them a side they never saw of Leo, but they couldn't just ask him. So they choose to wait and see before taking any action. Found it. Leo stood up from the ground as he looked at Loki and smiled. If you can't solve a problem, blow it up. Leo raised his hand as Killer Queen appeared behind him and pulled the trigger. Asterisk boom. Asterisk with a pink flash in space, all the area around Leo and Loki was exploded by Killer Queen bombs that were powered by Palkia space power. The collapsed space didn't last long before it disintegrated, but Leo noticed another space hidden as he ordered Palkia to fix the space. What the use of magic defenses and hidden arts, if you can just blow them away? Leo smiled as he floated from the ground while Loki took another blow to his pride. Yeah, you can do it. Leo felt his clones called him before he nodded and rushed to the subspace. Flashback end. So what to do now? Leo stared at the mountains of Po-En and Hen Ai as he didn't know what to do now. Oh, wait, an idea flashed in Leo's mind before he walked toward a pile of magazines and pulled Loki from under them. Loki was still in the state of the injured pride as Leo removed the web from his mouth. Tell me the location of the biggest magic library, Leo said directly while Loki gave him a stare and said, Human, are you serious? If you don't, then I'll send this video to all the forces in the world. Leo raised his hand while Loki was confused because he didn't see any video before he saw a camera in Leo's hands. The evil god Loki sleeping under Hen Ai and Poen. I bet Odin will be proud. Leo waved the camera he just made while Loki's eyes went blank again. Loki was now in a choice between his loyalty to Asgard and if he can raise his head when he sees the other gods in the future. Go down to the 7th layer and defeat the 2 giants guarding a hidden library in the middle of the jungle. I know that library because I usually work there. Loki chose his pride instead of Asgard. After all, he doesn't care anymore and they're going to die, anyway. So he prefers to die with pride. Good, let's go. Leo nodded before Venom shot another web on Loki's mouth and walked towards the 7th layer with Palkia. I really don't have much time. Even though he was looking normal, Leo was feeling tired just from walking as he was pushing his Esper power beyond its limits. Leo is literally fighting the divine power in the air to make it perfect for his use, and he doesn't know how much he can take. Like Kaguya said, he's really messing with some very dangerous stuff. I think the part of hallucinations and flashbacks will start very soon. Leo was wondering when the new stage of Berserk will happen before he felt that the divine power increased when he got closer to the 7th layer. Leo looked at the jungle in front of him before he flew towards the sky. He doesn't have time to waste at all. However, all the books in the library were taken by him using Palkia as he had a very good use for them to make a god cry. When Leo was raiding Asgard's 7th layer, the gods finally cracked Palkia's power and entered the 3rd layer. Scatter around and search everything. Brynhildr didn't waste time as she gave the orders, but she and the Valkyries stopped. Even the gods stopped after they saw the sky. The blue sky with clouds changed completely as it became the picture of a pink humanoid cat with few words next to it. Killer Queen touched this layer. Killer Queen touched this rock. A sound appeared on the ground as it startled a Valkyrie. What does that mean? A Valkyrie stepped on a rock before it exploded in her face and knocked her back. Boom 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 asterisk boom. All the objects in this place were randomly exploding as they always said the same phrase. Killer Queen touched this or that. The whole layer turned into a battlefield that even the gods weren't safe while Leo's clones were watching from afar in a hidden space. When did you do that? The team that touched everything here asked the team that searched the magic library on the 4th floor. Magic? No, seriously it's magic, one clone said as they looked at him weirdly before he pulled 2 books about basic pictures, projection magic and sound magic. They could do it because Palkia is controlling this space. The Lord allowed it, the other team said before they nodded and left this layer. The clones saw this layer was successful, so they went to prepare the other layer of the roller coaster. This will be a wild ride. Chapter 47, Hallucinations. Truly, what an interesting place. Leo was flying in the sky, rushing to the direction of the hidden library that Loki told him about before. He said, I'd observe this place more if I had time. Fenrir and Loki were levitated by Palkia power as they were following Leo in this jungle. This is an artificial jungle created in Asgard by Odin and the other gods. This layer is one of the biggest if it isn't the largest place Leo saw here. It had everything from mythical creatures to species Leo didn't know about as long as they related to the Norse mythology. However, even with this beauty in this fantastic forest, Leo wasn't feeling very good at the moment. The divine power in the air increased with every layer he's crossing as he was feeling a weird reaction from the bottom layers, but he couldn't determine it or had the time to check it. All that he wants to do now is get the whole magic library and rush to the last layer to get Odin's secrets before he goes crazy, and probably destroy a lot of things. Leo was thinking about his plan while checking the progress of his aim field before he noticed 2 hills from afar, but they weren't made of rocks. Rumble. The 2 hills started shaking violently as it seems they noticed Leo before they stood up and showed their true form. 250 meters giants guarding an entrance at the side of the forest. The 2 giants noticed Loki before they looked at Leo and wanted to rush towards him, but the forest temperature dropped sharply before a blizzard hit the place. All that left were 2 ice cubes that contained both giants. Sorry, but I don't think I have time to waste with you. Leo waved his hand as it was releasing cold air before he rushed towards the entrance. Well, this is a surprise. Leo flew in the passage for a while before he arrived into a completely new place. The theme of the forest was much less in this place, as modern shelves and tables are around. The entire library was giving a vibe of connecting to nature, as most of the library is a giant tree, but Leo didn't care that much before he checked the place. Nobody. Leo frowned as he didn't feel any life around the library except the plants, which made him puzzled because this doesn't seem like an abandoned place. However, he didn't know that this part of Asgard is usually only for species and creatures that can't access the human world and some bored gods, so they mostly sleep here. The library isn't very important to them as they completely ignore it, so Asgard stores most of their magic knowledge here. I guess I'll just take it. Leo nodded before Pakia arrived and pink waves of space power rushed across the library. The whole library and this part of the forest started shining pink before they were contained in a large ball made of space. The scene didn't last for long before the space twisted and the entire area was sucked into another dimension. In the dimensional gap where Leo's subspace, the area from the forest appeared as it fused with the subspace before it was hidden alongside the dimension. Asterisk boom. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk thousands of traps and magical attacks were activated in the giant pit where the library was as they were destroying everything around. Leo stood on the air as he was looking at the traps before he turned towards Loki. Loki turned his head away while pretending he didn't know anything, which made Leo increase the power of the venom web. Advocate of gender equality, objective reached and quest is complete. Neat princess, mission complete. Rank C rewards Bree, so we started to take this as a game. Advocate of gender equality, I can literally level up, what do you want me to do? Bree, neat princess, apparently, my life isn't all that interesting, so I only have a bullet hell game. Yeah, only a game. Big sister lion, does this make me better? Neat princess, your world gave me depression and sadness. Big sister lion. Good, the strongest man in the world, so what did my world give you? Neat princess, a journey that I can't see it end. The strongest man in the world, as I expected, a hero for fun. What about mine? Neat princess, hype. A hero for fun. Okay. Leo didn't care about the usual nonsense in the group before he noticed the forest and felt some strong guys awakening. They weren't as strong as him and most of them were even weaker than Loki, but he didn't want to have a confrontation during this time. Well, run away? Yeah, I'll run away. Leo nodded at one of his most successful plans before he wanted to teleport from this lair, but things didn't go the way he liked. Darkness, the entire world was swept by darkness as it became pitch black. Leo felt the whole world vanished with nothing left around him before a few candles appeared in the front. The scene wasn't strange for Leo as he saw it before, but this time it seemed different and more real. Leo couldn't describe these feelings, but this didn't stop him from taking action. Great, the hallucinations started and I'm going crazy now. Leo sighed at his situation before he waved his hand and did the most obvious thing to do. He blows out the candles. The candles blew out normal like any normal candle before darkness filled the place. But after a while, the candles were lit again. Leo even noticed that the flames of the candles didn't decrease or their form changed, it was like he didn't do anything. What does this mean? Leo wanted to analyze this place further, but the scene vanished again and everything returned to normal. Big sister lion, what just happened? Bree, hey, Leo, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Leo answered casually before he looked at the chat room screen and said, did you see something? Advocate of gender equality, the screen went pitch black for a few seconds. Neat princess, no sound or picture. It was almost like everything vanished. Did something happen to you? Yes, I was hallucinating. Leo nodded before he took a sigh of relief and said, which is good. Bree, hallucinations. Good. What? The strongest man in the world, a new way to look at it, yeah, it's good. First, if you saw it then I'm not crazy, which is a point in my book, and secondly, the hallucination is a sign that I'm going in the right way of getting out of control. Leo reasoning completely bewildered the group before he said, and it's nice to know this chat room can show things that even Drake didn't see. Neat princess, hidden function. Advocate of gender equality, probably the same with how we can see the stands. Well, I need to get out of here. Leo looked back to see monsters and creatures rushing towards him before a pink barrier appeared and stopped them all. I learned from this Loki that he knows Odin's ways, then I know where to go. Leo smirked at Loki, which made him shudder before they teleport from this place. Meanwhile, in the third layer of Asgard, a war was going on with Killer Queen bombs and Asgard forces. They forgot how much of Killer Queen has already touched this phrase they heard, or how many explosions hit them as they were completely over it. Brynhildr was launching magic with divine power everywhere in an attempt to stop Killer Queen bombs. She was clearly over it because of the screams of agony. Vader saw the breakdown of the strongest Valkyrie in Asgard as he sighed before he launched AoE's attacks all around. They already shot down the Killer Queen picture from the sky as they all were going crazy from this, but the Valkyrie's flames of revenge didn't stop as they gave it all. This was the plan, for now. To launch as many wide area attacks as they can before the analysis team led by Odin can crack the space blockage, which shouldn't take long because Odin is literally digging the space barrier with Gungnir. All the gods and Valkyries can swear they never saw Odin this serious in their life. Even during the wars back in the day, he wasn't this serious. Clang. Pakia pink space power and Odin Gungnir collided as the space was shaking, but it didn't break down. Nobody can discover that Odin raised his spear again before he attacked with all his power all the tastes. This is a secret Odin will bury with him in his grave as the man who loved all the tastes. It didn't take long for the barrier to be analyzed, most likely because Odin was going all out for once as the gods and Valkyries healed themselves and rushed to the other layer. Hey! Odin was the first to enter before he froze in his place, and the others did the same as they couldn't explain what they were looking at. The entire space lost the ground and the sky, all that left was a space separated into thousands of scenes as it was almost like a kaleidoscope. However, this wasn't what stopped them, but the fact that the scenes were bizarre. All the scenes were showing three Jokers sitting in different places before. Music started. Vocal percussion on a whole nother level coming from my mind, A/N, JoJo's Part 5. Torture dance, with the music staring, one of the Jokers stood up and started dancing, but the whole space started to rotate quickly and the Valkyries lost their balance. Vocal percussion on a whole nother level coming from my mind, even the Valkyries forgot about looking at the Jokers because all the space and directions were switching at a quick pace, and the thousands of pictures about Joker were also rotating. This gave them motion sickness. I want golden wind. The other two Jokers stood up as they joined the dance while the whole layer was in complete chaos now. Nobody could stand normally as the whole world was rotating around them. Not this time. Brynhildr screamed before she launched her attacks, but the space rotated and all those attacks returned like a boomerang and hit her to the face. Boom! Everyone saw Brynhildr knocked back by her own attack and crashed to the ground before they chose to take this more carefully and shot some of the kaleidoscope pictures. They managed to hit some, but they recovered quickly. Yet, it's like a golden wind, I'm dancing for your mind. After looking at the annoying dance and the stupid music, the gods and Valkyries have only one thing to say. They really hate this place. All that they could do now is keep their sanity in check as they rushed to analyze the space. Chapter 48, Wrath. Asgard forces fell into the trap of torture dance, which was lowering their sanity like a mini Thulhu. Even the Confrere was almost on the verge of raging while Vader already activated his mystical boots and he was kicking everything around him. Honestly, this is the worst experience they had in their life. They can't believe there's someone with this devilish mind that'll make the devil a joke. Does this have an end? Vader kicked again as a tremendous shock wave hit the pictures in the sky. However, most of the power rotated back to him, which forced him to dodge. I don't know, but at this point, Baldur was also attacking with magic before he screamed, I don't care. Sivadar sighed as he looked at Brynhildr, who was raging across the layer and his father throwing Gungnir at the space to weaken it. Everyone was losing it slowly at this layer as they did their best to break the barrier, but this space dragon power was very strong and complicated with its rotation. At this moment, in the first layer, thunder clouds appeared in the sky before lightning struck the space and teleported to the next layers. The lightning was a man with blonde hair, who was holding a hammer. He was rushing towards Odin's location while crashing all the space traps with a swing of his hammer. However, when the lightning left, there was a space portal appearing inside the first layer. Leo walked from the portal as he felt something from the air. It showed a very strong divinity, but he wasn't here to fight. Palkia followed Leo while holding both Fenrir and Loki with his space power. The space portal closed after they walked as they looked at the palace in the front. Palkia Leo gave the command before waves of spatial power rushed to the palace and scanned most of this layer. A map appeared in Leo's head about the layer before he spotted his goal from all of this heist. I have to say that you and Odin have a similar way to hide things. Leo looked at Loki before they teleported into the palace. The group appeared inside a hallway in the palace as Leo was looking around while trying to find a node in space with Palkia. Loki was completely shocked at this moment. This day gave him a lot of surprises as he understood where this was going, but he couldn't believe it. Neat princess, so you went to the beginning? Pretty obvious move. Advocate of gender equality, classic Bree Bree, again, why do you guys always speak with mysteries? Big sister Lion, not that much of a mystery. He went back to the start because it has something to lead to the end, or this is what I think the strongest man in the world. He's tracking back his footsteps, a hero for fun. He never came here the strongest man in the world. Yet, like this idiot putting loopholes next to each other. Leo didn't care about Loki glaring eyes before he said Odin did the same, but much more complicated. For you see, I scanned the whole Asgard with Palkia, but I felt that the signal from the last layer is weak, Leo said as he looked around before walking and grabbing a part of the space. The space twisted and distorted before some nodes started connecting to a completely different realm from here. The entire area was huge, but what made it special is the tree roots stretching everywhere and illuminating the space with golden spots of divine power. This space was very different from Asgard. Even the divine power in the air changed completely as it became mixed with a powerful life force. Loki stared at this place in shock as he couldn't believe what he's looking at before his face twisted from anger. Odin, you bastard! The 9th layer was in a completely different realm. Yes, the 9th layer isn't in Asgard as it takes a place under the world tree, Yggdrasil. This layer can never be reached by anyone because no one thought Odin would build an imaginary layer and make it the most secure one of them, just to turn it into a decoy. The only way to access the true 9th layer is by going to the palace and finding Odin's secret door, which is almost impossible because it's a secured door separating two realms. It's very complicated, but if you have absolute control over space and rotate it a little bit, then everything would be solved. The only reason Leo is following these steps is because he doesn't want to rip out the space fabric and crash Asgard and its layers toward the human world. Well, this is the final stage of this journey, Leo said as he was feeling more weak as the book wrote the 5th page and entered the 6th one. 6th page. This is getting difficult. Leo frowned as he saw how hard it was to write this page. 6 is a very important number in Christianity because it's the symbol of evil and the devil, but at the same time, it's the time taken for creating the world. With those thoughts, Leo and Palkia flew towards the only platform in this space as they landed and looked at the things in front of them. In the middle of the platform, there was the golden seed with the size of a football and a rock engraved by runes. Both the objects were shining as they seemed very important. That seed. No way! Loki took another surprise as he was in a total shock before he saw Gibalg separating from him and flying towards Leo's hand. Loki felt his divine power again even if it was weak as he wanted to stand up, but he was greeted by an angry Palkia. Loki stared at Palkia with blank eyes as he surrendered to his fate before he got shot by Palkia's tail. Boom! Palkia hit Loki so hard that he flew very high before passing the space barrier. Meanwhile, in the torture dance layer, Odin was throwing Gungnir everywhere before a portal appeared and Loki crashed into him. The whole layer caught in silence. Even the music stopped for a moment as everyone was staring at Loki on top of Odin. Loki stood up slightly as he felt the angry eyes of everyone and Odin staring at him from underneath before he heard a cracking sound. Crack! Odin kicked Loki to his balls as he curled into a ball and fell in pain and agony. All the male gods shivered slightly as they saw a man's life ruined in front of them. Or at least until he uses magic to heal it. Now, Loki! Odin grabbed Gungnir as he aimed it towards Loki and said, "Do you care to explain what you are doing? I'm innocent." Loki looked left and right before he raised his hands and surrendered to his fate again. However, nobody believed him as they started an interrogation, which made Loki sigh again for his luck today. Leo saw Palkia finishing the job before he walked towards the frozen Fenrir and took one of his fangs by cutting them using space. He didn't stop here as he put Gibolg and the fang together before activating Annihilation Maker and upgrading his spear. A black fog engulfed both of the objects before Leo started to give Gibolg the god-slaying attribute. "Neat princess, did you let him go?" "Yeah, I finished with him, so he's going to do his last job." Leo nodded before the new Gibolg appeared in his hand as he said, "I don't know what will happen during my berserk state, so I need someone to stop me or at least hold me down for a while," Leo said while he cut his finger slightly using Gibolg while putting some of his blood on the spear. The red slaying god spear shone with an ominous red color before Leo felt a sting in his brain as the 6th page writing speed increased and it was almost completed. Leo's now is adding different factors with rich religious meaning to the book in an attempt to increase the speed and its power. Now, with the last pieces in place. What are those? Leo stared at the seed and the rock as he was slightly confused by them. He felt a connection with the seed, but the rock was very strange for him, even if his book reacted slightly for it. "Big Sister Lion, why don't you check them?" "Ha!" Leo tilted his head as a look of disbelieving formed on his face before he said, "Touching something completely unknown in an unknown place isn't the wisest course of action, especially if I'm doing a very dangerous work here. Do you know how much unnecessary troubles happen all across the world, just because someone was curious and touched something he shouldn't touch?" Leo stared at the seed and rock before he said, "Pandora box, that what happened?" Once again, Leo reasoning totally baffled the chat group as they didn't know what to say, but they couldn't admit it even if they felt some truth in his words. "I need to check them at least once before doing anything." Leo rotated Gibolg in his hand before he said, "First, mana scanning and space scanning." "Hey!" The area twisted and changed like a mirage before Leo and chat room members saw a rooftop. A normal rooftop with a clear sky and light breeze. Advocate of gender equality, another change in the scene. "Neat princess, hey, Leo. Your hallucinations are starting again." Leo. "Bree, rooftop? Do you know this place, Leo?" "Leo." The group typed on the chat as they noticed something completely wrong at this moment. Leo was standing still as he was looking at this place. His face was slightly pale with shock and disbelief as he was almost solidifying from them. The group was also surprised by a look they never saw from Leo before, but that didn't last long before the picture changed completely. Rage and anger, or rather say wrath. These were the only things showing to the group as Leo's face twisted from anger as his eyes were almost bloodshot while clenching his fist. Everyone can get angry at some random things because this is their personality and what makes them themselves. Even Saitama gets angry at some ridiculous things like missing the sales. However, this was an anger that they never saw from Leo. He usually gets angry or triggered by some things as a joke and such, but he never showed this genuine anger. It's truly like a volcano was about to explode from anger, and this time it'll absolutely leave casualties behind. Leo now was feeling all his senses were leaving him, no matter how hard he was trying to suppress them as his memories were rushing in his brain. The book inside Leo's soul finished writing the 6th page as it shone with light and a stream of power rushed to Leo's brain and his Esper formula. The formula which stuck in LVL2 was filled magically as a mysterious power linked all the values and add some unknown values. This was completely unscientific, and it'll make all the scientists in the Academy City open their mouths from shock. The aim field around Leo increased and grew to an enormous degree as it was concentrating around his back and head, but it couldn't take a specific form and remain invisible. However, Leo's left eye was glowing gold, and his eyes and ears were bleeding. Despite that, the blood didn't flow down with the gravity as it started floating from Leo's face. The area around Leo defied physics laws as it became chaotic. Kazuma, Kagaya, Mikoto, and Saitama can swear they saw the place around Leo glitching. Glitching like a video game before he held his head from pain. Why, you? Oh you, Leo held his head with one hand as his words were just high-pitched gibberish which didn't make any sense, but only Kagaya and Saitama could understand before those words turned into an unknown as Leo said with that high-pitched gibberish. Leo waved his hand like a normal person does before the chat room stood in silence to that scene. The only way to describe that scene is chaos landing on the world. Meanwhile, Loki was getting interrogated by Odin and the other gods. After catching Loki, they first released their frustrations on him before they did the true interrogation after stopping the annoying space rotation. Will you confess now? Baldur was cracking his fists as he looked at Loki with anger, as so did all the other gods. I told you I'm innocent. Loki was trying hard to defend himself before he became pale and started trembling, which puzzled everyone around. No. No. It has started. Loki looked down as he could see some of his divine powers in the true 9th layer, which is another realm, or rather be called now the 10th layer of Asgard. What has started? Odin stopped his actions as he sensed that Loki isn't lying or joking this time because he never saw him like this before. He knows that Loki was telling the truth, but he was so annoyed that he needed to release it on someone. Odin, there's no time to waste. That guy you call Joker is not someone we can mess with. Loki said while he was sweating before Odin squinted and said, explain. He's doing something very, very dangerous, and that thing involves my divine power. Loki clenched his fist before he said, my divine power has a curse. Odin nodded as he knows that Loki is good at curses because his divinity can curse weaker enemies than him easily, but he didn't know what this has to do with Joker. That person, no, that thing, or it. I don't know what to call him anymore, is using my curse and it'll affect him. Loki said as Odin first thought this is a good thing before he noticed the fear in Loki's tone. Something is coming and it'll not be pretty. Loki said his last words before the whole Asgard started shaking violently. The other realm, Odin widened his eyes as he felt where the vibration was coming from before he heard a voice behind him. So can you tell me what's this thing? A man appeared in the lair as he was covered with lightning and holding a hammer in his hand. This man is Thor. One of the top 10 strongest beings in the DXD world. Chapter 49, The Book of the Law. Sigh, why I'm writing 2 chapters today? Well, I felt the questions are a lot, so here's some answers. Enjoy the chapter. Do you know what's chaos? Is it against the order? Or just a bunch of nonsense? Well, it's all of those, as the chat group was witnessing it now. The whole second realm of Asgard lost its order as it became absolute chaos. Matter was turning into ashes as a giant canyon without an end appeared at plain sight. Some rocks and roots were sticking inside of each other without any effect on both sides before they teleported into different places. The picture was glitching as it was defying the normal way of how objects should exist. The up is down, the right is left, and up or down at the same time. This isn't the same as Pakia switching direction with space, but the whole concept of direction was corrupted. Gravity exists and doesn't at the same time. The temperature lost its effect in this world. Space already gave up on this world and the only thing keeping it together is Pakia. Light wasn't illuminating the surroundings like it always does. The light was there, but it didn't do anything as it was just darkness. The way how world function was completely distorted in mere seconds as it almost collapsed. This realm is literally a mistake, a flaw, an error. All that happened because a man swinging his arm casually, which shows the terror behind it. Leo was standing on the platform, which's the only normal place in this chaos, as he was holding his head before pain. However, he forced himself to calm down as he looked at the scene. The rooftop distorted before darkness swept and the scene of candles appeared, but it didn't take long before the world returned to normal in Leo's eyes. After the scene returned to normal, Leo walked a step forward before he almost fell, but he clenched his teeth and balanced himself, even if his brain was burning from pain. Bree, Leo. Advocate of gender equality, what? Leo couldn't look at the chat room nor hear anything around him, as he was perceiving the world in a very different way from normal humans or other creatures. Cough, cough. Leo coughed as he spit more blood and almost collapsed on the ground. After opening his eyes with difficulty, Leo's left eye changed back to a light blue color, but it still has a faint golden color. Neat princess, Leo, are you okay? Big sister lion, what the hell just happened? He was perfectly fine a moment ago. The strongest man in the world. Hey, kid. What happened to you? Cough, I am, pant fine, cough, Leo said with complexity as his mana recovered his body, and gold experience was healing him as well. But this time, the recovery was much slower. Neat princess, what the hell do you mean by fine? That was the angelic language, isn't it? Advocate of gender equality, are you fucking kidding me? Look at yourself. Big sister lion, are you trying to act tough? Everything is okay, Cough. Leo supported himself as he noticed his angelic language before he cleared his throat and talked with normal language. I just underestimated the 6th page impact. Angelic language is the way angels speak into our world. It sounds like high-pitched gibberish to normal humans. Saitama and Kagaya were able to understand Leo's words, but that became pointless when Leo's personal reality turned everything into a flaw. Leo was having a problem with switching the language as he was trying his hardest to control his aim field now. But he's on the verge of losing control, and the only thing keeping him together is his will. Neat princess, Paige? What are you trying to do? Wait. No way, it's what you are thinking. Leo took a deep breath as he stabilized himself and said, the Book of the Law, or at least a part of it, and maybe in my style to be more fitting, the Book of the Law, also known as Liber al Vel Legis. This is a grimoire that could spell the end of the religion of the cross, Christianity. This grimoire is very complex and written in a very complicated code that made the best talents in the Tuaru world unable to decipher it. Leo wasn't able to decipher the Book of the Law, much less even writing it, so he made the book right himself. This grimoire is somehow sentient, and the knowledge it contained want to go back together after it being watered down by the Academy City chairman to create espers. He gave the knowledge a vessel, which is the book made from the Annihilation Maker power, and the knowledge rushed towards it while using all the available conditions to write itself again. The knowledge took the information from Leo and his Longinus as it smashed and transformed it before writing using the divine power around. This is a very risky move from Leo, but the Book of Law seems to be made according to his powers and has taken a shape that only works according to his reality. However, the Book of Law is still dangerous as the knowledge is so pure for him to handle that it made Leo very weak from using a part of its powers. Bree, no, nothing is okay. Just look at yourself. You're bleeding from your eyes and barely able to stand, and you think this is okay. Misaka exploded from anger in the chat room as it made the group surprised, and Leo, who was using gold experience to heal himself, was also surprised. Bree, I don't care about the stupid angels stuff, just what is happening to you. First, the dragon vein where you almost lost your life, and now this. Bree, it's clear there's a lot of ways you can be stronger, you're now even stronger than a god. Then why are you doing this? Bree, do you think it's okay to act strong when you're like this? If you're hurt, then say you're hurt. Why do you always keep them to yourself and push everyone away? Do you think you're being tough or stubborn? I don't know anymore. Leo and the whole chat group stood there in silence as these words shocked them greatly, especially if they came from Misaka, who is usually the most reasonable in the group. Misaka's words said everything the others wanted to say, as they didn't know what they should do now. Neat princess. Preach advocate of gender equality, you said everything that I wanted to say. Even more ha ha ha, sigh. Leo laughed slightly as his body recovered slightly before he said well, cough. I'm sorry to make you feel like this and thank you honestly, I'm very happy to know someone is so worried about me. Truly, I'm happy. Leo smiled at the screen before he said so, thank you again, Mikoto. But I don't think I'll stop because this is me. I never acted strong or something, I'm just a guy who'll never stop, and will always take the step that no one will ever take. Maybe this is why I'm good with Tuaru world power, that I'm becoming an angel. Ha ha ha. With a light laugh, Leo closed his eyes as he sighed before a serious look formed on his face. I'll never fall again, so I'll keep pushing forward no matter what the danger, but you can rest assured. Leo walked forward even if walking was hard for him now before he said I'm a crazy fool, but not an idiot who'll throw his life away. Leo's brain was still hurting as he was on the edge of losing his rationality with every word written on the 7th page of the Book of the Law. I'll never wait for someone to help or save me, so here I am. Leo clenched his teeth as he stood in front of the platform that contained the two objects. The seed and the rock engraved with runes. However, more importantly, Leo remembered the scene when he almost lost control before saying this is personal. Now the group was completely silent as they couldn't utter a single word at this scene. To be honest, they don't know why Leo is fighting, why he's pushing himself to this limit, and what that picture they saw there. Again. Kazuma mutters to himself when he heard Leo's words before leaning back on his chair without noticing the pale Aqua that was looking at the direction of the screen, even if she didn't see it. Save you? Saitama was on top of a building as the wind was blowing his cape before he said it looks like your bullshit has more truth into it, Leo. Misaka was biting her lips as she didn't know what to do anymore. Leo's words brought some comfort to her, but she just couldn't stop thinking about it. The group stopped typing again as they were waiting. They don't know what to do again, even when the situation seemed very dangerous. They couldn't understand the reason behind Leo's actions because the more they went inside this place, the more they understood how little they knew. However, Misaka, who was silent, typed one last message. Bree, so. Can you at least tell me what was that place? Leo raised the beasts on his head and shoulder before he put them inside his shadow after giving them instructions for his plan. But he noticed Misaka's message at that moment before a smile appeared on his face. A bittersweet place. Nothing more. Leo gave the best answer he could use to describe that place in his heart before he reached for the two objects on the platform. Big Sister Lion, didn't you say that you'll not touch them? Well, I'm almost going crazy, so it isn't a big deal, but in this situation, you need to remember something. Leo put his hand on the two objects as the Book of Law finished the 7th page before he said I'm Pandora's box. Crack. With the sound of glass shattering inside of his brain, Leo lost his perception of the world as everything lost meaning for him before the pain hit him like a train. Ugh! Clenching his teeth, Leo couldn't do anything as the weight of the knowledge and its purity was so much for him. 6th page was the creation of the world and it also represents the beginning, and the 7th page represents perfection and completion, which means God. The seed turned into pure life force as it rushed into Leo's soul and fused with the book while the runes on the rock flew in the air before they rushed towards the book. The Book of Law, which contains only the Christian knowledge, was changing at this moment as it included Leo's reality. All the world was shaking at this moment, the heaven, the human world, and the underworld trembled while Asgard was vibrated. The earthquakes were very weak and almost unnoticeable, but all the strong beings felt them. In the Book of Law beginning, a new page appeared after the seed and runes fuse with it. Phrases started to appear on the page while it seemed very important as the page was golden. The book found an unknown source of information as it was filling new pages with a top speed. Leo wasn't able to scream as his consciousness was slipping away from him, but he forced himself to stay awake as he saw the phrases on the book appear one by one. Secret Emperor. Kabbalah. These were the first two phrases on the book and Leo couldn't stop as he repeated them. Secret Emperor, Kabbalah. Meanwhile, in heaven, there's a Bible and cross which represents the system in the most secure location of heaven. Michael was doing his routine as he was checking the system before a shock wave hit him and sent him away from the system. What? Michael screamed as he couldn't believe what he's looking at. The system went out of control as the book and the cross were shining brightly. Michael noticed the data and information in the system is being used by someone, as he tried to stop it, but he got shot by the system again as he stood helplessly. How can it be? Someone is controlling the system. Everyone can tell the shock and surprise in Michael's tone as he stands there with no way to stop what's going on. Some angels also arrived at the scene, but they were forced to stay next to Michael as they were praying nothing bad will happen. Leo didn't know what's happening in heaven as the book was writing dozens of pages and 4 more phrases. Alpha. Rhinoceros beetle. Spiral staircase. Calathea. With those phrases adding to the book, the heaven, human world, and the underworld vibrated 4 times as it was announcing the start of something. However, inside an unknown location clouded in mist, a man holding a long spear was clenching his teeth as the spear was out of control. True Longinus, what's happening? Cao, the leader of the hero faction, was struggling to control the true Longinus, but all his efforts were useless. The holy spear that contains the God's will didn't care about Cao screams or his subordinate, which it smacked down before a calm voice appeared from its inner. Like the flap of a butterfly wing. Very well, you pass. Cao was surprised by the holy spear suddenly talking before the spear forcibly pointed itself to the sky and sent a gigantic light beam, which vanished quickly, and Cao controlled the spear again. What's going on? Cao held his spear as he had a very weird feeling from the situation, but he didn't know that the beam was taken by the system as it rushed to a different place. Alpha, Rhinoceros beetle. Spiral staircase, Calathea. Leo didn't know what to feel from this pain now as he almost lost his senses while 4 more phrases appeared in the book. The book of law seemed to write faster, like it received some sort of boost. Papilio-glaucous butterfly. Wird. Dragon. Fig tart. Leo repeated the phrases as his mana changed into another form and his aim field grew larger. The 3 realms trembled 3 times and Asgard vibrated 4 times while the dragons across the world flinched as they didn't understand what's going on. But one giant red dragon in the dimensional gap opened his eyes. A man with silver hair frowned as his blue-white Longinus appeared on his back for no reason. The dragon inside the wings felt something as it looked towards the direction of Asgard. Papilio-glaucous butterfly. Yggdrasil. Spiral staircase. Mobius strips. With those new phrases, Asgard and Yggdrasil started trembling as they shook 5 times before it stopped. However, a small girl with long black hair opened her eyes as she looked at the direction of Asgard. Leo seemed to enter a strange trance as light spots were appearing around him and most of his mana transformed. Yggdrasil, that didn't show any reaction, began to send a powerful life force to Leo for no reason. Papilio-glaucous butterfly. Singularity point. Omega. Angel. Leo said those last phrases before everything stood still and a bright light appeared as it engulfed him into a ball. Yggdrasil roots started moving at this moment as they reached Leo and moved him up. The roots teleported him to the 8th layer before a bright light shined on the place and Yggdrasil went back to silence. Pakia saw this, but he didn't feel anything bad, so he allowed Yggdrasil's actions before he followed his lord. The chat room members closed their eyes at the bright light while Kazuma noticed the scared Aqua before he said, "What happened to you, Aqua?" "Kazuma-san. This is scary. Like something terrifying will appear." Aqua was shivering as Kazuma noticed that she's looking at the chat screen direction even if she didn't see it. Kazuma didn't have time to talk to Aqua as he saw something that made him widen his eyes. Meanwhile, in the DXD world, Thor and Vidar were flying towards the 8th layer as they were the only ones able to pass the 4th layer. Odin used all his power when he realized the danger and opened a hole in space using Gungnir. He finally understood after feeling the earthquakes how bad the situation was before he did a plan that allowed Thor and Vidar to rush over. Thor was looking serious while holding his hammer, and Vidar was the same. They are feeling something very dangerous from the next layer, but they couldn't stop now as they entered the 8th layer. What in the world? The shock on Vidar's face can't be described as he looked at what the layer had become. This layer separates into two sides, a jungle and an ice area which giants live in, but now there was only chaos. Seasons, which shouldn't appear in this place, appeared as they were changing in each second. Fall, winter, spring, and summer were switching positions and sometimes appearing at the same time. Thor as the god of thunder understand that the weather wasn't changing, but the time itself was going crazy. Giants chose to run away as they were afraid of something. Vidar even saw Fenrir shaking at the corner. However, Vidar stood still as he saw it. It was standing on a hill in the middle of the layer while the total chaos was revolving around it. It was a young man with a dark blue right eye, and a golden left eye. But the special thing is the pure black energy wings behind him as some colors appeared now and then on them. Thor didn't feel fear or power, and this shocked him greatly. He couldn't even feel the thing. His face or his look, Thor wasn't able to remember anything after looking at it. However, it turned towards both Vidar and Thor as they only saw nothingness mixed with thousands of mistakes and errors from those eyes. Everyone across the world didn't know what's happening, but if there was a powerful mage from Tuaru he'd say, "An angel has fallen. An angel different from all the other angels." Well, the law of equivalent exchange. You got answers, here's some questions. Leo's 19 phrases, 1 secret emperor. 2 Kabbalah. 3 rhinoceros beetle. 4 alpha. 5 spiral staircase. 6 calathea. 7 papilio glaucus butterfly. 8 wird. 9 dragon. 10 fig tart. 11 papilio glaucus butterfly. 12 Yggdrasil. 13 spiral staircase. 14 Mobius strips. 15 papilio glaucus butterfly. 16 singularity point. 17 omega. 18 angel. 19. Chapter 50, Bad Situation. A world of chaos presented in front of Thor and Vidar. Nothing made sense in this place or this what they saw. Basic laws of how the world should exist was twisted to an unimaginable degree. The matter was glitching and freaking out much harder than it did at the 10th layer. The seasons were changing without stopping as it made the god of thunder feel a headache just by looking at them. Thor wasn't able to produce his lightning without using his divine power, which made him realize that lightning wasn't existing normally in this place, or how it was made is very different. He wasn't able to even control the weather or make a small thundercloud. It was like his authority was stripped away from him. Vidar wasn't better as he was keeping a battle stance while looking at it. He was calculating where he should attack, but that made him sweat as he couldn't calculate anything. Where does he kick? How far he's from Leo? How can he reach him and attack? Vidar wasn't able to feel the distance, where he could aim, or how much he should run to reach it. Everything didn't make sense as the two brothers were sweating while looking at the young man with his black energy wings, flashing with some colors once in a while. The chaos didn't stop as it was expanding in a rotating motion to everything around it, but it was slowed down by waves of pink space power. However, much to the brothers' surprise, it looked at them for a moment before it turned its head and looked away. The brothers saw runes flashing on the coat it wearing when it turned away. The runes appeared briefly as they were golden and written all across the coat ends. Runes. Thor was surprised that this thing has runes on its clothes, but it was more confusing as he understood the meaning behind the runes. Hey, brother! Those runes mean to restrain or I'm hallucinating. Vidar wasn't quite sure as he asked Thor. They really mean restrain, but why does that thing want to restrain itself? Thor asked while trying to look for clues before he and Vidar saw the white dragon in the sky. Palkia was flying in the sky, using all his power to support space and make it stable while containing Leo's power. He blocked the space and reinforced it. Vidar's tone was filled with confusion while Thor clenched his hammer and said, "Yeah, it's locking down this place, locking us here?" "No." Vidar thought for a second before he said, "It's locking that thing here yet, but I don't think that thing cares." Thor stared at Leo's emotionless face and eyes as he didn't know what to do. He wants to laugh at himself, he's the god of thunder and one of the strongest beings in the world, but he can't do anything to the thing in front of him. Any attempt to do something was instantly denied by himself as Thor didn't see any hope of winning. Taking a deep breath, Thor calmed himself as the mighty hammer, Mjolnir, was flashing with thunder. "Brother." Vidar didn't think Thor would take action without a plan before he said, "Although that dog is shaking with fear, it's still strong. Do you think we have a chance just by charging at that thing?" He knows his brother's temper as the god of thunder, but he never thought Thor would rush directly. "That dog only has some fancy fangs, nothing more." Thor took a step forward, but Leo didn't even look at him. "There's no other choice, Vidar." Thor didn't look at his brother's eyes before he raised his hammer and said, "I can't let this thing roam free in Asgard, or any other place." Rumble. Observe that thing, Vidar. The divine lightning covered Thor's body before he said, "This is a test shot." Boom! Thor rushed as lightning as he crossed distance instantly towards Leo. However, he didn't rush directly as he kept jumping around with a speed far above the other gods. Leo didn't care about Thor, nor did he give him any attention. He was just standing there as the chaos was revolving around him. The lightning made a circle around Leo as Thor's speed was increasing with each jump. Tch. Thor didn't hope for a reaction, but the fact of Leo ignoring him like a fly, made him angry before he charged towards him. Mjolnir grew larger as Thor held it up high before striking Leo in the head. The blow was accompanied by the divine thunder that was able to defeat gods easily. However, the result surprised even Thor that didn't hope for something from the start. The lightning and the hammer stopped an inch from Leo as they didn't advance further. There was no sound from the thunder or the hammer hitting anything, it was just frozen there. "Ah!" Thor screamed as lightning was flashing around him and the hammer before striking again. A hit after a hit, Thor didn't stop as he put everything he got in each strike, but all those attacks were pointless as the lightning disappeared after contacting Leo. What? Thor couldn't move his hammer this time or even his body. In the end, after all those attacks, Thor got some attention from Leo as he looked at him with those lifeless eyes and reached his hand slowly toward Thor's hammer. Thor was struggling as he couldn't move while Leo put his hand on the hammer, which made Thor widen his eyes as veins popped on his head. "Don't you dare!" Thor screamed to the top of his lungs as his divine thunder shined brightly before he turned into thunder and escaped Leo. Lightning traveled across the layer as it arrived next to Vidar before Thor appeared. "Damn it! That was close." Thor was breathing heavily as he escaped Leo, but Vidar widened his eyes when he saw Mjolnir. "Brother, Mjolnir!" Vidar said as Thor looked at Mjolnir and saw his deformed with a handprint on top of it. With one touch, the mighty hammer Mjolnir was deformed, which made Thor realize that his hammer would have been gone if he didn't back away. Leo saw Thor left, but he didn't care as he lowered his hand and stood there with his wings moving slightly. "What in the name of Odin is cough? Thor didn't finish his words as attacks appeared on his body from different places, but all those attacks had the shape of a hammer. Thor's armor was cracked as he almost fell to the ground, but his divine power acted quickly as he recovered some of the injuries. Thor. Vidar wanted to support Thor, but he couldn't move in fear of Leo attacking. However, Thor shook his head and stood up. "I'm fine, but those were my attacks." Thor smiled helplessly as he didn't know how to fight something he can't hurt without hurting himself before he said, "Did you notice anything?" "Nothing important." Vidar shook his head before he said, "But it seems like it's waiting for something." "Waiting for something? All this power and it's still waiting for something." Thor almost dropped the hammer on Vidar's head. "I know it's ridiculous, but this is all that I can come up with. Vidar avoided the hammer while showing a helpless look. Sigh anyway, this seems bad. Thor clenched his hammer as it was bringing him a sense of security while Vidar said yeah, very bad. Meanwhile, the same conversation was going on in the chat room. Neat princess, this is bad. Bis sister lion, I don't know what's happening, but I don't like it. Bree, this looks bad. Advocate of gender equality, the goddess next to me is awakening PTSD, and I don't like where this is going. The strongest man in the world, he grew wings. A hero for fun, he became a bird man. Advocate of gender equality, that's not important, but look at this. Thor was one shot. Neat princess, Mjolnir was almost gone too. The group witnessed Thor's pitiful attempts as they felt bad for the guy more than they were worried about Leo. They really couldn't be worried about the invincible-looking angel standing there. Advocate of gender equality, so Kagaya-san. Tell us what happened. Neat princess, why do you think I know what happened? Advocate of gender equality, you know the angels things and have the internet, so tell me what happened. Bree, can you two stop and think about the important things? Like forgetting about the angels and thinking about Leo. Big sister lion, I don't think we can know, and Leo isn't here. Even his chat room screen is gone. The group noticed that the chat room screen around Leo vanished as there was only an angel standing there. Advocate of gender equality, yeah, I don't think we can know anything now. Where's Leo when things go this bad? Annihilation Maker, admin, I'm here and the things are terrible. Neat princess, yeah, if only Leo is here to explain it himself. Annihilation Maker, admin, don't count on me, I'm clueless as you are, but I have some theories. Bree, yeah, if only Leo was here. Annihilation Maker, admin. Kazuma, Kagaya, and Misaka sighed as they looked at the screen and saw the username. PFFFFF. Kazuma spit his beer again as he almost fell from the chair. Kagaya broke another monitor as she stared at the chat room screen floating above the dead monitor screen. Misaka's Esper powers activated from the surprise as she fried the vending machine next to her. Advocate of gender equality, Leo, what the hell? Neat princess, aren't you a crazy bloodthirsty angel now? Bree, what is happening? Annihilation Maker, admin, bold of you to assume I'm crazy bloodthirsty angel, even if that's the situation now. Neat princess, okay, stop with the jokes. Where are you now? I only see a crazy angel creating chaos across the world. Annihilation Maker, admin, fallen angel, something wrong happened to the ritual. Bree, can you answer the question? Annihilation Maker, admin, I'm in a dark place, hanging upside down, by some sort of a black, jelly, long, and weird looking tentacles. Annihilation Maker, admin, you're excused, but this is the truth. Advocate of gender equality, excuse me. Advocate of gender equality, wait. How did you answer before my question? Annihilation Maker, admin, because I know, and if you wanted to see, then push a button at the screen's side. The group followed the instruction as the screen split into two. One was showing the chaos in Asgard, and the other one displaying Leo, hanging upside down by tentacles made from black lines. Leo was staring at the chat room screen with blank eyes, but the group noticed something weird. Like he was very calm, unnaturally calm. At least don't take photos in my face, Leo said with a calm tone as Kazuma, Kagaya, and Leon flinched. Big sister lion, okay, this is weird. How the hell did you know? Bree, sigh, I'll just ignore the tentacle and ask nicely in the place of these guys. Can you say what happened and where are you? If you're asking about the outside, then my body is on the autopilot and it's working by instinct. Leo released one of his arms from the tentacles before he said, while this place is a combination of my mind and soul or something similar. And if you're asking about the hammer guy, then I made all his vectors flawed and broke them before sending his attacks to him after making the time flawed, Leo said calmly while looking at the screen. Misaka understood that somehow managed to ruin the position, velocity, and force of Thor before sending his attack. By time. Advocate of gender equality, mind and soul landscape? But let's focus on something important. What are those tentacles? Chains, but you don't have to worry. Leo raised his free arm as the light flashed and a book appeared on his hand before he said, I have magic. Neat princess. I wanted to type how are you going to escape, but this is getting weird. Bree, why do you have magic in your mind and how are you going to use it? And yes, this is getting weird. Leo didn't care about the group as he raised the book and smacked the tentacles while saying, go and look for a fucking magical girl. The group didn't have a single word to comment about a man smacking some tentacles with a magic book while screaming about magical girls. The tentacles were weak against the power of the Book of the Law as they were broken in no time and Leo did a free fall towards the darkness. During the fall, Leo pointed out the Book of the Law down as the darkness cracked like glass and a passage opened. Leo passed the entrance quickly as he appeared in a chaotic world with everything around the place. The world was a bunch of places floating in a dark void without any light, but the places were strangely illuminated. The areas were some city streets and some buildings in the middle of houses. There were some parks, and the group even saw Leo's mansion in the middle of that chaos floating in one of those islands. After a free fall, Leo did a flip in the air before he started to slow down and landed on one of the islands, but when Leo landed, the whole dark void glowed with some colors as they kept changing. Leo stared at the colorful dark void before he turned his attention to the Book of the Law, but the group messages arrived now. Advocate of gender equality, what the hell is going on? This is very weird and confusing. Bree, yeah, and why do you seem very calm in this situation? Calm. I can't really force myself to act serious in this situation. Leo shook his head while holding the Book of the Law before he said, much less to be worried about it. Big Sister Lion, what do you mean? The situation was getting weirder as the group felt that Leo's actions were very calm to a terrifying degree in all the weird actions until now. Leo tilted his head before he said, time and reality for me now are very fragile. The strongest man in the world, speak normally. A hero for fun, I second that. Sigh, well, it's a little bit fuzzy. But Kazuma, you better move that cup to your left before Aqua hit it and drop it on the ground, Leo said while Kazuma stared at his left to see Aqua shivering and almost hitting the cup of the table. No. Kazuma completely ignored the weird eyes of the adventurers around and jumped toward the cup before it fell to the ground. Phew, that was close. I still have a debt. Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief when he caught the cup before he said, I should thank L. Hey. Kazuma stared at the cup in his hand and looked at Aqua before he turned his head with his fastest speed towards the chat room screen. Advocate of gender equality, how the hell did you know? Neat princess, are you saying that what he said is correct? Because I saw it happen. Leo answered with the same calm tone before he said, I saw it before, when, and after it happened. Bree. Do you mean future, present, and past? The group was shocked now. No, they were beyond shocked, except Saitama that raised his eyebrow. However, at this moment, the group noticed something they forgot because of the situation with the tentacles. Leo in front of them has changed. He looks the same as the angel outside with his sky blue eyes becoming dark blue at the right eye, and golden at the left eye. But the most distinguishing feature is unlike the angel and its wings, Leo has a golden halo above his head, or at least 1/3 from that halo. It was a golden halo with 6 sharp tips coming from its sides as it gave some members in the group chills. However, all that doesn't compare to the eyes that seemed to know all, as it made the group feel they are being stared by something they can never explain. Chapter 51, Some Answers. The chat room was in the state of silence as they tried to process the current information. To be honest, they think today was very wild, confusing, and ridiculous in a sense. First, they saw Leo announcing the raid on Asgard, then they saw him entering some sort of state with his Esper powers before it turned into a berserk quest. But this didn't end as this berserk quest seemed successful and he became a very dangerous angel that can slap gods easily. However, for Leo to be separated from his body and enter his mind landscape before he announces that he became some sort of omniscience almighty guy who knows all. Well, that thought didn't cross their minds at all. More importantly, how should they treat an omniscient guy? A person who knows everything can already know what they'll say and think. How are they even going to have a conversation if the conversation was already finished by the other side? Yes, and no. I don't know all, but I only know what I can and should know. Leo put the book of the law to the side as he turned his attention to the screen and said, time hides secrets and the reality locked them away, so I destroyed that lock and accessed those secrets. Advocate of gender equality, so. Are you an omniscience being now? Advocate of gender equality, and can you stop with this prediction stuff? Kazuma was the first one to type and asked the question that all the group wanted to know, but he got his answer before he even asked. Ah? Well, I perceive time in a very different way from the normal beings now. Leo shook his head before he said, I'm still not used to this state, but for your question. I'm nigh omniscience with different kinds of limitations. Neat princess, oh advocate of gender equality, please be more specific. Leo put his hand on his chin before he said, you only see one timeline which is present while I can see three at the minimum which are future, present, and past. It isn't difficult after calculating all the timelines and reality values before programming my personal reality to do it. Leo replied calmly as he didn't think it was a big deal, but he only received silence from the group. Neat princess, that really doesn't sound complicated. Bree, calculate? How much calculation does it take to achieve this? Forget the different timelines, just the calculations about the concept of time using a different esper power isn't something possible for humans. My calculations power isn't something that should be associated with the word human. Mikoto. Leo shook his head before he looked at the book of the law and said, the way I look at this world is very different now. Misaka took a moment as she was thinking about these words before she thought about something, but she couldn't believe it even if it was a guess. Neat princess, so you can see what's happening outside? If yes, can you stop it? I can't interfere with the outside world as it's one of the limitations. Leo shook his head before he said, and I would have stopped this a while ago if I could. Neat princess, looking at different worlds isn't a limit. I wouldn't be able to do it without the chat room. The screen you're looking at is just a window to another reality, which is slightly difficult to look into as it seems very fuzzy for me. Leo squinted his eyes as he was trying to look further into a different world, but he only was looking at a fuzzy picture. Meanwhile, in Akame Ga Kill World, the leader of the Revolutionary Army was checking the old files while making some plans before he noticed a photo sticking from a document. Oh, it's this photo. The leader stared at the photo of the young man and the cat before he felt chills and goosebumps. Who's there? The leader took his sword as he checked his surrounding before he said, maybe I'm just tired. Leo squinted his eyes as his face showed some disappointment before he said, I really can't interfere. Leo widened his eyes as he looked at the sky while completely ignoring the chat room. In Toru World, there was a windowless building in the 7th school district of the Academy City. This is the main base of the general chairman of Academy City, Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley is a tall, effeminate-looking man with long white hair, floating upside down and connected to wires, inside a tube of red liquid. But today was different. What happened, Iwas? Aleister didn't speak, but some speakers at the side of his life support tube sent a mechanical voice. In a place that couldn't be called a place, but another dimension tied to the windowless building, there was something. However, at the same time, there wasn't anything. There was an angel that's different from all the angels recorded in the Bible. This is Iwas that doesn't have any form to exist in the world at the moment. Well, Aleister. I just found something interesting. No voice was heard, but Aleister could sense and understand Iwas' words. Interesting. This is a word that Aleister hates, especially if it came from Iwas because it means things are going out of control. Ah, yeah, you can't sense it because you are very high in your phases, Aleister. Iwas' words made Aleister frown as it started to involve some aspects he doesn't know. However, if you may, can you sense the location of this interesting? Aleister decided to investigate first before taking any sort of action. I'm sorry for you, Aleister. Everything is stopping me from locating it and apparently my kind doesn't want to be found. Iwas' distorted tone that doesn't make sense finally showed regret and disappointment. Alistair was thinking as he took everything as a phase, and maybe even the world rules aren't allowing Iwas to act, but some bubbles appeared in the tube before he said, "Your kind." "Yes, my kind," which is quite surprising, even if I don't know why he's taking the form of that fool, Iwas said with joy and curiosity in his tone, as it made Alistair more confused after all those years before he said, "Tell me, Alistair. Do you know what exists before the beginning and after the end?" Alistair's expression that never changed was finally broken as he widened his eyes and bubbles were appearing in the tube. Back to Leo as he was looking at the sky before lowering his vision and looking at the chat screen. "Advocate of gender equality, I see, then in this rare opportunity. Can you this nigh omniscience tell me who came first? The chicken or the egg?" "Neat princess, I'm also very interested in the topic." "Big sister lion, me too." Leo almost dropped the book of the law as he stared at the messages. He now regrets turning off the future observation. Shaking his head, Leo ignored the question as he walked forward in this world of chaos before opening the book of the law. However, when Leo opened the book, he was greeted with 19 phrases and some extra notes. "I acknowledge thy knowledge and existence of thy book. 7 trumpets have been announced. Desire, and it'll be thy answer." Leo read the extra notes as they ignited before dissipating from the book. When Leo was thinking about the notes that he can't see their source with his eyes, 2 of the members stared at the 19 phrases as they remembered something. "Advocate of gender equality, did you go over heaven? This explains a lot and a little at the same time." "Neat princess, you copied Dio's way of heaven and used it on the book of the law." "No, I wasn't in my senses when the book of the law was written, so it wasn't me." Leo shook his head before he said calmly, "The book did it on its own because this is the best way to reach the goal." "Bree, did you achieve LVL 6? This seems only something the theoretical LVL 6 can accomplish, and it seems this LVL was something related to angels all along." "Well, I'm not an LVL 6, but Mikoto, do you remember what's the meaning of LVL 6? Leo flipped some pages as he started to read from the book of the law, but most of the words were confusing as he didn't understand them. "Bree, those who are not deities that reach the sense of the heavens." "Neat princess, it can also be called, the one who arrives at heaven's intent in an ungodly body." "Then what do you think about Jojo's way to heaven and the unique function of the book?" Leo flipped the pages back to the 19 phrases before he said, "Desire, and it'll be thy magic." This is one of the ways the book of the law function. What the Academy City was trying to accomplish and what they continuously researched for was done in another world. "Reaching heaven with a human body," Leo said as the group went silent while the members that didn't understand, like Whitebeard, Leon, and Saitama, decided to not talk. "I'm not a mage or someone researched his entire life, so the book made my desire in the simplest way possible." Leo stopped his footsteps before he said, "A simple spell to clear and enhance the brain, nothing more." The universe and its secrets were always a mystery which the science was trying to figure out, but no matter what they did, they couldn't discover all those hidden things. Academy City's situation is the same, so they made the LVL 6, which is supposedly a state to perceive heaven or the universe. Leo only had one basic spell, but that spell broke all the limits and surpassed them, as it can be called a miracle from God now. This spell transforms and enhances the brain of Leo, as it made his mental boundaries and limitations completely erased, allowing his mental abilities to be completely unrestricted or subject to blockage. However, the spell takes time to achieve its full power, as it just established stairs for Leo. How the universe operate or how this reality function is very easy for me to understand because I reached heaven and I can approach God's calculations." Leo looked at the chaotic sky before he said, "Stairs to heaven built by 19 phrases according to religion, meaning and their effect on my mental state to enhance it to a degree that allows me to understand heaven." Leo gave the group some time to digest this information as he walked forward on the island before he reached a house and opened its door. The door led to another island as Leo passed him normally and continued walking. "Advocate of gender equality, so do you know the meaning behind the phrases?" "No," Leo answered instantly as it made the group take another moment of silence. "Neat princess, and you call yourself an omniscience being?" I said that I have limitations, and this place with this book is one of those limitations. Leo tone still calm as he already saw this conversation before he said, I need to stop the external factors quickly, so excuse me, advocate of gender equality, wait. Do you mean the reason why you're a fallen angel? No, it's why I can't turn this spell off and regain control over my body. Leo stared at the screen with blank eyes as it sends an obvious message to Kazuma. Advocate of gender equality, don't think we're all nigh omniscients, heaven understanding bastards like you. Neat princess, is this the price of knowledge? But why does this magic seem to have an off button? Because it's a simple spell, so it has a simple way of working. Leo answered with a blank face as it was mocking Kaguya for such a simple question. Neat princess, Bree, why are you a fallen angel, anyway? For some reason. Which one do you want to hear? Leo said as it gave the group another confusion. Neat princess, isn't it because you did your ritual in hell? Under Yggdrasil. Leo nodded before he walked forward. Advocate of gender equality, can you spare us mortals with your knowledge? Bree, hell, also referred to as Helheim or the realm of hell, is an underworld for many of the dead which is under Yggdrasil. I have internet. Advocate of gender equality. Neat princess, yeah, the ritual place is important, and unlike DXD world which throws everything around. Toru world really cares about these things, that has some truth to it, but you're correct about DXD throwing everything around. Leo looked at a mirror next to him as it was showing his angel side before he said, God isn't perfect in this world. Leo's words were like a spark that made Kaguya understand immediately. Neat princess, the God recorded in the Bible is dead yet. The being who was supposed to be complete and perfect was defeated by fragile concepts of life and death. Do you know how funny that is? Leo smiled slightly before his face returned to the previous calm. God is perfect, or at least in Toaru, but in DXD it isn't like that, as the angel who was supposed to look at the flaw of the creation, saw the flaws in the one who wasn't supposed to have them. This made the angel fall in less than a nanosecond after Leo ascended. The Book of the Law seems to take the God recorded in the Bible seriously, as Leo understood where he got those messages after scanning all the timelines related to his existence. Neat princess, it was DXD's fault all along. Well, something like that. Leo walked closer to the mirror as the group noticed the angel in Asgard and what it was doing. The angel was standing there, facing Thor and Vidar, as it was holding a glowing ball of heat in its hands. Bree, is that the sun? The glowing ball looked very similar to the sun, but the strange thing is that the sun was spinning in the hands of the angel. No, it's just a spinning form of a concentrated nuclear energy, Leo replied casually, but that didn't give the group any peace of mind. Advocate of gender equality, please don't say that casually. Bree, that doesn't look safe at all. And why can you hold nuclear energy in your hand? It isn't a big deal, as it was just a casual act to control the strong force. I can create a flaw in nature and make the 4 interactive forces under my command easily. Leo answered another question while he was looking for another door. Neat princess, however, what the hell is that angel doing now? Oh? That? Well, it's just a pitiful chase after an unattainable fantasy. Leo calm voice finally vanished as he smirked before he said, but this is kinda ironic. My power, who was supposed to be that fantasy, was actually so flawed that it's chasing an illusion with pure instinct, Leo said before he put his hand on the building glass next to him and said, and I, who rejected that fantasy, could reach the closest place to it, but I was trapped inside this reality. This is hilarious. The group noticed that Leo is playing riddles again, as they decided to not ask anything because they were already fed up by these questions. Well, now. Leo looked at his hand before he said, how much time left for me? On the tip of Leo's finger, a dark color was appearing as his hands were transforming at a very slow pace to something similar to the void in his reality. Chapter 52, Connection. Inside the 8th layer of Asgard, the chaos around the angels was rotating faster. The nuclear energy ball was also spinning faster as the heat was spreading into the layer. The nuclear energy was growing stronger with every spin, but the angel didn't seem to be satisfied as it was increasing the speed. Thor, Vidar, and the other creatures in the lair felt the intense heat, but they aren't normal beings, so they weren't affected as the angel didn't target them. However, they also noticed Palkia's space power was lowering the power, and the runes on the coat also stopped some of the heat. This thing is becoming more dangerous with every moment passing by, Vidar said as he looked at the angel holding what seemed to be the Sunday. Yet, I think it was already this dangerous. Thor shook his head before he said, it pains me to say this, but I don't think it had a reason to use its power in the first place. Vidar noticed his brother's tone was lower than usual as he felt the helplessness contained, but he can't blame or motivate him. How far has it been since they felt this kind of despair? Vidar can't remember to be in this kind of situation since they were gods, but today they were hit with the cruel reality. Now, the only thing keeping Asgard or the world together is Palkia and the runes on the coat. Vidar wasn't able to imagine if this chaos was sent to the outside. Asgard is a realm of gods with divine power protection, but it's almost collapsing. Do you think we got a chance, brother? Vidar said as he clenched his fist while Thor shook his head and said, no, we don't have a single chance. Thor's words were bland and quiet, but it shook Vidar further than any time, as this is the first time the god of thunder spoke like this. However, I won't stop trying, even if it meant my end, Thor said as he raised his hammer again. Vidar, there's one slim possibility to attack while that thing is busy. Thor flashed with thunder before Vidar said, I don't think it showed any other interest except from that spinning ball, but how do we plan to attack? I'll attract its attention and you strike after it. Focus on me. Thor closed his eyes before he said, don't hesitate, Vidar. Vidar looked at Thor as he remained silent for a while before he said, I know. When the two brothers were planning for their last attempt, Leo was walking in the world of chaos as he was going from one door to another. Each door was showing a different place, a different result, and sometimes the same door showed nothing or multiple possibilities as Leo was walking through them without thinking. He can't sense his Longinus now or any one of his beasts, which limits him so much, even if there's a way to find a flaw, because this world is flawed, but it is not worth it. Advocate of gender equality, do you have a plan or you're just walking around? That's exactly what I'm doing, Leo said calmly as he opened another door which led to a building with a lot of mirrors around. Neat princess, you seem to know what you're doing. No, I don't. I can't see anything about this place. Leo was looking around before he said, this place is just chaos. A pure chaos which I'm trapped in. Big sister lion, the outside seems crazier than this world you're in. Leo stopped his footsteps as he stared at the screen while the chat room members had a bad feeling. Leo calmly raised his hand as he caught the screen and fixed it in a single position. The chat screen in front of every member went crazy at that moment. The picture was rotation, advancing, retreating, moving sideways, and every other irregular move from spinning or freaking out. The islands in the chaos weren't even following the screen movement as they were acting in their own way, which made the group have motion sickness. Advocate of gender equality, okay. Okay. I understand, stop it. Leo let go of the screen as the picture returned to normal for the chat group members, but they still took a while to recover. Bree, don't do that again. Neat princess, my brain hurt. Do you understand now? This place can't be calculated because there's nothing to be calculated and it's a part of me, so I can't see it, Leo said as he walked to the previous door and opened it up. Do you see this? The door was showing a way to another island different from where Leo came in. However, he closed the door again before opening it as thousands of places were swapping. This is the theme of this place, the infinity possibilities that start from the beginning, but all of them existing in one place is chaotic. Leo looked to the sky as the dark void was showing some colors before he said, even if each one of them leads to the same end. At least for now, so I need to stop this cycle. Those notes might contain some answers, Leo said as he closed the door and walked towards the building. Leo's ability to look into the timelines isn't invincible as it is limited with some conditions. He can't see himself in the past or the future as he only sees himself now. Any attempt to see the future or the past about himself ends up with a blank, nothing, a missing piece from history. When looking at the future of the others, Leo only sees the future when he doesn't interfere, but when he says or does something, then the whole timeline gets refreshed and he needs to calculate again. His eyes can't see beings that have a strong power or concepts, as they will only appear in the present or never at all. He doesn't know why that happened. Maybe it's because he became an angel or something, but these limitations aren't just on himself. The Book of the Law, and especially the extra notes he found, fall into this category. 16 minutes and 21 seconds ago, Leo saw Cao looking at the true Longinus while checking on his subordinates. From their conversation and actions, he found out that the true Longinus was out of control, but there was something wrong. Leo couldn't see anything in the time when the true Longinus was supposed to go crazy. He was able to see before and after that period, but nothing about that specific point in time. Neat princess, you mean the phrases? I already have an idea about them. Leo was walking slowly around the building, his reflection showing his angel power in the outside as it reminded him of how ridiculous this situation is, but Kagaya's message piqued his interest. Advocate of gender equality, you just googled them, didn't you? If you're going to say, God, then you should stop now, Leo said as he noticed something wrong on the other side. Neat princess, ahem. First, the secret emperor, which means God. Neat princess, you're no fun at all. But this is the best guess for now. Just because it came before Kabbalah doesn't mean it is correct if it isn't proven. Leo squinted his eyes while looking at his power. He couldn't see correctly as his power was distorting everything around it. Neat princess, is it just because you don't want to admit that your brain is so corrupt that it made a book about Christianity a JoJo reference? Ah. I mean. Well, Leo raised his hand before lowering it, then raising it again, only to stop as he put his hand on his chin and started thinking. Advocate of gender equality, *nyomniscience.exe has stopped working. Leo shook his head to clear his head from the corruption called Kagaya before he noticed something in the mirror. Can any one of you tell me what's going on outside? Leo put his hand on the glass as he couldn't see what's going on there as the chaos was spinning faster around the angel. Bree, Thor and his brother seem to have a plan and they're rushing towards the angel. Oh, then it's not a Pablo. Damn it. Leo's eyes widened as he screamed, which shocked the group. Are they digging everyone's graves? Leo's calm expression was gone as the group was more confused, except for Thor doing something terrible. Bree, this sounds bad. Advocate of gender equality, it's not like they will defeat you or something. Right. This isn't about me now. TCH. In the glass reflection, Leo stared at the angel and the spinning chaos before he clenched his fist and clicked his tongue. There's no helping it, hey. Leo said with a small voice as his halo was glowing brightly, which brought some different colors to this world. Leo took a deep breath before he raised his hand as the Book of the Law started to float in front of him and 24 runes appeared while circling around it. With every rune appearing, Leo started to change as his body glowing, but it also transformed faster into a void. Do you think only you can get high-wired? Leo said as he put his hand on the book while his halo glowed more, as it blinded some members in the group. The 24 runes did a full circle before they touched the mirror at the angel location. Leo saw this as he put his hand on the book and hit the mirror with it. Asterisk creak. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Leo clenched his teeth as he was pushing the Book of the Law against the mirror. Glass shattering sound and creaking were heard from the mirror as the world around Leo was getting more distorted than before. The spell can't be stopped, but that doesn't mean it can't be pushed forward. However, that comes with consequences as Leo was getting more corrupted by this world. 6 phrases from the book started glowing, which are Secret Emperor, Kabbalah, Rhinoceros Beetle, Alpha, Spiral Staircase, Calathea. As the 6 sharps tips grew longer on the halo, but the 7th phrase Papilio Glaucus Butterfly was also glowing dimly. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. With the last cracking sound, the mirror broke as the whole area was covered in light and all the group members were blinded by it. Meanwhile, in Asgard 8th layer, Thor was raging like thunder as he was launching 100 meters wide lightning strikes against the angel, but all those attacks were useless as the lightning lost its power immediately. However, Thor already knew this would happen, so he rushed with those lightning strikes and attacked the angel, which didn't care at all as its full attention was on the nuclear ball in its hands. Vidar! Thor screamed as he powered himself with thunder again and discharged an enormous amount of lightning around, which blocked all the vision around. Vidar, who was hiding in one of the lightning bolts, jumped as he used his brother's assistance to launch himself from the sky at a ridiculous speed. The space was getting distorted by Vidar's kick as he arrived behind the angel instantly and kicked with all his might. However, the kick was also blocked by the invisible barrier, but it caused a reaction, even if that reaction wasn't good. Using its powers to block two different types of attacks is very simple for the angel, but that made the angel distracted as it slightly lost control over the nuclear energy rotation. Something had changed at that moment. Thor and Vidar couldn't tell exactly what it was, but the chaos which slowed down its rotation made them sweat as the angel looked at them. Fear and despair. These are the feelings Thor and Vidar got, even if they tried to push them away, but the angel eyes made them awaken those feelings once again. The angel dropped the nuclear ball from its hands as the core was collapsing and the heat was rising, but the angel didn't care as it did something completely new. The black wings on its back finally started moving as the right wing moved back a little. No feeling, no sense, no sound. Nothing was emitting from the wing as the world stood in silence before the wing moved and waved towards Thor and Vidar. However, before the swing was completed, the angel body moved suddenly as it used its own hand to catch the wing before screaming Pakya. Open it! Pakya felt a familiar connection as he used his power to open a space hole above the layer which led to the sky the whole Asgard. No, the planet was shaking at this one strike from Leo's wings. Chapter 53, Just Let It Go. Pakya opened a hole in space above the sky before an enormous shock wave hit Asgard, as it didn't only shake Asgard, but the entire planet was trembling slightly. The shock wave from the wing colliding with the hand was powerful enough to clear the clouds on a global scale, as this is a feat similar to Saitama's serious punch. The supernatural world, which was confused by the small earthquakes it experienced, has finally noticed the anomaly. The whole planet was shaking this time before they all looked towards Asgard. However, this didn't end as the shock waves were still going inside the 8th layer of Asgard. The wing and the hand were spreading electric sparks around them as everything was pushed away and distorted at the same time, even the nuclear energy ball was smashed like glass. Good grief! Are you this sensitive? The angel spoke some words with a slightly annoyed tone, which surprised Vidar and Thor. The angel looks changed completely at this moment. An astral projection appeared on the angel body which was copied from it. However, the angel gained a 1/3 halo with sharp tips that were colliding with the wings. Both sides were rejecting each other furiously as they were the reason for the chaos now. I feel weird to talk to an instinct, but I know you can understand me. Why are you so concerned about this God recorded in the Bible? Leo, who was able to take a form outside his mind, was speaking as he said, you saw it, didn't you? And it was nothing was the thing which Leo saw when he ascended. He couldn't remember it because the spell was going out of control, but he saw nothing when he looked at it. God. God wasn't from this world, but the world of Tuaru. The God of the Bible was just a medium to send the message from the world of Tuaru using the same way as Leo. Leo doesn't know how this was possible, but the only theories he has are that the world will agree that God can access the DXD world, or maybe the world will is God. However, he has no proof of that. The God of the Bible isn't God from Tuaru, but the angel saw nothing, so it had the idea of that's God. And this is one of the reasons it fell. However, this doesn't end here. Leo's words didn't get a response from the angel as the power was still going out of control before he said, Sai, are you this desperate? Even taking the form of another angel just because you don't want to admit it. The angel finally showed a reaction as the emotion of anger, which shouldn't appear, was showing on its face. The angel and Leo were colliding more, as the planet shook again. What are you proud of? These incomplete broken wings? Or the fact you can see the flaws in the world? Leo pushed the wings with his hand as he was trying to contain the power before he said, "Then why don't you use the power on yourself? It's easier, isn't it?" From the beginning of the transformation, the angel never used the flaw's power on itself, which was strange for others, but Leo knows why it hasn't used it. You don't want to admit it, hey? You're the biggest flaw in this world. You're not perfect, not even close, Leo said as he pushed the wing further, but the wing regained its power instantly. The angel snapped as it screamed inhumanly before the wing and Leo's hand collided again. The planet vibrated slightly again, but this time, the hidden realms like heaven and the underworld were also shaking. Thor, Vidar, and Pakia weren't able to stand as they were pushed to the edge of the layer, even if Pakia used his space power to stabilize himself. Leo was fighting against the angel power as this is his attempt to break the cycle in the other reality, so he couldn't stop. The angel won't admit that its existence isn't perfect, even if that's against God's will. God is perfect, which is the only one who should be called that. But the angel, who saw all the flaws in the world, wasn't able to put himself in the same position. If I saw all the flaws, doesn't that mean I'm perfect? But perfect is only for God, so the angel falls, and this was one of the reasons. However, who's the angel to judge God's creation? You can see the flaw, but never doubt God's actions, and that judgment also leads to its fall. The biggest reason for the fall is the angel, who won't admit its flaws and swapped forms with another angel, as it dragged him from heaven and used it as a cover. The angel was one of the biggest fools in history. Lucifer. The power of the true form of Leo is beyond understanding, as it's an angel who should exist before the beginning and after the end, but it was sealed away because of perfection. Lucifer against Leo's complete power was absolutely helpless as he was dragged from heaven in another world and destroyed before his form was taken, but that form was incomplete as Leo has only 2 pairs of wings and no trace of Lucifer power. One after another, the wings were controlled by the angel attacked as Leo blocked them with his hands while shock waves hit all the places. The planet, Asgard, and the realms, everything was shaking, and if not for Leo to block most of it, then the planet was going to be destroyed. I don't want this too. This halo or this perfection. I refused it, and here we are, Leo said as he was mentioning the halo above his head. I don't believe in this perfection. I never believed in it. Leo saw his words having more and more effect on the angel as he said, but even if I refused it, I ended up in a world of chaos, and here you're, so desperate to see that perfection, even if it means to use humans' ways to reach it. Leo looked at the chaos around, which was still spinning. Leo doesn't believe in this world or if it can produce anything with the word perfect, even if it was God. However, when he rejected his perfection, he was more close to the Almighty. He got the mind of God, which can grow to be equal to the calculation of God, but by rejecting that perfection, he ended up with 1/3 of that power as it represented in his halo, which belongs to his original angel form. However, if he admits that he is perfect, then he'll never get close to this perfect power, which is quite hilarious and ironic for him. Therefore, the angel and Leo were separated, the power and the mind, the wings and the halo. Wings are the power of the angel, and the halo is the crown above their heads. This is the fantasy that Leo meant. Both of them represent a contradiction between the flaws and perfection. The angel believed in its perfection, even if it saw God, which led to it becoming the biggest flaw in a world created by a perfect being, as the world is kind of perfect compared to it. However, the angel saw the perfection in the world and went as far as using the spin to achieve it, even if it was a lost cause for them. Leo didn't believe in his perfection at all, which gave him a near-perfect power, but it locked him in a world filled with flaws and chaos. However, he didn't see any perfection in the world, even if he knows there's some perfection. Like it was shown in his mindscape, Leo and the angel. The halo and the wings are like the reflection of the mirror. Both of them went in the same way, but had ended up with something the other wanted. This made the situation completely ridiculous for Leo. Let it go, Leo said with a quiet voice as he blocked some hits and caught the wings. I know the feeling of chasing an illusion which contains all your regrets as you're regretting that time when you saw the God recorded in the Bible. Leo looked at his wings which belong to Lucifer, but they still have his own theme of the dark void with some colors. You saw all the possibilities from the beginning, but nothing worked out, and here we are. Going to the same end, Leo said as Thor, Vidar, and the Charm members noticed the dark void on Leo's body was appearing on the angel. Leo saw the collision between him and the angel getting stronger before he did his last step and said just let it go. However, the angel didn't stop as it seems it finally had it all before its wings started to grow larger and reached 100 meters long. Pakia. Leo was losing control over his astral projection as he used his final power to block this gigantic hit from the angel. Asterisk Asterisk this by far, the biggest attack and collision between Leo and the angel, but Pakia and Leo interfered in time as most of the attack was transferred somewhere else. In space, a giant slash appeared on the planet named Mars, which did a scare that was almost as long as half of the planet. That attack was going to split the Earth in half if Leo didn't transfer it. The attack was the last announcement of something big is happening in the world as all the eyes looked at Asgard. Damn it! Leo saw most of his efforts were useless as he sighed and looked at Thor and Vidar. Hey, hammer guy! Leo astral body was getting transparent as he said, if you want to stop this guy until I find a solution then you should challenge it openly, he's too perfect to refuse anyway. With those words, Leo left this world as he was locked again in his reality. Thor and Vidar stared at the angel with the 100 meters wide wing, as they sighed and chose to follow Leo's advice because they didn't have any better option. Shit! Leo fell on the ground as he leaned his body on the mirror behind him. His body was already covered with that dark void as he wasn't able to hide it from the group anymore. A/N, imagine what happened to Yato from Noragami, but switch it with a dark void, I know what you'll say, and I'm fine. I just need to slow down from a second, Leo said as he stood up slowly from the ground. The group members, who were going to type, stopped as they stared at the screen without a word. Leo was almost looking like a broken doll in their eyes now. Big Sister Lion ****. You're not fine at all. Leo smiled helplessly as he stood up and said, well, there's nothing to do about it. There are more important things now. I broke the cycle and a new brand alternative possibility is starting and a new ending is getting closer, Leo said as he had dark transparent wings from his back and the angel also had a transparent halo. The wings and the halo of both sides were smaller and much weaker than their original form. But it represents that Leo finally had a connection with his body again. Neat princess, Leo. I won't say anything about this, but can you answer me honestly? Did you ever see the golden rectangle in nature before? The golden rectangle is a symbol of perfection for the spin as it's omnipresent in the surrounding nature. Leo stopped all his actions as a completely helpless look was on his face before he said, you had to do me like this, Kaguya. Sigh no, I never saw the golden rectangle in nature before, Leo said before he finally stood up completely and walked a few steps forward. Kaguya, who was watching the screen, sighed as she realized another thing after remembering her first talk with Leo. You saw this world as incomplete or as an abyss from the start, hey. Even if you were willing to move forward, that vision never changed, Kaguya said with a sigh as she looked at Leo's mindscape before choosing to remain silent. Leo looked at the sky as it started to glitch and freak out before he smiled and said, this is really a new cycle, but a new ending as well. Advocate of gender equality, which end? The 7 trumpets have already been announced according to the notes in this book. Leo looked at his side as he said, the apocalypse is approaching which will take this flawed world. Well, at least this reality to it ending the angel is incomplete, so it can't do something very big from the start. So it was gathering its power to end everything flawed, which is the entire world, and let it rest with the god it thought he's dead. The group wanted to say something about the world-ending subject, but they stopped because Leo had a visitor. A dark creature made from tentacles and a lot of eyes were crawling on the ground as its monstrosity was representing the horror itself. Kazuma and Misaka almost puked while looking at the creature. Did you arrive? Well, the cycle is broken, so you'll try to stop me now, Leo said as he looked at the monsters that represent the curse from Loki and how it grew stronger when he was locked here. The monster didn't care about Leo's words as it opened hundreds of mouths in its body and rushed towards him. Chapter 54, Solution. Leo smiled as he stared at the monstrosity crawling towards him. A hero for fun, you can smile at that thing. No, no, no. I'm smiling because things changed. Leo raised his hand as a golden energy was gathering on it before he said the situation was complicated and can't be fixed normally at first, but now. The creature rushed towards Leo with his sharp teeth. The disgusting look of the monster has already made the chat members uncomfortable, but Leo only stared at it blankly before he pointed at it with his hand. The golden aura on Leo's hand changed as something was created from it in a blink of an eye. The monster didn't care about Leo's actions as he jumped and opened its mouth, but Leo didn't even flinch before he moved his hand and shoved the thing he created in one of the monster's eyeballs. It was a holy shotgun. Bang! Leo pulled the trigger as the monster exploded, and organs or dark blood were spilled everywhere. It can be solved by violence, Leo said as he took a deep breath and dashed forward. The book of the law became smaller and was hanging from Leo's wrist by a small chain. Crash. Crash. The area behind Leo was completely destroyed as tentacles were appearing from the ground and crushing everything in their way. Leo didn't care about what was behind him because he had a situation at the front as tentacles spawned from the ground and rushed towards him. Leo moved a little to the left as he dodged an attack before raising his shotgun and blocking a large tentacle. Sparks were flying between the shotgun and the tentacle as Leo was running alongside them before he pulled the trigger. Bang! The tentacle exploded as the monster was howling from pain before Leo raised his other hand as a Tommy gun appeared. Leo didn't hesitate as he instantly pulled the trigger and shot the ground under him. Rumble. The ground was shattered as a giant monster rose from it and attacked. The wings on Leo's back flapped as he jumped up and avoided the attacks before the wings blocked a sneak attack from behind. Leo did a flip in the air while shooting some other monsters before aiming at the big monster head. The shotgun in Leo's hand was charging its power as Leo pulled the trigger. Bang! The monster's head exploded as the blood rushed to the sky like a fountain, but Leo didn't care. He was sliding on a tentacle as he rushed towards the door. The situation behind Leo wasn't good as thousands of monsters appeared before chasing after him. I officially hate my imagination. Leo looked back to see the monsters before running faster. Advocate of gender equality, hey, Leo. Why do you have Thulhu in your mind? Yes. I also regret reading those Lovecraft shit, Leo said as he shot more monsters blocking his way. Big Sister Lion, okay. What the hell is going on? Do you want a long or a short story? Leo jumped on the head of one of the monsters before his wings ripped him to shreds. Big Sister Lion, the shortest story. The god recorded in the Bible is dead and he was used as a tool for the biggest god from Tuaru, which I feel that it's a plot from the world. Will Leo Tommy gun changed into another shotgun before he blew the heads of 3 monsters as he said maybe it was the world will stuff or something, but Lucifer from Tuaru was also involved and he's dead. Well, I'm Lucifer now. The hordes behind Leo were growing with every second. The angel fell from heaven because of perfection philosophy and took Lucifer as a cover for its mistakes, which is literally shifting the blame, but also because Lucifer is the best for me as a 6 before moving to 7. Leo saw the door was getting closer before he jumped towards it. However, everything was pointless because Leo raised the shotgun as he shot the door while screaming I'll always fall, so the game was rigged from the start. Leo rolled on the ground as he found himself in a corridor filled with different kinds of paintings, which made him sigh before standing up. My wings dark void represents the beginning and the colors are all the possibilities in that beginning which was planned by God. The corridor started shaking so Leo started running again before he said however, all those different options, possibilities, struggles, and hopes were always useless as I'll fall and meet the same end over and over, which is why I called it a cycle. Therefore, Leo said to the angel to stop being persistent about God and let it go because it is pitiful and pointless. To keep chasing behind something that doesn't exist for them. The dark color on his body means that he's running into the same fate and it'll end up with destruction for his mind and soul. The mind of God is a powerful spell, but it's also dangerous as Leo keeps getting information about things beyond his existence. He's learning more and more until he loses himself and becomes just a machine. Leo never cared about God, so he saw God as nothing because it doesn't mean anything for him, and it doesn't matter if he saw it or not. He'll always follow his own way, so why should he go with God's plan? This was also written in Leo's phrases and his understanding of them at the moment because he overdrove the mind spell. One secret emperor, God or the world will and its rules. Probably. 2. Kabbalah, the blueprint of creation as the world and everything was planned by God before everything existed. 3. Alpha, the start of the world. 4. Rhinoceros beetle, the beetle represents the development as the world was moving correctly in the direction where God planned. 5. Spiral staircase, represents the world and how it develops in a spiral of time and all the ages it crossed. 6. Calathea, this means a new beginning for the world as it'll repeat what God has planned, which is the cycle. The angel running in circles in this cycle without stopping or hoping to succeed, like a helpless fool, which really fits if you think about it. The 6 phrases represented in Leo's halo have 6 sharp tips and the meaning of his role and power in the world, which is very close to Lucifer as 6 and a fool. However, something has changed this time. Leo and his body, which were separated, now have a connection. The biggest flaw and the near perfection are now almost one being. 7. Papilio glaucus butterfly, butterfly represents resurrection and transfiguration, which means a new start for the angel. This start will be chaotic and take another turn because of something small. This also the 7 trumpets, which are the 7 earthquakes in the 3 realms combined with the 7 phrases from Leo as it made the order broken. 7 phrases also mean Leo is challenging God's judgment as he is approaching him. Therefore, the apocalypse is starting. The flap of a butterfly wing in the butterfly effect means the little things can produce a bigger change in the overall situation. Leo is the little thing here, as he broke the cycle that was put by fate and started a new one. However, this made the reality of God change to attack him as a small curse from Loki grew up with his mind and imagination. Loki is the god of mischief, as his divinity will curse his enemies automatically even if it's a weak curse, but now, it's a huge curse because of the stupid falling angel. It even took the form of a Thulhu, for fuck's sake. Leo pumped the shotgun before he said, so here's the conclusion for everything I currently know. I was breaking the rules of the god of DXD and now I'm challenging the god of Tuaru before taking some power from Lucifer for myself. Leo blasted the head of a monster that came from a painting before he said, I'm disappointed in myself because I didn't take his power from the start. Poor Lucifer, he was killed, absorbed, and blamed by Leo as the group felt sorry for the devil. Bree, then what about the long speech about falling with the angel outside? I needed some time to connect with my body and the angel reacted to those words, but those words were true because you forgot something. Leo said as the hordes reached the door behind him. The mind landscape was already collapsing as the door was only leading to one possibility, which is the new one that Leo made. I'm not an angel originated from the Bible and absolutely not a machine or a tool, so it doesn't matter if I fall or not, Leo said as he rushed towards another door. Angels are tools that follow the most logical thinking and God's orders as the top priority. However, Leo doesn't belong to them, so he can ignore God even if he deemed him as fallen. However, it's still a mystery for him why he was acknowledged by God as an angel from the start if he was destined to fall. Well, now. There's only one chance and one way forward, Leo said as he blasted through another door and shot another monster in the head. This situation wasn't a surprise for Leo and his mind of God, but that gave some members a jump scare. Advocate of gender equality, is this a goddamn scary game? What the hell is wrong with your mind? Yeah, it's kinda a scary game to reach the center of this reality and Destroy it, Leo said as his wings became stronger because his connection is increasing with his body. Advocate of gender equality, sigh, I'm still confused, but... Rip and tear. Leo charged the shotgun as it changed before he said, Rip and tear, the strongest man in the world, couldn't you just use your power without making these weapons? Neat princess. I think he wanted to say he's an angel with a shotgun as a reference, but it ended with a Doom reference and. The Tommy gun of Joseph, hey. *Bohuam. Star. The group was silent as they saw Leo holding a rocket launcher and blowing everything around him. I played with your rules for enough time and now I'll burn it to the ground. Leo wings extended as different kinds of weapons appeared and started to shoot every moving or static thing. The group was more speechless with every explosion happening. The mind landscape and prison were getting weaker and weaker by Leo's annihilation while the monsters turned into the good guys as they were trying to stop him. *Bohuam. All kinds of weapons were shooting at the monsters. Leo didn't spare anything in front of him as he was going on a genocide run. The area around was also affected as it was broken, but he didn't care. However, the monsters didn't decrease as they kept coming and growing stronger and larger, which made Leo frown before he rushed to the only normal door in this chaos. Suddenly, the monsters started screaming and raging as they didn't care about pain or Leo's attack and rushed towards him. All the monsters were desperately trying to stop Leo from going into the door. But the heavy fire gave Leo enough time as he entered the last door. The monsters screamed as their cries grow smaller before it died in the darkness as this reality is collapsing without Leo who's keeping it together. Well, then. I feel this was both surprising and predictable. Leo was standing in front of a house as he didn't know what to say about it. The house was normal, but for Leo. A long time ago, it was a place he called home. Meanwhile, the angel and Thor were clashing as the wings and the hammer made sparks in the air. Thor twisted the handle of the hammer as he changed the attack direction towards the angel head, but the wing blocked him before attacking. Lightning was raging as Thor dodged the attack and countered the angel before Vidar appeared above the angel and attacked. This battle was going on between the angel and the two brothers as it was one of the biggest battles in this world, but the world didn't like this at all because the angel was going easy on them. When they followed Leo's advice, the angel lowered its power to match them before fighting them equally. It wanted to prove its superiority. Honestly, the battle now is hard with the angel attack speed and defense, but the brothers were angrier than ever. This is humiliating as the angel can just sneeze and destroy them, but no, it has to play this game with them to show that it can defeat them perfectly even in an equal condition. The battle continues even if the two brothers tried to stop, but the situation isn't optimistic at the moment. The supernatural world found the problem in Asgard, and each one of them took a different reaction. Some gods tried to check on the situation, but they were stopped by Pakia's space barrier and the chaos around the angel. Angels, devils, and fallen angels were trying to check the situation, but they didn't have the courage. The situation is in Asgard, which means it is beyond their reach to interfere, and they felt something terrifying from Asgard. Most angels and fallen angels didn't dare to look, and the devils were shaking. Even the four Satans had goosebumps while trying to scan Asgard with their powers. The biblical factions felt the power of the true Lucifer from Leo, even if it was just a form with no power for now. However, in the dimensional gap, a giant red dragon was rushing towards Asgard. And he wasn't looking happy. Leo current understanding of the phrases, one secret emperor, God or the world will and its rules. Probably. 2 Kabbalah, the blueprint of creation as the world and everything was planned by God before everything existed. 3 Alpha, the start of the world. 4 Rhinoceros beetle, the beetle represents the development as the world was moving correctly in the direction where God planned. 5 Spiral staircase, represents the world, how it develops in a spiral of time, and all the ages it crossed. 6 Calathea, this means a new beginning for the world as it'll repeat what God has planned, which is the cycle. 7. Papilio glaucus butterfly. Butterfly represents resurrection and transfiguration, which means a new start for the angel. This start will be chaotic and take another turn because of something small.